We're in the Demon King's great hall, with his four most promising children walking into the throne room. Every noble in the region was paying attention, and the protagonist knew some of them thought he only got there by luck. The seventh prince, Chris Moonlight, kneels and bows to the great commander of the demon realm. In front of them stood Demon Lord Mitra, who stays in complete silence. His servant to the right announces he'll recite the achievements of every prince and princess. While the accomplishments were read aloud, the protagonist knew this was the true father of all the strongest children in the empire, and he had forgotten that this is the scariest being in this castle and in this world. That surreal pressure made his body want to fall apart just from feeling it. But the goddess orders him to conquer it. Something shines in his heart, and she tells him to remember that he is also a king. A gaze like that should be conquered, and he should never be subjugated by that intimidation. The protagonist then bursts into a golden light and stares Mitra down, who stays there in silence, until suddenly, he calls out to the boy, "Shutra Ignis." Everyone jumps, mouths wide open. This was the first time the Demon King had ever spoken directly to one of his children, and he says he's looking forward to seeing what the boy will conquer in the future. The nobles are trying to understand what's going on. His Majesty has never called a prince by name in an audience, so why is he speaking directly to the ninth and youngest, the one with no presence at all? The boy was the weakest, and had arrived at the castle not long ago, but he had already conquered a lot in a short time. On his first mission, one that was supposed to take 2 weeks, he finished everything in just 2 days. He found a dwarven portal that stayed hidden for 1,000 years, read a dead language that not even the realm's mages could decipher, rescued the 6th princess from enemy hands all by himself, and in the middle of a losing battle, he turned an entire war around in a way nobody could have imagined. The prince everyone treated like a ghost, delivered in days what his older siblings took years to achieve, and now, he just did what no child has ever done in the history of this castle. Face the Demon King's pressure head-on. That's why his name came out of his Majesty's mouth, and he says that he will guarantee to live up to Majesty's expectations. And also he has a challenge to survive, which is having an older half-sister named Felicia, who keeps blushing and throwing bombs the whole time. That girl is dangerous. Run, my innocent little boy. But all of this starts with a kid who is addicted to games. His name literally means protagonist in Korean. His parents gave him that name hoping he'd become the main character of the world, and he spent his whole life getting clowned for it. One day he walks into the game shop and the clerk already had a copy saved for him. Night Saga, the remake of the classic he had beaten over 10 times since he was a kid. A game about the endless war between humans and demons. He knew every character, every item, every map by heart. But this remake was the first one in full virtual reality. He got home, put on the headset, and promised himself he'd only play a quick 8 hours. The second he loads into the game, something's already wrong. The body isn't his and had no character selection, and a giant orc walks in yelling at him to get up, calling him Prince Shutra. He is shocked by how real everything feels. When he says that out loud, a huge orc gives him a weird look and asks what he means by real. He can't believe he's having such a smooth conversation with an NPC. The ads never mentioned anything this advanced. He asks the orc's name, and the answer is Karak. Then Karak calls him Prince Shutra and tells him to hurry. Jude instantly knows that name, Shutra Ignis, the Demon King's 9th son. He can't believe the game skipped character selection and forced him into this role. When he opens the status window, he sees he's level 1, 14 years old, and painfully weak, just 5 in every stat. Even normal NPCs start at 10. Then he checks his skills, Conquest, and Protagonist, setting adjustment. That second one really catches his attention. Jude wonders if it means exactly what it sounds like. Karak cuts him off, yelling for him to move. The protagonist says fine and steps outside, stunned. A full line of orcs is waiting. He asks why it feels like they're marching to war. Karak says there's no time to talk. Red Thunder orcs are causing trouble, and this will be Jude's first real battle. Totally confused, MC asks where the tutorial went. Karak explains the Red Thunder orc tribe has rebelled, and with the 7th prince and 8th princess, they're going to help put it down. Jude asks why they're bringing only 10 people to a war. Karak says he already told him yesterday this was supposed to be just a patrol. He questions that, and Karak starts wondering why he's acting so strange. Opening his minimap, the protagonist says he knew the game would have one, and he's glad it'll make travel easier. Then he spots a hidden route and wonders if it's tied to an event. He tells Karak their current path is too slow and says he knows a shortcut. They take the detour through the woods and climb a cliff. Drew is completely winded, but at the top he finds a hidden area sealed by 2 giant stone gates. Karak is shocked and asks how MC found this place. He even asks if he is a mage, but he says no. The others notice how exhausted he is. The protagonist admits his stamina is awful, but he still wants to try opening the door. As he steps forward, golden light wraps around him, and he freezes. Then a message appears. He leveled up. MC can't believe walking here gave him a level. Even weirder, every stat went up by 2. He mutters that this is ridiculously overpowered. Then stone starts crumbling. Karak asks if they're going in, and Jua says he has no idea what's inside, but with backup, they should manage. He tells himself a real protagonist doesn't die from one bad fall. He gets a chance. They head into the cave. Karak says it looks like a dwarf tunnel, but he argues dwarves shouldn't be here. They're supposed to live in the demon realm. Karak says not anymore. They did long ago. Juas asks if they all moved, but Carrick only knows old tribal stories. Deeper in, they spot a pile of treasure mixed with weapons and gear. The orcs cheer and grab everything they can, saying the dwarves must have left behind amazing loot. The protagonist watches but stays put. He can't use any of it. The level requirements are too high and his stats are too low for even the basic gear. Still, he figures they should keep the items, and when he picks one up, he whispers, "Store." It vanishes into his inventory. Just like he thought. Touch it. Say the word and it's stored. Then he checks the minimap and sees a cluster of red dots at the edge. If those are enemies, they need to run. Before anyone can move, part of the wall explodes inward and blasts several orcs off their feet. Out of the dust comes a huge figure, a red thunder orc. He says they were expected and introduces himself as Kaichin, the tribe's commander. Then he orders his men to kill them all. The fight erupts and Jua's side starts dropping fast. A few fight back, but they're badly outmatched. As the battle drags on, the tide shifts just a little. Watching from the back, MC wonders if he should jump in, get a few kills, and earn XP. He sneaks behind a red thunder orc busy fighting and attacks with everything he has, but his blades snap on impact. Staring at the broken weapons, he realizes they were probably junk. The red orc immediately turns on him. Jua freaks out and runs, screaming, then trips over a rock and slams face first into the ground. A damage alert pops up. 14 HP gone. He still has 5 mana left, but the red orc is already coming in for the kill. Carrick gets there just in time and blocks the blow. He yells at him to move, but he is frozen, shaking all over. He keeps telling himself it's only a game, but the fear feels real. He doesn't want to die like this, so he decides he's done for today and opens the menu. Trying to get out, he says the realism is too much. Then he spots something strange on his status screen. His race is listed as Gondarvier. Worse, he has no usable skills, and there's no logout button. Panic sets in as he wonders if he's trapped. While he's searching for answers, Caitlin Moonlight locks eyes with him and starts chanting. Magic rains down and tears through Drew's body. The pain throws him into the cliff wall and his vision starts to fade. Gasping for air, he slips into darkness. Then he wakes in a different place, like a void inside his own mind. He wonders if this is the afterlife. Sure, Caitlin killed him, but a golden light appears ahead. A woman's voice echoes through the dark, telling him he is tied by fate to this world. She says to conquer and rule through complete submission. As she reaches out, Drew notices her 2 different colored eyes before the light swallows him whole. Back on the battlefield, the green orcs are still losing. Caitlin Moonlight moves in to support his side and mocks such a tiny force for daring to challenge his tribe. He decides to end it now and orders his troops to wipe them all out. Then Drew stands up, confused, wondering if he just awakened something. Caitlin spots him and demands to know how he's still alive. A notice appears in the protagonist's vision. Telekinesis level 1 acquired. He stares, wondering when he got that. Then another shock hits. His second class is now Knight of Conquest. Caitlin shouts for everyone to target the boy. Carrick understands at once. He roars that the prince must be protected no matter what. Drew stands there, eyes stuck on the status screen. This class, this job, it was never in the original game. Then he drives his blade into the ground, saying it feels natural, like he's always known how. Looking ahead, he declares that conquest is the power of kings. Then he calls out, "Under the king's banner," and golden light pours out around him. The glow wraps around the orc warriors, and the buff kicks in. They shout that power is flooding their bodies, and they rush the Red Thunder tribe like a wave. One orc drives his bare hand straight through an enemy's chest. They don't even need weapons anymore. Kaichin panics and demands to know how their strength jumped so fast. Then he follows the golden energy back to its source. Drew's furious. He fires off 4 attacks right at him. MC sees them coming, but Carrick jumps in and knocks them all away with ease. Watching Carrick fight gives Drew confidence. He tells Carrick to keep pushing while the buff boosts every move. Kaichin, he realizes the battle has flipped, and begs them to stop, but he's already too late. Carrick slams into him and knocks his head clean off. When the Red Thunder orcs see their leader's head hit the ground, they break and run. The green orcs chase after them, yelling that no one gets away. A system notice flashes before Drew. A general's feats go to his king. He jumps 3 levels at once, still trying to catch his breath. He stares in confusion, asking what just happened. From a distance, Carrick looks at him with wide eyes, wondering where that power came from. Then he looks again, this time with real awe, unsure if the prince caused the miracle they all just saw. Later, back at camp, Drew frantically scrolls through his menu, repeating the same thing. There is no exit button. No matter how much he searches, it isn't there. He forces himself to calm down and think clearly. There are only 2 answers. First, he's still in virtual reality, and some outside bug might get fixed eventually. Second, and this is the wild one, this isn't a game anymore. Like a novel or manga, he may have crossed into a world based on the game he knew. Everything feels too vivid, even his body is uncensored down to the smallest detail. That only makes him suspect this world is real. For a moment, he wonders if dying is the only way out, but quickly drops that thought. Still, things could be worse. At least he's not an orc or ogre, and being a prince gives him a huge advantage. Carrick steps in and asks if they can talk. With how permanent all this feels, Jarmu starts accepting the name everyone uses for him here. Shutra. Shutra asks what he wants, and Carrick requests a duel. Since Shutra is both prince and commander, he says a warrior should know the strength of the one he follows. Shutra narrows his eyes, asking if that's the real reason. Carrick hands him a practice sword and tells him not to worry, he'll go easy. Shaughter snorts and says if they're doing this, they should do it properly. He attacks first, raising his sword and rushing in. Carrick braces as Shaughter's blade comes down, followed by a messy string of stabs that barely bother him. Carrick jokes that it feels like getting tapped with an egg. Then one lazy swing sends Shaughter flying back. Rubbing his head, Shaughter grumbles that Carrick could have warned him before hitting that hard. As he gets up, a notice appears, Basic Swordsmanship Level 1 unlocked. He blinks, wondering when that happened, and then it hits him. It's like telekinesis. Maybe he learned skills by going through them firsthand, even when they're used on him. Carrick suggests ending the spar and getting food. Shutra refuses, resets his stance and charges again. This time his thrust is tighter and more focused. Carrick blocks it easily, but notices the change. He says Shutra's movements are clearly better now and wonders why he was so awkward before. His level hasn't changed, but his technique is improving fast. Carrick swings again, forcing Shutra to jump back. He seems to be having fun now. He asks if Shutra can handle him yet, then asks about his level. Carrick says the last time he checked, he was level 21. Shutra opens his status window and says he'll catch up soon. He's already level 7. He reminds himself that people in this world have levels, but most can't see them. They need special magic to measure them. He, on the other hand, can view his full stats and spend bonus points from leveling. A huge edge. Then he drives forward again, meeting Carrick in a fast exchange of blows. Each strike is cleaner than the last. That means he won't just grow stronger slowly, his growth can snowball far beyond everyone else. Then his mind shifts to the bigger future ahead. The story doesn't move in a straight line. Several huge events happen before the end, and the most important is a forced event called the Day of the Massacre. In Demon Realm history, it happens in year 517, when Zephyr, the Demon King's second son, kills all his brothers to claim power. That means every prince, including Shotra, is marked for death. Luckily, the current year is 512. He still has 5 years, but to live he has to stop that massacre, or better yet, become stronger than Zephyr. Carrick calls out that he's been searching everywhere for him. Shotra asks what for, and Carrick reminds him about today's meeting. Shotra frowns, not sure what meeting he means, but Carrick says everyone is already waiting. Back at camp, Shotra ends up seated across from 2 people. He gives a nervous laugh and says they got there early. Sitting opposite him are his older siblings. His brother, the 7th prince, introduces himself as Chris and tells Shutra to relax. He says there's no need to be so stiff. Then his sister, the 8th princess Caitlin, says this is her first time meeting him face to face. Chris adds that he doesn't need honorifics, just call them brother and sister. Shutra agrees. In his head, he places them as children of Queen Elaine, ruler of the lycanthropes. Even in the original game, the two were tough to fight. He also remembers something darker. 1 year before the day of the massacre, both Chris and Caitlin are killed by Zephyr and the other royal children because their bloodline threatened his rise. Caitlin also had a secret. She wasn't truly the Demon King's daughter, but an illegitimate child. Caitlin asks why Shutra went off plan. She only told him to scout, not fight, and he says he never expected the enemy to show up there. She steps closer and checks him over, asking if he's hurt. Be more careful, she says. He's still the weakest of the siblings. Shutra apologizes, then hesitates. Why are they being this nice to him? In the game, everything was fixed. Dialogue, rank, betrayal. Here, people feel real, and that makes them harder to predict. Chris backs Caitlin up and warns that if Shutra pulls something reckless like that again, he'll get a proper scolding. Shutra says he understands, though he still can't shake the question. In the game, they were cold and sharp. Here they feel warm. He thinks about the lycanthropes. They're known for strong life force, and many of them can use aura. That gives him an idea. If he got telekinesis by experiencing it directly, maybe aura works the same way. So he says he has a favor to ask, and Chris asks what it is. Shutra lights up and says he wants Chris to hit him with aura. Both Chris and Caitlin stare at him, disturbed, like they're wondering if they heard that right, or if he's secretly into pain. Then the scene shifts as battle breaks out elsewhere. Red orcs are blasted off their feet while green orcs crash into them in open war. The field turns chaotic. A huge red orc suddenly attacks not only enemies but his own side too, cutting down anyone near him. Several warriors try to stop him, but he tears through them. One fighter manages to slice his arm and the giant stops, staring at the wound as fury twists his face. The one who struck him barely has a second before getting blown into a red mist. The shockwave throws nearby fighters aside. The red orc roars that no enemy is allowed to escape. He even offers a reward for the most kills. And strangely, the green orcs respond like he's their commander instead of their foe. Meanwhile, Shutra seems to be unconscious, drifting through the same dreamlike space. There he sees the mysterious woman from his awakening and asks who she is. Looking around, he also asks about the other shadowy figures, people he doesn't remember from the game. She steps toward him without answering, and then her form melts back into bright light, making Shutra shield his eyes. When he opens them, he's back awake in his room. He mutters, asking what kind of dream that was. A voice suddenly whispers by his ear, Carrick. Startled, Shutra jumps back and yells that Carrick nearly scared him to death. Karak says he seems fine, but asks why he was begging his siblings to beat him up. He says Shutra kept asking for it, then tells him to look at the result. Sure enough, a faint layer of aura is coming off him. It worked, and Shutra says he can actually feel it. Karak asks if taking aura attacks is enough to awaken it. Shutra says it seems to help, at least a little. Then Karak asks if Shutra was the one who powered them up in the cave battle. Shutra nods and Karak quietly says he understands now. Shutra asks what happened while he was out, and Karak says the main army beat the Red Orcs. Shutra is surprised. He thought his siblings had been sent to handle it. Karak laughs and calls that ridiculous, asking if he even knows how huge the Red Orc tribe is. So Shutra asks who led the attack. Karak says it was General Vandal, and that name hits Shutra hard. Vandal is one of the realm's strongest warriors. When Shutra used to play as Zephyr, Vandal became one of his most trusted followers. That brings another realization. Vandal doesn't join Zephyr until year 515, and it's only 512 now, so he's still unaffiliated. To Shutra, that's a golden chance. He knows Vandal's weak spots, favorite food, what rewards he likes, and how he fights. Most of all, he knows how to recruit him, beat him in a duel. He's sure he can bring Vandal over before Zephyr ever does. That would be a strong first move, getting a powerful, loyal fighter of his own. Back at Caitlyn's camp, Chris can be heard shouting in shock. He can't believe Shutra reached the basics of Aura in just one day. Shutra says he put all his level up points into Aura, so of course it paid off. And it isn't just for one skill. Aura boosts every physical stat, making it way better than telekinesis. Chris mutters that it's absurd, then wonders if being a Gandharva has something to do with it. He then asks Shutra if he can sketch the burrow layout they explored. Shutra says yes. He doesn't have a real map, but his minimap shows everything clearly, so he asks for paper and starts drawing. When he's done, Chris studies it and says it's better than the map they already had. He calls Shutra a genius, and Shutra just laughs it off. Then Caitlyn says the Red Orcs they met were all killed, so the enemy still doesn't know the burrows were found. Chris says this map lets them plan a sneak attack, but there's one more thing they need from Shutra. Soon he heads back to the mountains. Karak asks if this is another scouting job, and Shutra admits it is. He's still the weakest of the siblings after all. Karak says he's just glad reinforcements showed up, and Shutra credits their recent achievements for that. Karak laughs and agrees. Then they spot two people, Caitlyn in a robe and another woman. Shutra asks what's going on and why Caitlyn is dressed like that. She tells him to lower his voice. Since they don't know what they'll find, she'll trail him in secret and step in only if things get dangerous. The credit, she says, has to be his alone. Shutra thinks that makes little sense. Maybe she's naive, maybe just unusually supportive, but he doesn't turn down the help. The other woman introduces herself as Sira, Caitlyn's adjutant, and Shutra greets her. Caitlyn tells him to focus on scouting while they follow from a distance. He agrees and they head back into the dwarven caves. As they move deeper, Karak says the place feels too empty. It looks like anything valuable was already taken, and Shutra agrees. It doesn't seem likely dwarves would leave treasure behind. When he brings up the weapons they found before, Karak says those probably weren't worth much to dwarves. Shutra says that actually makes sense. Then Karak suddenly tenses and warns that something's coming. Shutra hears it too. He checks the minimap and sees a whole swarm heading their way. He opens his inventory and smiles. He planned for this. He pulls out a flash magic item he prepared ahead of time, and tells everyone to shut their eyes when he says so. From the far end of the cave, dozens of monsters rush in. They're rock spiders, pack hunters with venom that can paralyze their prey. Shutra gives the signal and throws the flash item high. The second it goes off, the cave fills with blinding light. The spiders screech and lock up. Shutra says light completely shuts them down, then orders everyone to finish them. The warriors rush in with weapons ready. The spiders try to fight back, but the team cuts through them easily. Shutra watches, pleased, another clean step forward. He stays behind the front line and tracks the fight on his minimap, zooming in on the swarm. Rock spiders always move in groups, and each one has a boss. He spots it fast, bigger, meaner, hidden farther back. He tells Karak to come with him so they can kill the boss directly. Karak nods and together they push through the fight with careful timing, slipping through openings in the chaos. At last, the boss appears, huge and already shrieking as it senses them. Karak doesn't hesitate. He jumps and slams his axe down on its shell. To his shock, the hit does nothing. The blade just bounces off, and Shutra grimaces. He forgot how tough its shell is. Axes are useless here. Its weakness is fire, but he still hasn't learned any fire magic. Then the spider reveals rows of blinking eyes across its back. Karak retreats as it locks onto him. The monster charges and Shutra panics, muttering that only fire will work and he has none. Then Caitlyn speaks from behind, telling him to raise his sword. He does, and flames wrap around the blade. Shutra stares, shocked, and asks if she's casting magic. She says yes, and asks if this enchantment will do. From behind him, she pours magic into the weapon to support him. The boss spider lunges. Shutra steadies himself. As dust bursts up on impact, he shoots through it, runs up the spider's leg, and combines the enchanted sword with his basic technique, shouting burning blade. The flaming weapon finally cuts through the armor, carving red-hot lines into its shell. The spider screams as fire spreads over its body, and Shutra keeps slashing. Soon the flames consume it completely. Then he sees the glow, the familiar golden light of multiple level-ups. Messages flash before his eyes and his level rises to 9. He yells in excitement. Caitlin asks if he's okay and what that light was. After a pause, he says it's some kind of blessing, nothing serious. She asks if it's related to him being a Gandharva, and he says yes. Then she asks how he handled the rock spider so perfectly. That couldn't have been luck. He claims he read about them in a book, though the truth is he'd fought them many times in the game. Then Carrick calls out that he found something. They go over and discover a hidden door. They open it and enter the chamber beyond. Shudra stops cold. He knows exactly what this is, a dwarven town portal. Carrick asks if he recognizes it, and Shudra says he has a good idea. The markings are dwarven. He never saw one while playing as Zephyr, but he did as the human hero. He explains that it likely works by feeding it magic, and tells Caitlin it seems to be a teleport device. She asks if he's sure. Ciri looks it over and says the structure fits his guess. Caitlin asks if they can figure out where it leads, and Ciri says there may be writing nearby. Carrick points out faint carvings on a wall. Everyone gathers around. The script means nothing to most of them, and Carrick asks if Caitlin can read it. She can't, and Ciri can't either. Then Shudra shocks them by reading it aloud. He says it marks Zizka Mountains Portal Number 2, linked to Portal Number 3. Halfway through, he suddenly wonders how he's reading it at all. A system prompt answers him. He just gained the Dwarven script skill. He can now read it fluently, which leaves him stunned by how easy it was. Now he knows even languages can be learned here through experience. Carrick asks wide-eyed if he really read that. Shudra says yes. Somehow he can now. Caitlin immediately asks when he learned that. Ciri points to the lower text and asks what that part says. At the bottom it explains that the portal activates with magic, so Shudra suggests Caitlin try it. She asks why he won't do it himself, but he dodges the real reason, that he can't use magic, and just says he's still bad with spells. Caitlin steps up and channels magic into the portal. The orb at its center glows blue, growing brighter until the light spreads out and forms a projection. It's an overhead map of the mountain range. Their position is clear, and Portal 3 shows up farther away. They suspect that may be where the dwarves are hiding. Carrick notes the Red Orc main force is camped beyond those mountains. Shudra agrees. This could be their chance to move first. Caitlin says they should stop here and discuss their next step later. Back at camp, Chris greets them excitedly, calling Shudra a lucky charm. Shudra tries to brush it off as coincidence, though his brother's over-the-top praise still gets to him. Chris says that if Shudra wants anything, he should ask. As both brother and leader, he'll do whatever he can. Shudra says it's fine, but Chris insists a reward is deserved, and turning it down would only upset him. So Shudra asks if even a slightly unreasonable request would be allowed. Chris laughs and tells him to say it. Shudra takes a breath and asks to learn the Beast God Fist. Chris goes still for a moment. Shudra explains that weapons aren't realistic for him right now because of his level, but skills are different. Beast God Fist is a legendary martial art of the Lycanthrope royal family, an S-rank technique. He admits it's a huge ask and says he'll understand if Chris says no. But after a pause, Chris agrees to teach him, just not the secret parts. Those stay forbidden. Instead, he'll teach Shudra Aura, saying that's already more than enough for a reward. Shudra is left speechless. Chris mistakes the silence for disappointment and asks if he's upset. Shudra quickly says no, he's ecstatic. Chris smiles, puts a hand on his shoulder, and says that from now on, besides Caitlin, he wants to treat Shudra like a real younger brother, not just by title, but for real. Shudra thinks it over and has to admit the offer sounds sincere. It matters, and honestly, it's not a bad deal. He accepts right away. They shake hands, marking the start of a new bond, while Caitlin looks quietly pleased. Shudra says they should work together from now on. An alliance is born, not through vows or royal orders, but through trust and shared interest. For now it's simple, but he knows it could grow into much more. Then the story cuts away to the peaks near Portal 3, where a Red Orc outpost sits hidden in the Zizka Mountains. Inside a tent, several orcs talk. One says the enemy probably didn't come here looking for her. Another mocks their so-called princess and asks why she's even here. Tied up and gagged, the sixth princess Felicia sits there with fury in her eyes. Shudra checks his stats, and one thing stands out. Charisma is now his lowest. When he first started leveling, every stat went up by 2 each time. Lately, charisma only rises by 1. That leaves him wondering why. In the game, charisma and appearance were different. Appearance was looks. Charisma was how people reacted to you, how convincing or inspiring you were. Still, he figures it makes sense. His growth has been strong, and he's getting stronger faster than most. What matters more is that he's almost level 10. In the game, level 10 upgraded unique skills. Locke's Chosen One improved, and Zephyr's Descendant of Darkness got stronger. Shudra thinks one of his own skills might evolve too, and he's looking forward to it. Carrick walks in and says everything's ready. Time to move. Shudra says he's ready. In a rare good mood, Carrick points out that he looks happy, and asks why. Shudra brushes it off. It's nothing. Outside, the orc troops are already lined up and waiting. Shudra gives the order, and the expedition sets out. They head back toward the mountains, making their way over rough ground to the cave with the portal. Inside, the lycanthropes are already preparing. Chris Moonlight stands by the portal, overseeing everything. He asks the mages if the investigation is done. One confirms the portal leads to the river near the Zizka Mountains. Chris Moonlight asks if it works properly. The mage says yes, the portal is stable, just like you'd expect from dwarven work. Chris Moonlight orders them to activate it. The mages pour mana into the gate, and the portal starts glowing as it opens a path through the mountains. Chris Moonlight steps up first, and Shutra watches in amazement. Using portals in a game was one thing. Standing before a real one is something else entirely. Caitlin Moonlight nudges him and asks what he's waiting for. He says he's coming and steps through. The jump is instant. One blink later, he's on the other side, and what he sees stops him cold. The Red Orc camp is right there. Chris Moonlight, standing beside him, says it's just as expected. From the layout, he guesses there are about 5,000 troops here. If they strike from behind, the first target should be the supply lines. While General Vandal attacks from the front, their side can slip in and burn the food stores. Then Sarah cuts in, saying something feels off. The camp looks half empty. Chris Moonlight agrees the numbers don't match, and he thinks the missing troops may have already attacked somewhere else. Shotra hears something and turns. It's the distant ring of metal on metal, faint but clear. Chris Moonlight tells him to focus aura into his eyes. Shotra does, and the fight ahead sharpens. Red Orcs are battling someone, but it isn't Vandal's army. Caitlin Moonlight notices too and asks who they are. Chris Moonlight says Vandal wasn't supposed to be fighting anyone today. Something's wrong. Shotra narrows his eyes and finally makes them out smaller, fast-moving warriors riding Dracos. He knows them at once. Dark Elves. He says so out loud. Caitlin Moonlight asks if he's sure, and he says the smaller builds and Draco mounts give it away. Watching the battle turn, Chris Moonlight says the Dark Elves are falling back. Their leader was probably taken down, and now they're retreating fast. Carrick looks on and asks if that's really it. Shutra starts wondering why Dark Elves were here in the first place. Back at their camp, General Vandal speaks with Chris Moonlight. He says he heard Prince Creasy's group found the dwarf portal. He's impressed, but also wants to know how they figured out where it led. Chris Moonlight says it wasn't him. The 9th Prince Shutra discovered the destination. Shutra downplays it as luck. Seeing Vandal again gives him a strange sense of comfort. In past runs, Vandal had always been a major force, strong, loyal, and deadly. Vandal says work like that deserves a reward, and Shutra will get one at the Demon King's castle. Chris Moonlight then asks about the fight near the camp. Vandal says the Dark Elves joined the battle on their own. Chris Moonlight asks why. Were they sent from the castle as reinforcements? Vandal says he isn't sure. They claim they were only scouting before officially joining the war, but things got out of hand. Worse, their commander was captured. Chris Moonlight asks who it was, and Vandal reveals the Red Orcs took the Dark Elf leader. Chris Moonlight says that explains the retreat. Now fully focused, Shutra asks who the missing commander is. Vandal says it's someone they all know. The prisoner is the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, their sister. Chris Moonlight and Caitlin Moonlight both freeze at that. Shutra remembers Felicia is the daughter of the 3rd queen, a former Dark Elf princess of the Doomblade line. She's also the twin sister of the 5th prince, Sylvan Doomblade. In the game, both Felicia and Sylvan Doomblade backed the 4th princess, Anastasia, one of the main rivals. That makes this even stranger. Why is Felicia here now? Shutra wonders if she jumped into the conflict for credit or to interfere. Chris Moonlight suggests the Red Orcs may not know who they captured. Vandal says he still can't confirm that. When Chris Moonlight asks about the plan, Vandal says they'll save her if they can, but not by throwing away the whole army. If the chance comes, they'll act. Talks are possible too, but he won't make the first move. If the Red Orcs want to negotiate, they'll have to start it. Chris Moonlight says he understands. Vandal adds that he'll gather more information on his end and tells them to stay in touch if anything changes. That ends the talk. Chris Moonlight turns and dryly says their sister is now a prisoner of war. Caitlin Moonlight immediately says that if Felicia is alive, they have to save her. Chris Moonlight agrees in principle, but warns a rescue could cost too many lives. Caitlin Moonlight refuses to accept leaving her behind. Felicia is family, she says, and that matters. Chris Moonlight pauses, then says he understands, but the situation is delicate. Shutra stays quiet, trying to read the tension. Something clearly happened between Chris Moonlight and Felicia, and whatever it was, it still weighs on him. Outside, the army gets into position. Inside the tent, the leaders go over the final plan. Chris Moonlight explains that General Vandal will hit the Red Orc main force head-on, while Chris's troops strike from the rear to break their formation and wreck their supplies. Caitlin Moonlight and Shutra will each lead their own squads. Shutra asks if rescuing Felicia is part of the mission. Chris Moonlight says yes, but not the first priority. They destroy the food stores and armory first. Only after that do they try to save her. If things go bad, they retreat right away. One person isn't worth more. Needless deaths. Caitlin Moonlight balls up her fists, furious. Chris Moonlight tells her to be quiet and remember he's in command. She snaps back, accusing him of treating Felicia like a burden instead of a sister. He coldly says he won't let feelings ruin the mission. Shutra watches and starts to suspect this goes beyond politics. Maybe something personal happened between Chris Moonlight and Felicia. Something serious. Night fully falls over the operation. From the cliffs above the Red Orc camp, Chris, Moonlight, and the others wait. The enemy is still on alert, even this late. Then, without warning, a huge explosion rips through the camp, and General Vandal charges in at the front. He bellows for his troops to kill them all. At Shutra's position, Karak sees the signal and asks if it's time. They wait a moment, watching the orcs crash forward like a wave. After the opening hit, Vandal orders all units to fall back. From the cliff, Chris, Moonlight sees the retreat and knows this is the opening. He orders everyone into position. Shutra and Caitlin, Moonlight, are told to stick to the plan, destroy the supplies and save Felicia if they can. Then he gives the order to charge. The second wave slams in. The Red Orcs, already shaken by the first assault, fall into confusion and their defense starts to break. Caitlin, Moonlight, warns Shatra to stay sharp and he tells her the same. Shatra opens his mini-map and quickly checks the terrain, finding the least defended route to the supply depot. They need to hit it fast before the enemy regains control. Karak charges ahead, roaring that he'll crush every last one of them. He smashes through the front line like a battering ram. A Red Orc swings hard at his open side and Karak realizes too late he can't block in time. Then a dagger flashes past and buries itself in the attacker's skull. Karak turns just in time to see Shutra lowering his arm, grinning as he says it worked even better than expected. Karak stares and asks when he learned to throw like that. Shutra just shrugs, saying he got the skill last night after trying it once. Karak points at the food stores and asks if they should burn them now, but Shutra tells him to stick to the plan. Still, Shutra's thoughts go to Felicia. If they torch the camp first, she could burn with it. They have to find her before anything else. He pulls up his minimap and starts searching. Neutral NPCs are usually marked blue or purple, and after a quick scan, he finds her. He signals Karak and they rush for a nearby tent. The moment they get inside, Shutra says this has to be it. Then a voice from the dark calls to him, and he turns to look. Felicia is there, chained on the floor, staring at him like she can't believe it. She blurts out, asking what the hell he's doing there. Ignoring that, Shutra tells her to stay still and starts unlocking the chains. He says the camp is about to go up in flames, so they need to leave now. At the same time, he's already thinking ahead. If he saves her, she'll owe him, and that kind of royal favor could matter later. Felicia is still baffled, wondering why he came at all. Once the chains fall away, they bolt. Shutra says they need to meet back up with Chris and Caitlin, Moonlight. Trying to catch her breath, Felicia asks if they really came to save her. Shutra sounds genuinely surprised and asks why she wouldn't think that. She tells him he has no idea how messy the family politics are. It's not that simple. Before she can say more, Karak yells that enemy reinforcements are closing in. Shutra tells Felicia to stay close. She nods, then pauses for a second and asks when he got so casual with her name. While they run, she catches a spear coming from behind and shouts a warning. Shutra turns too late and takes it straight through the back. Blood spills from his mouth and flames suddenly burst across his body. Karak and Felicia cry out as he collapses in a burning heap. Felicia starts to panic. An orc rushes at her, but before it can reach her, a fireball slams into its face and sends it flying. She whirls around in shock and sees Shutra back on his feet, walking through the smoke with a faint glow around him. He has gained mana control level 1 and Fire Arrow. A grin spreads across his face as he starts firing blazing shots one after another, burning everything in front of him. This is the power he wanted. Real magic, raw and explosive. Even at level 1, Fire Arrow hits absurdly hard, then a burst of frost explodes behind him. Shutra turns and spots a red orc mage preparing another spell. This time it's an ice arrow, and it's aimed right at Felicia. She runs toward him, asking if he's okay, but Shutra shoves her aside as the shots fire, telling her to stay back. In his head, he knows he can't let her get hurt, not after he started this mess. This fight is his now. The arrows hit and ice erupts around him. When the frost clears, Shutra is barely standing, with an arrow stuck in his chest. His health drops to 13 out of 95. He's gasping now, one more hit and he's done. Felicia runs to him, calling him an idiot and demanding to know who told him to play hero. Shutra just watches, amused. He wonders if this is her acting like a tsundere or if she actually cares. She keeps going, asking why the weakest of the siblings thought he had to protect her. He gives a weak smile, realizing her misunderstanding is helping him. Then he looks back at the enemy mage, only to find the orc already slumped over unconscious. As Felicia kneels beside him and asks where he learned magic, Shutra realizes she's stronger than he thought, and now she believes he did all this for her. A soft green light spreads over his chest as she heals him, her magic closing the wound. The injury seals shut. Shutra is stunned. He just gained the heal skill, another power for his growing list. He figures that if surviving attacks keeps teaching him skills, he might eventually learn everything. He mutters that her healing is crazy, though that's only fitting for the so-called genius mage of their generation. Felicia asks if he feels better and can move, and Shutra says he's fine now, thanks to her. She starts to ask what he means, but then heavy footsteps boom through the cave. They turn and freeze as a massive red brute comes into view, its presence alone terrifying. Felicia asks what the hell it is, and Shutra grimly names it, a blood ogre, a far deadlier mutant than a normal one. Felicia asks if they have to get past that thing to escape, and Shutra says yes. The ogre pounds its chest and they run. Still hurt and barely recovered, Shutra wonders how he's supposed to face something like this so early in the game. The Blood Ogre smashes its fist into the ground, cracking it and blasting both siblings through the air. Shutra is stunned. He can't believe something that huge can move that fast. Felicia yells that he needs to distract it so she can use her magic, and he panics, asking how he's supposed to do that. The shockwave throws them back again, but in that desperate moment he gets an idea. He tells her to ready her spell while he buys time, even though she has no clue what he's planning. Shutra calls for Karak, who appears at once and tells him to get ready like before. As he sprints ahead, Shutra opens his inventory and picks the dwarf dagger, figuring he can use it now. The weapon appears in a burst of golden light, glowing in his hand. He drops low, then stabs the dagger into the ground, sending out a wave of golden power. Using the King's Banner effect, he channels that energy into Karak. The aura wraps around him, boosting his power. Karak's eyes go wide as the strength rushes through him. Across from them, the Blood Ogre seems to realize its enemy just got much stronger. Covered in golden light, Karak braces himself and refuses to back down. Then he leaps forward and swings with crushing force. The ogre roars and meets the blow with its own weapon, but Karak deflects it, and the two monsters crash into a brutal deadlock. The ground splits under them as neither side gives an inch. Meanwhile, Felicia rises into the air, glowing with pink light. Focused and steady, she gathers her magic, then fires a concentrated blast at the ogre's legs from behind. The hit breaks its stance, and the beast roars as it crashes down. Karak takes the opening and jumps high above the fallen monster. With a grim look, he declares, "The fight is over." He drops like a meteor, weapon ready, and drives it straight into the ogre's chest. Golden power surges through the blow, killing the monster for good. When the fight ends, Shutra walks forward. Sure, the worst enemy in the camp is finally down. But before he can enjoy it, a golden aura bursts around him. Startled, he looks up as a system window appears before his eyes. He has reached level 10, and another prompt says his unique protagonist buff has increased too. A smirk creeps onto his face at the thought of that new boost. Then the system reveals one more reward, a new passive skill. When he opens the present box, he freezes. The reward is the legendary Stormtrooper effect. He realizes it's basically that hero trope where attacks never land, and now he finally has it himself. The thought almost makes him laugh, until a sudden roar cuts him off. Dozens of red orcs charge in, and Felicia snaps him back to reality, warning that they're closing fast. Furious and focused, Felicia faces the wave and summons a cyclone to rip through their ranks. Shutra holds his ground, amazed as the winds tear past him. Inside the storm, he notices glowing butterflies and realizes she's channeling a spirit. He remembers that Felicia was born a spirit user because of her elven blood, the dark elf kind. He watches her control the storm like it's alive, while the orcs are helpless inside it. A sly idea pops into his head. Maybe he can summon spirits too. But that thought ends when a bright yellow signal shoots into the sky and bursts over the battlefield. The orcs stop and stare at it. Karak asks what it means, and Shutra explains that yellow is the signal to retreat. A knot of worry tightens in his chest. Someone must be in serious danger. When Karak asks for orders, Shutra tells him to gather the troops and fall back. Then he says he's going to find Caitlin Moonlight himself, leaving the others stunned. Karak argues that he should come too, but Shutra repeats the order and ends it there. Then Felicia steps up and says she's going with him, which silences Karak. She says she hates owing anyone and wants to repay him for saving her. She adds that she also has unfinished business with the enemy. At last, Karak gives in, telling Shutra to be careful while he waits. Shutra agrees at once. As they move out, Felicia asks why he wants to check on Caitlin Moonlight. Shutra says the retreat signal felt off. She looks straight at him and asks if he's really worried about their sister. He said of course, siblings worry about each other, even though he really saw Caitlin Moonlight as a useful ally. Felicia took that in, looking thoughtful and a little doubtful. They moved through the ruined camp, while the whole place sank deeper into chaos. Elsewhere, a mass of red orcs charged a single fighter. It was Caitlin Moonlight. Outnumbered, she stayed calm and fired back. Blasts of energy tore into the first wave, dropping orcs in bursts of light. But more kept coming. One of them threw a weapon, and she slipped past it with ease. Then she formed a glowing blade and slashed once, sending a crescent strike through several enemies at the same time. Right then, the prince and Felicia arrived and found her surrounded by fallen foes. Relief hit him at once and he smiled, realizing she had never been in real trouble. Caitlin Moonlight turned to him and demanded to know why he ignored the retreat signal. She looked honestly confused when he awkwardly said he came to help. Then Caitlin Moonlight ran over and wrapped Felicia in a tight hug. She called out her sister's name, finally letting her relief show, and admitted she was glad Felicia survived being captured. Blushing a little, Felicia said Caitlin Moonlight worried over pointless things. The prince watched them with a small smile, thinking how naturally they fit together. Then he checked his map and saw enemy forces closing in. A system alert confirmed it. He told them to fall back now, and Caitlin Moonlight said he should lead while she and Felicia covered the rear. They made it to a hidden portal where allied orcs were waiting. The circle under them lit up blue as they stepped on it, and the portal flared to life. Light swallowed them and carried them away from the battlefield. Once they arrived, Felicia asked if Shutra had found the portal, and Caitlin Moonlight said he had been key to it. Karak wondered how the prince had changed so much so fast, and he sounded truly amazed. Their older brother Chris Moonlight was waiting when they appeared, his face stern and hard to read. He called out to his younger brother across the chamber. Caitlin Moonlight quickly announced that Felicia had returned safely. Felicia greeted Chris Moonlight and said it had been a long time. He said nothing at first, just stared at her with an unreadable look. After a pause, he finally welcomed her back. Later, he told them General Vandal's forces had won too. Once their main base was burned, the enemy gave up the battle. The prince repeated the name in confusion, so Caitlin Moonlight explained that Vandal was the enemy chieftain. Felicia asked if Yakuzan had surrendered, but Chris Moonlight corrected her. He only ran and he was still dangerous. Their older brother laid out the next move. Tomorrow they would hit another enemy force before it could recover. Then he turned to Felicia and asked how she got captured. She said she had been studying nearby ruins, heard fighting, and was taken when she tried to help. Chris Moonlight clearly didn't buy it. Felicia asked if he thought she was lying. Neither backed down. The way they stared at each other made it clear there was old history between them. At last, Chris Moonlight dropped it and said everyone needed rest. Felicia accepted that, and they all went their separate ways for some long overdue sleep. Around camp, the Allied soldiers relaxed, eating and laughing after the victory. The prince stayed apart, focused on the glowing system screen. He checked his new skills but admitted that even with all that magic, aura was still his most reliable weapon. His thoughts broke off when Felicia came to his door. Calmly, she asked to speak with him. He wondered what she could want this late, but she didn't answer. She just stood there, serious and silent, then said his name again as she slowly stepped closer. Without warning, she grabbed the front of his tunic and pulled him in. He froze, too stunned to say anything. Leaning in, she made a shocking request. Take off his clothes. His face turned bright red and he stammered in disbelief. She pointed at his clothes and repeated it without a hint of embarrassment. Still panicking, he asked why she'd want that. Felicia calmly asked if he really didn't want her to treat the injuries he got in battle. His eyes widened, and relief instantly replaced the panic. She explained that earlier she had only stabilized him. Worried about hidden damage, she wanted to use proper healing magic, though he couldn't help feeling a little let down. Then she asked about the strange glow around his body, but he brushed it off as normal. Using the chance, he changed the subject, and asked for a favor only she could help with. A sly look in his eyes. Thanks to her help, he gained 3 new skills: Cure, Poison, and Cure Disease. After getting dressed again, he looked over the new abilities with a satisfied grin. By having her cast the spells on him, he had copied them for himself. Later, his training started under Caitlin's guidance. She explained that Beast Fist had many branches, and now he would begin learning them. First came the werewolf style, and as she spoke, a blue wolf emblem appeared to represent that art. This style, she said, was the foundation for the stronger Beast God Fist. Today's lesson was aura control from within. She told him to close his eyes and focus, and he did. Soon blue and violet energy shimmered around him. With steady effort, he reached his inner power and felt it moving through his body like lightning. He pictured it clearly, his aura, the life force inside him. At its highest point, it came close to the soul itself, and could even merge with it when pushed to the edge. Then a system message appeared. He blinked and read that he had gained a new passive skill, Protagonist Body. The description said it boosted training speed and added new traits every time it leveled up. Shocked, he realized he had unlocked another broken ability. He compared it to the passives his rivals had, and saw that his might be just as strong or stronger. The skill kept evolving, changing and adding powers whenever it advanced. A dark, excited grin spread across his face as he imagined what it could do. He clenched his fists, thrilled that this felt like the real sign of a protagonist. Caitlin's sharp voice cut in, scolding him for drifting off. He hurried to apologize and she told him to keep going. He did, pouring aura into the technique until a system notice declared Beast Fist Level 1. His sister was stunned, saying he had learned the basics perfectly. The prince looked at his glowing hands, feeling the energy like a weapon made from pure will. Before Caitlin Moonlight could go on, a werewolf soldier rushed in, looking panicked. He reported that something terrible had happened. Their brother Chris Moonlight came in soon after with grim news. Chiram's whole unit had vanished. The siblings quickly gathered over a map. Chris Moonlight guessed the enemy had figured out their plan, and Caitlin Moonlight asked what they should do next. Chris Moonlight pointed to a spot on the map and said it was the enemy's most likely meeting point. The prince studied the terrain, agreed with him, and decided they needed to act fast. Chris Moonlight then said they would join forces with General Vandal. The scene shifted to the main army's base. There, a huge red-skinned general welcomed Chris Moonlight to the subjugation force headquarters. Chris Moonlight greeted him with an easy smile and said the general looked as formidable as ever. Vandal welcomed the princesses too, but Felicia quickly stepped in and asked about his men. He said they were fine. As Shutra looked at the massive general, he remembered that Vandal had been one of his most used characters in the original game, which made the orc feel oddly familiar. With that in mind, he introduced himself confidently and held out his hand. The general paused, clearly surprised by how bold the 9th prince was. Then he took the handshake firmly and officially welcomed the boy under his command. Far from camp, a bright light split the sky, and a mysterious woman descended from it. She had long white hair and 2 different colored eyes. Her presence felt royal, terrifying, and almost divine. From the other side came another figure in crimson armor, her presence burning like fire itself. The heat around her matched the pale woman's power. The two stood facing each other, their auras clashing in silence. Between them stood the young prince, sweat running down his face as he struggled under the crushing pressure. His heart raced at the impossible scene. Then the word conquest appeared with a glowing emblem, followed by another, war. Both symbols pulsed, marking the start of something far beyond him. He jolted awake in the morning light. Sitting up, the prince realized it had all been a dream. Still, the vision stayed with him. He knew the woman with mismatched eyes from earlier dreams, but the Crimson Warrior was still a mystery. Carrick, a voice from the tent entrance called him to the battlefield, and he got up at once. The prince joined Carrick and stepped out as the army rushed to move. Men hurried with supplies and weapons. The whole camp was tense and ready. He ran through the plan again and remembered his part. He would command the left, Vandal the center, Chris and Caitlin the right, while Dark Elf troops guarded the rear. Before long, the army moved out in long lines toward the enemy. Soon he reached the battlefield, where ranks of soldiers spread across the plain. Thousands roared as the enemy force lined up to match them. Up front, Vandal boomed orders and drove everyone into formation. Then the Orc general raised his axe and vowed to make the enemy suffer. With a roar, he gave the signal to charge. Red Orcs on the field rushed ahead with shields up and weapons ready. Their chieftain watched them come and mocked them as idiots. But before he finished, a huge blast exploded inside Vandal's advancing force. Fire and debris ripped through the ranks and sent bodies flying. Out of the smoke came a giant swamp mammoth, its red eyes glowing through the haze. Each step shook the ground. Vandal went pale as he recognized it. Then more magic blasts crashed onto the allied army, and panic spread fast. The battlefield turned into chaos and fire. Soldiers were crushed or thrown aside by the mammoth and the non-stop explosions. The prince and Carrick, still with their unit, could only watch in shock. Clenching his jaw, the prince realized they had walked straight into a perfect trap. The enemy had predicted everything. The mammoth was far beyond any normal beast, its glowing eyes full of strange power. Red energy sparked around the prince as he got ready to face it himself. Before he could move, the ground burst open again, and another threat appeared. An army of lizard men. Wearing rough armor, they charged in and hacked into the broken lines. The allied orcs started to break as the reptiles tore through them. Then the prince saw the lizard men rushing straight for his position. Elsewhere, someone cursed. Sure, the enemy was playing with them. Caitlin shouted that they needed to pull back and wait for another chance. Chris warned that if the retreat failed, their losses could get even worse, or wipe them out completely. She snapped back that staying meant more deaths, so they had to choose now. Chris fell silent, unable to decide. A moment later, his voice carried across the battlefield to every soldier. He ordered the mages to form a line at the rear and stall the enemy. Everyone else was to regroup and retreat at once. Back with Joe, the field was a mess as orcs and lizardmen clashed. A huge lizard warrior lunged at him with its weapon raised to split him in two. He froze for a second until Carrick shouted over the battle, telling everyone to wake up before they all died. That snapped the prince back. This was not a game, not practice. This was war. On the right, Chris fought like mad, cutting down enemy after enemy, while yelling that surviving was all that mattered. Now, he pushed his soldiers to live and fight another day. Hours later, what was left of the army regrouped in a narrow canyon camp. Healers worked non-stop on the wounded. Inside the command tent, Chris admitted he had been careless and should have doubted the situation sooner. Vandal, still steady, said regret would not help. Now they had only two choices: retreat or call for reinforcements. Chris agreed. He would not waste more lives on a bad bet. Before he could settle it, Felicia cut in calmly and said she had another idea. She reminded them she had not come just to fight, but to explore. From her pack, she spread out a detailed map of the Jashaka Mountains and pointed to one marked spot. She said she had been studying ruins over 1,500 years old. The resting place of the earth dragon Enkidu. Born from lava, it ruled with terrible power and surrounded its lair with strong guardians. One of those groups was the mountain dwarves, forced to forge weapons for a beast god. Their greatest creation was the thunder-birthing anvil. Felicia said the artifact could control chimeras and release magic strong enough to erase whole armies. Her hand hit the map on the anvil's mark, her gaze hard as she declared that if they wanted to win, they had to find it. That was why she came. Vandal asked if she knew exactly where it was. Chris folded his arms, and when she admitted she did not, he said the lead meant nothing. He added that with the enemy ready to attack again, they could not risk everyone's lives on a hunt for some hidden relic. She stiffened and called out, "Chris." The young prince stepped in and said the anvil was definitely here. Felicia turned to him. Jew. He thought back to his time playing Locke when he found it and to the dwarven rune records that confirmed the tale. Then he looked at her and said that more than anything, he trusted Felicia. She started to answer, but he kept going, saying this was their chance to turn things around. Chris cut in and said it was not about trust, it was about wasting time. The prince inwardly groaned at how stubborn Chris was. Pointing at the map, he said the Gandharva had a legend tied to this area, so the entrance should be nearby. If they let him scout, he could find it. And if he failed, he would take full blame, so they should trust him this once. He swore he would give it everything. Then green light flashed, and spectral horses appeared, a cheap but dependable summon from the game. The mounts shot into the sky with the riders close behind. As he settled into the saddle, he thought at least they had started the search for the anvil. Now all that was left was behind him. Karak yelled that they were moving way too fast and told him to hold on tight. The prince shot back that he was fine. Leaning forward, he grimly thought he would not fall. He had ridden like this all the time when he played Zephyr. He guessed they would reach the ruins in an hour, and with his minimap finding the entrance would be easy. The harder part was leading everyone there without sounding suspicious. He decided to figure that out while they flew. Later, with the moonlit mountains below, he remembered the tunnel maps he studied while opening the portal. Their patterns matched, and with the terrain he could narrow down the ruins. He looked at his companions and wondered if his made-up explanation had worked. Caitlin and Karak just stared at him before yelling that none of it made sense. The prince thought he should smooth it over, but then a firm voice told him to lead. He turned. Felicia? Arms crossed, she said she got the idea and he should take charge. Surprised that she bought it, he lifted a hand and told everyone to follow. She gave a short hump, but went along. They pushed through the forest until a jagged cliff blocked the way. Someone pointed it out and Karak asked if the prince really knew where the entrance was, because this did not look right. The prince laughed and said he never said they were going to the entrance. He walked along the cliff, pressed a hand to one scarred section and told Caitlin to break through there. Startled, she asked if he meant her, then said she could try. Felicia frowned and asked if he seriously thought the anvil was inside the cliff. The prince nodded and said that by his guess, if they broke through here, they could skip the dungeon guardians. He started to explain that if Caitlin hit the wall, but Felicia cut him off and called him an idiot. How was Caitlin supposed to smash solid rock with her fists? Did he think she was a siege weapon? He blinked and asked what else they could do. Then Felicia stepped forward with a smile as pale energy wrapped around her arms. She flicked her wrists and said ruin explorers always kept a side skill for blowing things up. Blue-white blasts slammed into the cliff and cracks spread across the rock until the wall gave way in a thunderous collapse. Dust and broken stone burst everywhere, and the group stumbled back. Lowering her hands, Felicia whispered in shock that they had really found it. As the dust settled, a carved passage appeared in the stone. The orc narrowed his eyes and asked if the half-dome in the middle held the thunder relic. They moved closer to the metal shell, crackling with power. The prince studied it and said this was likely the last safeguard. With the anvil inside, Karak asked if they should just break it, but the prince said no. If they smashed it carelessly, they might destroy the relic too. The elf looked over the cage and said there had to be a mechanism, then pointed at the statues around it. She said 9 statues stood there, 3 held weapons, 6 did not. Caitlin suggested putting weapons in their hands, but the elf said it was not that easy. The blades already there were dwarven made, so the rest needed dwarven weapons too. When she asked where they would get those, the prince raised his hands and said he had 6. She stared in disbelief. He explained that he had stored them earlier because his level was too low to use them, never thinking they would matter now. He also said he brought spare gear from the tunnels. Karak looked at the tiny bag and asked how 6 swords fit inside it. The prince winced inside, annoyed by Karak's sharp eye, but laughed it off and told him to just take them. Karak snorted that the prince was weak, then agreed. They spread out and placed the swords into the statue's stone hands. The statues moved, gears grinding as their eyes lit up. The last weapon clicked into place. A sharp clack rang out and a deep hum filled the vault. Lines of power rushed into the half-dome, and bright light spread as a sudden wind whipped through the room. Someone gasped. The cage was opening. The prince stepped forward and started to speak. This is, he said, just as the glow began to fade. What remained was a squat block of metal shaking with thunder. He named it the anvil that gives birth to thunder. Felicia says there's one last step before they can use the ancient device right. She tells the prince and Karak to stay put while everyone else moves into place around the glowing disc. The idea is simple. Feed magic into the platform starting with her, then pass the flow clockwise. The group takes their spots, making a full circle around the relic and getting ready to begin. Felicia tells them to focus, then raises her hands as blue energy snaps between her fingers like lightning. That power spreads into a web, linking them all as they pour magic into the device. Soon the whole chamber starts to vibrate with a heavy hum. Then Felicia yells at her brother to give more, and he pushes harder at once. The princess urges everyone to hold the flow steady and not relax for even a second. The siblings keep feeding power into the disc, and the magic pressure grows heavier by the second. The young prince grits his teeth and throws all his strength into the ritual. Then a huge bolt of lightning bursts from the anvil, shooting upward and blasting apart the mountain peak in thunder and light. When the flash dies down, the prince is dizzy and no longer in the chamber. He's standing in a huge burning hall surrounded by dead dwarven warriors. The ruin seems endless, thick with ash and destruction. Then a powerful voice rolls through the hall like thunder, and he freezes in shock. He looks up, trying to find where it came from. Through the smoke, he sees a giant shape descending. His eyes go wide. A massive black dragon hangs over the battlefield. Its scales shine like obsidian. Its eyes glow red, and its presence makes the air shake. Then it breathes fire, and the whole hall is swallowed by flame. Its voice booms inside his mind, ordering its servants to guard the great nest of Enkidu. It says the road between the demon and human realms must be sealed, and that he will become the gatekeeper. Then the vision breaks. A blinding flash throws the prince back into his body, sprawled on the cold stone floor. He struggles up, sure now that he just saw the legendary black dragon Enkidu. Someone calls his name. He turns to Felicia, and she asks if he saw it too. A great black dragon with molten fire running through its body. That confirms it for him. Then Carrick admits he saw the dragon too, and the prince realizes they all shared the same vision. Felicia grimly agrees, though she still doesn't know what it means for their mission. Then she turns to the anvil and says the answers must be inside it. With that, she steps toward the relic. But when she reaches for it, dark purple energy suddenly rips out of her body and wraps around her. Pain hits at once. Her face twists as the wild power lashes around her, completely out of control. The prince cries out her name and watches in panic as the darkness takes over. She weakly tells him to stop, but the storm drowns her out. He grabs her hand anyway, desperate to help, only for the surge to drag him in too. A huge blast of violet energy explodes from the siblings and the anvil, shaking the whole chamber. Their companions can only stare in horror, calling their names as the storm swallows them. The prince screams as the raw power feels ready to tear him apart. Then one word sounds in his mind: conquer. The Earth Dragon's voice says this is a trial for those unworthy to touch the anvil. The word brands itself into him as conquest, and light floods his vision. When the blast finally ends, the chamber is wrecked. Purple smoke hangs in the air while Karak and Caitlin stare at the destruction. As the dust settles, the prince appears, kneeling on broken stone. Purple energy still flickers over him, and in his hand is a strange dark weapon. A shadowy mark covers half his face, and one eye burns violet. Far from the ruins, the Allied soldiers rest in their camp, unaware of what just happened. Above them, Red Orc scouts watch from the cliffs, amused. One lifts a spyglass and spots the soldiers below. He laughs and says their hiding place is blown, then turns to his leader and asks if they should attack now. The Red Lightning Chieftain listens with grim satisfaction. Then he orders every warrior to get ready. It's time to wipe out the last enemies. Time to clean up the rest. Suddenly, the Allied soldiers look up, alarmed by a strange rumble overhead. Fiery meteors rip across the night sky and fall on their camp like burning death. In seconds, explosions tear through the camp. Fire rips through tents, weapons break apart, and soldiers are thrown in every direction as the bombardment shreds their defenses. From the cliffs above, the full Red Orc army charges down. War mammoths thunder ahead, and the Red Orc horde rushes after them, screaming for blood and ready to finish anyone still alive. Chris curses under his breath, knowing their strongest fighters are trapped in the ruins. Without them, the army is close to being wiped out. He can only watch the camp get torn apart. Above it all, the Red Orc chieftain laughs at the chaos. He says the demons brought this on themselves with their pride. Then he orders his mages to kill the survivors, and the robe casters step up, gathering crackling power. One mage pulls a surge of violet light into his hands, ready to fire a deadly curse, but his face changes. His hands won't move, the power slips away, and the swamp mammoth beside him is swallowed by that same purple aura. Its eyes flare, and its huge body trembles with unnatural force. The charging orcs slow in confusion, unsure why their own beast has stopped. Then the mammoth turns on them. Purple energy blasts from its tusks and wipes out whole ranks of red orcs. Screams replace war cries as their own war beast tears them apart, and the chieftain's grin disappears. He bellows in rage, demanding to know who twisted their mammoth against them. His voice shakes across the canyon. In the chaos below, Chris stares in shock. The mammoth that was about to kill them is now destroying the enemy. He tries to make sense of it, then suddenly understands. Under his breath, he says the prince must have found the anvil. Back in the ruins, the young prince is still kneeling, crackling with violet energy. In his hand is a weapon glowing with dark power, the Thunderhammer, the legendary weapon tied to the anvil. A dark elf helps Felicia to her feet and tells the youth that Enkidu the Earth Dragon seems to have chosen him. The prince just stares, too stunned to answer. His sister steadies herself and firmly tells him to use the hammer. Everyone watches, waiting for what he'll do next. In that moment, he understands the Earth Dragon's trial. The power that had crushed and bent him wasn't meant to kill him. It was meant to teach him. The meaning of conquest is now carved into him. To conquer is to dominate, and to dominate is to rule. That is the anvil's true power. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He chooses the swamp mammoth as his first target, then raises the Thunderhammer high, its purple lightning crawling over his arm, and slams it down onto the anvil. A huge wave of energy bursts from the ruins and races across the land. On the battlefield, the mammoth roars as the same violet aura covers its body. Now under the prince's control, it fully turns on the red orcs, trampling, goring, and destroying them. Their angry shouts turn into screams as their strongest beast tears through their own ranks. From above, the chieftain watches his army fall apart in disbelief. On the opposite ridge, Vandal sees the mammoth turn and understands right away. He declares that the prince and the others must have succeeded, and he moves at once. He orders a full charge, rallying the allied army to crush the red orcs while they're in chaos. The battle hits instantly. Driven by revenge and desperation, the allied orcs slam into the disorganized Red Lightning tribe. Steel and blood explode across the battlefield, but the tide has turned. On the cliffs, the red orc chieftain stands frozen, staring as his forces collapse. A warrior beside him stammers that they should retreat, but he snaps back in fury. Through clenched teeth, he admits he doesn't know who wields this terrifying power. His rage is cut off when Chris appears behind him and strikes without warning. The hit catches the chieftain off guard and sends him stumbling. Chris fixes the orc chief with a cold stare and tells him his conquest ends here. He gives him one last choice, surrender, and he'll die quickly. The red orc chief answers with a furious roar. Still raging, the chief launches himself into the air and vows to rip Chris apart for that insult. He comes crashing down like a beast driven by pure bloodlust. Chris is ready. He plants his feet and throws out his beast lord fist, pouring everything into one crushing counterattack. With a thunderous crack, the chieftain is blown back. The hit breaks his body and his pride, as the red orcs watch their once mighty leader fall. The moment their chieftain drops, the red orcs lose all courage. Panic tears through their ranks, and with their leader gone, their will to fight breaks. Chris lowers his fist and steadies his bloodied hand, breathing hard. The battle isn't fully done, but with the head cut off, the rest will end fast. His thoughts drift to his younger siblings. He admits they would have been in real danger without their help, then looks to the horizon and quietly wonders if they're safe. Back at the ruins, the group watches a magic image above the anvil. It shows the swamp mammoth tearing through the red orc army, and the dark elf can barely believe it. She says the anvil's power is wiping out the red lightning tribe. There's awe in her voice, but also grim satisfaction as she watches their enemies being crushed. Then her words cut off, her body shakes, and she suddenly collapses from the artifact's backlash. The others rush over in panic, but she weakly assures them she'll be fine once she gets some rest. The dark elf says she'll prepare a place for her to lie down, then suddenly realizes the prince is missing. A moment later, they find him outside the ruins. As he lets out a slow breath, glowing messages appear in front of him. He blinks at the notices. They say he's leveled up several times. The jump in power is huge, and he wonders if the anvil caused it. Then another message appears. His conquest skill has advanced too. Excited, he opens his status window and sees Under the King's banner has leveled up as well. A satisfied grin spreads across his face when he realizes his main skill just got stronger. Then he notices something else. There's a new skill, King's Knights. From the name alone, he guesses it's some kind of summoning ability. Just then, someone calls out to him. The voice pulls him from his thoughts. He turns and sees Caitlin coming over, her face full of worry. He greets her with a bright smile and admits he stepped out without telling anyone. Before he can say more, Caitlin smacks him on the head. She demands to know why he vanished without a word and made everyone worry. Rubbing his head, he gives her a sincere apology. She eases up and says it's fine, as long as he's safe. But then her voice turns serious, as she says they have another problem. Confused, he asks what happened. Caitlin explains that Felicia fell into a deep sleep and still hasn't woken up. After being captured and drained by the Red Lightning tribe, Felicia said she only needed rest, but her body has clearly hit its limit. Without her, they can't summon the phantom steeds to fly back to the main camp. He agrees, but worry keeps building inside him. He can't stop thinking about Felicia's condition. That night, the group camps inside the silent ruins and waits for her to recover. The prince checks his status again and sees his health is completely restored, probably because of all the levels he gained. What really surprises him is that he doesn't feel tired at all, and he wonders if that will last until morning. Then a new idea hits him. This is an ancient ruin, which means there could be more hidden inside. Treasure, weapons, maybe even answers. Of course, he knows places like this are usually packed with traps and guardians meant to kill intruders. Still, as he grips the thunder hammer, a confident smile forms. The anvil's power reminds him that inside these ruins, he isn't just some trespasser. He's the ruler here. The whole ruin now feels like his to explore. The guardians and traps shouldn't be able to stop him, so he decides to search every hidden part without fear. With that thought, he turns to Karak, who's still asleep on the floor. The prince nudges him awake with his boot and grinning, tells his groggy friend to come with him. As they head deeper into the ruins, Karak rubs his eyes and admits he's not sure they should be wandering around like this. The prince calmly reassures him that ruins like these always hide treasure and powerful gear worth finding. The second he opens the next door, Karak's unease turns into fear. He points with a shaking hand at a huge sleeping creature on the floor and warns the prince about the monster ahead. The boy, though, doesn't panic. He explains it's an arch golem shaped like a griffin, one of the ruins' guardians, strong enough to crush normal intruders. He knows that if they had come here under normal conditions, that thing would have killed them almost instantly. Karak bluntly admits he wants nothing to do with a monster like that, and the prince smirks and calls him a coward. Before Karak can answer, his fear vanishes. He spots a treasure vault packed with gold, weapons, and armor, and his eyes go wide. He grabs a piece of golden armor and lifts it up, amazed by how well it's made. He blurts out that it has to be valuable, and the prince agrees. Sensing the magic coming from it, he confirms it's powerful enchanted armor. Then, with a grin, he asks Karak if he wants it. The orc just stares, shocked by the offer. Laughing, the prince says it's way too big for him anyway. Karak happily accepts, clutching it like the greatest gift he's ever gotten. Meanwhile, the prince scoops up some ancient gold coins. He stores the best items in his inventory and tells Karak to take whatever else he likes. As he casually looks around the treasure room, one thing stands out, an enormous decorated chest in the corner. Curious, he walks over and opens it, only to find it empty except for a small button in the bottom. He presses it right away. a wall shifts aside with a loud rumble, revealing a hidden passage beyond. A big grin spreads across his face. Something important is hidden in there. He can feel it. Without hesitation, he heads into the passage. At the end of the long tunnel, he finds a huge chamber. In the center, an artifact floats above a pedestal, giving off a heavy, crushing aura that presses against his chest. He recognizes it at once, even though he's never seen it before. The name rises in his mind on its own. In awe, he whispers it. Enkidu's Gauntlet, Earthshaker. It's a legendary weapon from myth, one of the strongest artifacts in existence. The power of conquest inside him reacts at once, resonating with the gauntlet. It calls to him, pulling him closer, and his hand lifts on its own. But just before he touches it, warning messages appear. His stats are too low to use it. He freezes in shock. Even after all those new levels, he still isn't strong enough. And yet the gauntlet keeps glowing, almost refusing to let him go. Then another message appears and stuns him. Earthshaker has recognized him as its master. Before he can fully process it, golden light bursts around him. The gauntlet breaks apart into shining energy and flows into his arm. He gasps as the power fuses with him, reshaping into armor around his hand. He stares at it in disbelief. Earthshaker now rests on his arm, and new messages confirm his stats have jumped massively. A confident smile returns as he realizes the bond will only deepen as he levels up. He hasn't just found a weapon, he's claimed power that could change the future itself. Enkidu's gauntlet is now his, and his mind races with all the ways it could reshape his fate. But before he can enjoy the moment, a voice suddenly calls out. He spins around and quickly hides the glowing gauntlet behind his back. Carrick stands at the entrance, looking uneasy. With a shaky voice, the orc admits he saw everything, including the gauntlet disappearing into the prince's hand. A drop of sweat runs down the prince's face. For a second he panics, thinking his biggest secret, his inventory, has been exposed. But Carrick calmly tells him not to worry. He knows that if word got out, it could bring serious trouble. And with a grin, the loyal orc swears he'd never tell anyone, not even with a sword at his neck. Those words hit hard. The prince nods, grateful, realizing Carrick isn't just a follower, he's a brother in arms. Carrick asks if they should head back, and the prince agrees with a sly smile, still thinking about everything they found. He can already tell this is just the start of what these ruins are hiding. Together they make their way back through the treasure vault. Right before the exit, the prince suddenly stops. Something catches his eye in the treasure. He quickly points it out to Carrick, excitement rising in his voice. A small vial glows from the shadows. Grinning, he says it's exactly what they need. The scene shifts to Felicia, pale and barely breathing, as they carefully bring the magic potion to her lips. The moment she swallows, the potion's power rushes through her. Color starts returning to her face, and her exhaustion fades as the ancient elixir restores her strength. A moment later, her eyes slowly open. The prince leans over her and quietly asks if she feels better. Relief fills him when she gives a weak nod, though she still looks confused, and softly asks what happened. Caitlin steps up with a proud smile and tells her their brother brought her a gift, praising his quick thinking. Felicia blinks, stunned, and wonders where he found something so rare. The boy just laughs and reminds her they're inside a ruin packed with treasure. She stares for a second, then gives a small embarrassed smile, admitting she forgot. With a smug grin, he tells her these ruins are his now, so she has nothing to worry about and should just rest. By the time she wakes up again, he promises her magic will be fully restored. That promise warms her, and to his surprise she thanks him softly, her cheeks a little red. The prince freezes, caught off guard. Then Felicia thanks him again with a bright, sincere smile that leaves him speechless. The next morning, the group heads back to the main camp, tired but in much better spirits. Vandal meets them at the gate, laughing loudly and congratulating them on making it back safely. Soon after, Chris walks out and clears his throat, trying to sound formal. The prince is surprised to see his older brother still carrying the weight of their earlier clash. For a moment, Chris struggles with his pride before finally admitting that Felicia did an excellent job. She only smirks, brushing off the rare compliment with quiet satisfaction. Watching the exchange, the prince feels his heart lighten and gives a real smile for the first time in a while. Chris then tells everyone to rest, saying he'll handle the last bits himself. The prince asks what that means. His brother explains that members of the Red Lightning tribe are still nearby, and someone has to finish dealing with them. The boy thinks it over and smirks, already picturing 2 weeks of well-earned rest. But Caitlin suddenly grabs his arm and sharply tells him this is definitely not a vacation for him. Then, with a sly smile, she says her little brother has important work to do, and he'll be doing it with her. Later, training begins. The boy rushes in, only to get hit hard and freeze in shock. He gasps that she caught him completely off guard. She blurs forward with blue force around her body and warns that if he loses focus now, he'll be in real danger. A stomp, a sweep, and a burst of grit slam into him as she orders him to get up. Coughing, he wipes his mouth and groans that he expected hard training, but this beast fist routine is insane. So this was what Caitlin meant by things to do, a brutal training regime. For the first 5 days, all he did was take beatings, leaving his body wrecked and bloody. Only after a full week could he finally start seeing Caitlin's fists instead of being overwhelmed by her speed. By the 11th day, their arms are trading blows fast and sharp, almost matching each other. She slips through his guard with a grin and tells him he's finally keeping up. He settles back into stance, aura around his fists, and says after all the punishment he's taken, he better be. He figures this merciless training is why both Beast Fist and Aura reach level 5. That night, Caitlyn relaxes a little and says good. Tapping her temple, she adds that at this rate he'll soon be ready to enter Beast God Fist. His face lights up and he asks if she's serious. She flicks her ponytail and admits she's honestly impressed. She's never seen anyone improve this fast. He steadies his breathing, realizing he's finally about to learn the lycanthrope's secret technique, Beast God Fist. Caitlyn steps closer and offers her hand. She says that from now on she'll teach him a new way to control his aura, and he can't miss a single step. He has to follow exactly. She asks if he understands, calling him Shatra. He answers, yeah. Their hands clasp. Cold light slips between their fingers, swells then erupts into a towering pillar that shakes the clearing. Their combined aura shoots into the night like a blue comet. He shuts his eyes against the glare and says he can feel Caitlyn's aura pouring into him. As light coils around his limbs, he says it's dragging him deeper. The flow looks like Beast Fist, but it's clearly different, richer, heavier. Then he realizes he's sensing the depth hidden inside aura itself. A distant light appears below as words echo in his mind. Aura is the power of life, and when pushed to the limit, it becomes the power of the soul. The force around his heart turns fierce and wild, and he names it conquest, the urge to dominate and crush. Light explodes, and he wonders if this is true aura. Golden panels flash before him. He sees Beast Fist has leveled up, then another shows that aura has leveled up too. Caitlyn lands with a smile and says it's incredible. Shatra actually did it. A new panel appears and he reads that he's gained Beast God Fist level 11. Raising a hand filled with new power, he says, Beast God Fist and Earthshaker. Shockwaves spiral out, throwing dust into the air. Another chime follows, and a panel announces his level has risen to 14. He lets out a sharp breath and grins. This is it. The real beginning starts now. From the tree line, Vandal watches with a soft smile. By dawn, the camp is awake again. At a table inside a tent, the boy scratches his head and says, oh right, then asks Caitlyn if he can ask something. When she tells him to go ahead, he leans in and asks what the deal is between Chris and Felicia. Inwardly, he weighs the problem, thinking that like Chris, Felicia is someone he needs on his side, and a weak bond between them could become trouble. Caitlyn considers it and says they aren't enemies, but there is distance between them. After a pause, she adds that it isn't because of one single event. When he pushes for more, she says it probably goes back to the issue between Chris and Sylvan. He blinks. Sylvan. She taps the table twice and warns him to be careful. Even if Sylvan isn't here, he shouldn't say his name so lightly. He rubs his neck and apologizes, saying she caught him off guard. His mind turns to Felicia's twin brother, Sylvan. He remembers that when he played as Zephyr, Sylvan was one of his toughest enemies. Looking back up, he starts to ask if that means there's a problem between Chris and Sylvan, when the doorway is suddenly filled by a broad figure. A familiar voice cuts in cheerfully, asking if they're both here. They jolt in surprise. He twists around and blurts out, Chris? Caitlyn tilts her head with a small smile and says, he came early, brother. The blonde warrior jerks a thumb toward the exit and tells them to pack. Grinning, he says, the job finished faster than expected, so they're leaving this afternoon. The boy startles and blurts out, huh? Leaving? Where? Chris arches a brow, surprised he even has to ask, then explains that once a mission ends, they have to report it. Out in the yard, Vandal clasps forearms with them and praises the prince and princesses for a job well done. Smiling, he adds that he hopes to meet the 9th prince again. The boy returns the grip and says he feels the same, Vandal. Chris rolls his shoulders and says it's time to go. With a fist pump, he says they should head straight for the Demon King's castle. Soon, the scene shifts to the Demon King's castle. Footsteps echo through the hall as a huge figure waits ahead. He sits on a throne, ready to begin the audience. On the way back, he goes over the route in his head. First, they need to reach the nearest teleport circle that can handle long-distance travel, then use transfer magic to arrive at the castle gates. By his count, the trip will take 3 days. With no inns on the road, that means another night sleeping outside. That evening by the fire, he turns a stick in his hands and admits that being this close to the Demon King's castle makes him nervous. He starts listing the big names in court, Zephyr, Baykal, and Anastasia. Then he breaks it down. The second prince, Zephyr, is called the Demon King's greatest enemy, while the first prince, Baykal, is the eldest son and a major force himself. The fourth princess, Anastasia, also controls her own powerful faction. In this fight for succession, birth order means nothing. Only skill and results decide who gets the throne. Baykal and Zephyr are full brothers, both carrying the draconian bloodline from their mother, and their influence is massive. If he had to pick, Baykal seems like the safer choice, since he's calmer and more reasonable. Still, he shrugs. It won't matter much. After that day, everything will change. His tone turns serious. He knows he has to get ready now and raise his level high enough to use Earthshaker properly and control his new power. That fate dropped into his hands. Clenching his fist, he calls out the King's Order of Knights. A system ping answers, and he realizes the skill under the King's flag has activated. His eyes widen as a golden pane opens. He expected a basic summon, but this is way more than that. It reads, Order of Knights LV1. Knight Captain Blank, capacity 0 of 2, training blank, blessing of the Order LV1 increases members' health by 5, and a special skill to summon the Knight Captain once every 3 days. Rubbing his temples, he mutters that this looks a lot like a guild system with buffs, training, and summons. Then he bursts out laughing. A skill this strong at level 1 feels completely broken, and if it grows from here, it could get insane. His thoughts stop when footsteps crunch nearby and Karak steps out of the dark, frowning. Karak scolds him for still being awake and warns that if they want to leave early, he needs sleep first. He impatiently tells the prince to come over. The white-haired prince coughs into his fist, smiles, and says, "Karak came at the perfect time." Leaning in, he asks if the orc wants to help him test something. Karak stiffens, rubs the back of his neck, and nervously asks what he means. Under the moonlight, the prince raises his sword and formally announces that the mighty orc warrior Karak stands before him. A glowing blade appears in his hand, and he taps Karak's shoulder with it, naming him his knight. Light rushes into Karak's body, and the orc staggers as power spreads through him. He lets out a stunned sound, then says he feels strange, like his loyalty to the prince has grown deeper than he can explain. A new system pane appears, Knight Captain Karak, level 24, rank soldier. The prince grins in satisfaction. This is exactly what he wanted. Power pours off Karak in heavy waves as he catches his breath. The prince grabs his shoulder and calls his name, vowing to make him the strongest orc in the world, an emperor of orcs, strong enough to rival dragons. Fired up by Karak's growth, he laughs about how limitless the future looks. Karak, worried now, asks if he's feeling sick or something. The next day, the group gathers before the teleportation circle. Chris gives a small smile and says they should get moving. Stepping forward, he quietly confirms it's time. The group closes in beside him as the blue light erupts and swallows them. The teleport yanks them through space. Weightless and spinning, he yells for everyone to hold on, but his warning twists into a long scream as they fall through the light. They slam down hard and he ends up on his hands and knees, dazed. Caitlin leans down and asks if he's okay. Still shaky, he waves her off and says he's fine. Ahead, the hall fills with voices as a young dark elf rushes up to Felicia, calling her big sister. Others crowd around too, praising her beauty and saying they had been waiting for her return. Felicia handles it all with an easy, graceful smile. Watching the crowd gather, he dryly thinks she looks like she has her own idol fan club. He figures these are her half-brothers and their followers. The welcomes keep coming. Someone announces Prince Chris's arrival. Another says Caitlin has grown even more beautiful, and others ask how they've been. Looking around at all the attention, he mutters with a crooked smile, wondering why no one came for him. Two nearby elves whisper without even looking his way. His brow twitches as he stares in disbelief. Seriously, no one? Stepping to the edge, he takes in the hall and finally understands how little standing he has in the very center of the Demon King's territory. Still, he smirks and says he expected this. Then he turns to Karak and asks if his knight is ready. With sharp resolve, he declares that from here on, they'll start changing everything, one step at a time. Karak and Shutra are taken to a small plain room, and Shutra jokes that they should at least be thankful they got one. Karak says they have free time until the official events start tomorrow, though Shutra feels more like they've just been dumped there to rot. A sudden knock startles him. Wondering who it could be, he opens the door and finds a well-dressed woman waiting outside. She introduces herself as Flora Sevensword from the Real Estate Management Bureau. Shutra asks why someone from such an important office came to see him, and Flora explains that his public merit level has jumped high enough for him to qualify for a better home that matches his new status. He's left completely stunned. Later, he visits the Office of Public Merits, where a woman with a serpent lower body greets him warmly. When he asks if this is where he claims his new home, Isabella says yes. With a smooth gesture, she brings up a magic display of his achievements and reveals that his merit level has reached 5. That gives him better access rights and a huge salary of 500 gold. She adds that no other prince has done this on a first mission, which leaves Shutra embarrassed but secretly thrilled. When he asks to see the available homes, Isabella gladly agrees. Not long after, Karak stands frozen in front of a mansion so grand he can barely breathe. He asks if the estate in front of them is really their new home, still unable to believe it. Inside, Flora is already waiting and remarks that they arrived sooner than expected. Now in a maid uniform, she bows and says it's her honor to serve him as his new butler. Kalbrick whispers to Shutra in total confusion, and Shutra grins, explaining he used his new points to hire her. Seeing his stunned look, he tells him not to worry about the details, leaving Kalbrick muttering about his prince's strange choices. The next morning, it's finally time for the formal audience with the Demon King. In the dressing room, Kalbrick nervously says he needs the restroom, and Shutra, holding a drink, snaps at him to just go already because the whining is making him nervous too. Then a voice cuts through the tension saying they both look sharp in formal wear. Caitlin and Felicia walk in wearing elegant gowns. Caitlin gives Felicia the credit, and Felicia proudly says all her effort picking their outfits clearly paid off. Caitlin then teases Shutra, saying he looks especially good in the suit they picked for him. Flustered, he thanks her and says both she and Felicia look amazing. Caitlin lights up at the praise while Felicia hides a smile and says, of course they do. Then Chris joins them as commanding as ever and reminds Shutra this is his first official audience. Today he says, Shutra is the star, the one who has to prove himself. Shutra meets his eyes and says he's ready. The huge doors swung open, and bright light poured into the hall. Shutra knew plenty of people would call his rise pure luck and say he didn't belong there, but he was ready to prove them wrong. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and led his siblings into the throne room. The royal children knelt before Demon King Nidra, with the strongest nobles in the realm watching. Chris Moonlight spoke first, presenting himself as the seventh prince, and greeting their father with respect. The old king gave nothing away. His red eyes glimmered under his crown. Then an attendant stepped out and announced that the prince's achievements would now be judged. As the report began, Shutra looked up at his father and felt a chill. He'd been so focused on his goals that he'd forgotten one basic fact. The Demon King wasn't just his father. He was the one person in the realm no one could ever take lightly. A crushing pressure suddenly filled the hall. Shutra's body shook as he fought to stay upright under his father's aura. Pain twisted his face, but then he heard the goddess of conquest in his mind. Golden light appeared before him, giving one command: conquer. He remembered the power he'd claimed before, the light tied to his will. The goddess told him a true king must endure another's gaze and make that pressure his own strength. Gritting his teeth, Shutra turned inward. Golden light burst from inside him and slammed into the Demon King's pressure. It spread like fire, driving back the crushing aura. His eyes blazed gold as he released conquest with a force that shook the hall. For the first time, the king's calm expression cracked with surprise. Then his deep voice rang through the chamber as he said one name: Shutra. The whole court went still. Nobles and siblings alike turned in shock. Still kneeling, Shutra looked up, too stunned to speak. The Demon King kept his eyes on him and said he looked forward to the boy's future achievements. Then he repeated Shutra's name so everyone in the hall would hear it. Whispers swept through the court. Many were stunned that the king had called one of his children by name, something he had never done before. The nobles were already asking why the ignored ninth prince had been singled out. Shutra understood what those simple words really meant. In this court, that kind of recognition was a public signal that things had changed. He quietly swore to meet that expectation. Knowing his first audience had left a mark the whole kingdom would remember. Back at his mansion, Carrick's panicked shouting dragged him out of sleep. The butler told him to get up and waved a letter from the Office of Public Merits. Still groggy, Shutra wondered why they'd reached out again so soon. When he broke the royal seal and read it, his eyes widened. Carrick pushed for an answer, and Shutra admitted he didn't know how to feel. Then he revealed the truth. The letter was a personal mission from the Demon King himself. Later, Shutra met his siblings to go over the assignment. Chris Moonlight read it aloud. A monster extermination mission. Caitlin Moonlight quickly realized that meant Shutra would be heading to the Anger Plains. When he asked if that was Centaur land, she said yes and explained that she and Chris Moonlight had trained there before. Chris Moonlight said he wished he could come, but Caitlin Moonlight assured him Shutra could handle it. Then Chris Moonlight grew serious and warned his younger brother to stay careful. From now on, everyone in the castle would be watching him, some wanting his side, others seeing him as a threat. Shutra took that in, knowing not even Zephyr had been called by name in the throne room. Chris Moonlight promised his full support and told him to ask if he needed anything. Before leaving, he added that Shutra should visit Felicia, who had something ready for him. They found Felicia in the stables beside two large reptile mounts. She said he'd need dependable transport in Centaur territory. Shutra thanked her, but she wasn't done yet. She held out a necklace set with a glowing blue gem, the legendary Dark Elf's Tear. Shutra was shocked. In the game, that sacred relic could only be obtained by defeating her. Felicia said her people never forgot kindness, and this was how she was repaying him for saving her life. After wishing him a safe trip, she suddenly pulled him into a warm hug. Totally flustered, Shutra almost called her by a pet name before she quickly stepped back, her cheeks turning pink. Embarrassed, she looked away while he smiled, amused by that rare bit of warmth. With one last wave, Shutra joined Carrick beside their new mounts, ready to leave. They stepped onto the teleportation circle, and blue light swallowed them as Felicia watched in silence. When they were gone, she smiled softly and whispered a wish for his safety. A flash of light brought them to the Anger Plains. When it cleared, Shutra, Carrick, and their mounts stood on a stone platform in the middle of the open plains. Carrick looked around and asked if this was really the place. Shutra smirked and said it was. A woman soon approached and greeted the ninth prince with respect. She introduced herself as Karma, the ranger assigned to guide them, and bowed. Shutra noticed her human upper body and beast lower half, recognizing her as one of the Sati. Karma seemed pleased he knew that, and said they should get moving right away. As they crossed the plains, she ran ahead with ease while their mounts carried them through the dust. She said the trip would take 2 days, and asked if he was fine with very few breaks. He was. Curious, she asked whether soldiers would be joining them, and Shutra said it was just them for now, though they'd later meet up with Centaur forces for the bigger battle. He started thinking through the mission and decided a long spear would suit mounted combat best. Then he caught a strange sound in the distance. He warned Karma, and she told him to stay back while she checked it out. A moment later, the ground split open in front of them as a violent force tore through the earth. Dirt burst everywhere while Karma rushed ahead, only to go pale when she saw what caused it. A huge herd of Cassius beasts was chasing a lone satyr across the plains, an attack that wasn't supposed to happen yet. The pack came on like a flood of shadows and fangs. The satyr ran in total panic as one massive wolf leaped in for the kill. Just before it struck, Shorter kicked his mount forward and slammed into the wolf, knocking it away and saving the satyr. The impact hurled the shadow wolf into the sand in a burst of dust. Shorter's mount planted itself between the fallen satyr and the rest of the pack. Raising a hand, Shorter coolly said the welcoming party had arrived early. The gauntlet Earthshaker appeared around his arm, glowing gold with raw power. He brushed off the ambush as a minor annoyance, though his grin showed he was thrilled. He said he'd been waiting for a real fight. The trembling satyr turned and saw the ninth prince facing the pack alone. The largest shadow wolf stepped forward and roared, making it clear it was the leader. Then it lunged at terrifying speed, its red eyes locked on the prince. Karma shouted to check on him, and Karak yelled that rushing in alone was insane. Shutra waved them off and told them to stay back and watch. Then he launched himself from his mount and met the beast head-on in midair. He chose that moment to test the beast's God Fist technique. As the wolf came at him with jaws wide, he met it in the air, his gauntlet blazing like molten gold. Bora surged into his fist as he unleashed the Fist of Explosion. A brilliant golden blast tore through the air, and the shockwave rolled across the plains. The Alpha's head vanished in an eruption of energy and shadow, its huge body crashing lifelessly into the sand. Shutra landed smoothly, his gauntlet still smoking from the hit. The remaining wolves froze, their snarls turning to fearful whines as they backed away from the boy who had just erased their leader. Shutra looked at his gauntlet in disbelief, wondering if it had boosted his aura. A smile spread across his face when he realized that attack might rival even Caitlin Moonlight's strength. Karma and Karak were left speechless, and their shock slowly became admiration. The rescued satyr, finally catching his breath, introduced himself as Swiftwind, a scout sent to escort them. Grateful, he offered to lead them onward. But before they left, the Alpha's headless body began to glow with a strange purple light, a sign of lingering corruption. Even so, they pressed on. After a long trek, they reached a ridge overlooking a huge centaur settlement, home to the 4 great tribes: Fierce Wind, Heavy Rain, Raging Flame, and Rough Night. The Raging Flame tribe ruled them, and their high chieftain Savage Eyes soon came to greet the group. The towering centaur introduced himself with calm authority. Shutra recognized the name at once, an infamous figure from the game, and not an ally. Karak nervously whispered that the chieftain's glare alone could kill, while Shutra calmly introduced himself as the ninth prince. Savage Eyes studied him in silence, judging the young demon's composure. Shutra didn't flinch and asked for a report on the situation. Inside the main yurt, Savage Eyes stood over a map and bluntly said things were bad. The Cassius herd had moved south much earlier than normal, which was a terrible sign. He said some believed it was only a splinter group, but Shuatra remembered from the game that hope like that was usually wrong. The chieftain laid out the plan. In 3 days, warriors from all 4 tribes would unite and wipe out the herd. Shutra agreed, hoping this time events would go differently than they had in the game. As the meeting ended, Savage Eyes called out to him again. Savage Eyes gave him a sly look and asked if the rumor was true. Had the prince really crushed a Cassius beast's skull with his bare hand? Shutra just smirked and said yes. He even offered to prove his strength later if the chieftain wanted. For a moment, the warrior looked genuinely interested, then accepted and said he wanted to see that power for himself. That evening, as Shutra moved through the settlement, whispers followed him. The centaurs were already talking about the ninth prince, the young demon whose deeds were turning into legend. Karak pointed out how fast his fame was growing and joked it had to be because of his charm, then caught himself. After that, he told Shutra to rest before the fight. That night, Shutra slept deeply, not knowing the gauntlet on his arm had started glowing with a soft green light. The glow grew brighter until it woke him. Still dazed, he looked at Earthshaker, now fully revealed, and called its name. A calm voice answered, and when he looked up, he saw the ghostly form of an elf-like woman wrapped in gentle green light. She looked at him and said she needed his help right away. Still half awake, he asked who she was. Her expression softened as she introduced herself as the Green Wind. The name hit him instantly. He knew it from the old lore. The Green Wind was one of the great nature spirits, protector of the plains and the source of their life. Before he could say anything else, the room disappeared. His mind was pulled into a green world filled with swirling energy. Floating beside the spirit, he heard her say this was her home, the heart of the Angle Plains and the place where a fragment of her creator, the Watcher Angle, remained. As he took that in, Shutra felt a sharp sense of dread. This presence was tied to whatever came next. The name Angle sent a chill through Shutra. He remembered at once Angle was one of the 6 elder dragons. Those beings were so powerful that no player in the game could ever reach them. He glanced at his gauntlet, a relic from another ancient being, and realized this meeting was no accident. Green Wind cut through his thoughts and urgently warned that monsters from the north were coming for her sanctuary to drain the life of the plains. If they succeeded, both her home and her spirit would be lost. She said only he could stop them, but Shutra argued he wasn't strong enough. The spirit reminded him that he already carried Enkidu's power, and golden light flared around him. She promised the fragment of Angle in her temple would give him the strength he needed. As she began to fade, she told him to show her token to the tribes that still worshipped her. A moment later, he was back in bed, breathing hard. A green symbol glowed on the back of his hand, and a bright green crystal appeared in his palm, the spirit's proof. Outside, Savage Eyes was already shouting, demanding to know why the prince was talking about the green wind. When Shutra said the sacred temple was about to be attacked, the chieftain clearly doubted him. But the instant Shutra raised his glowing hand and showed the divine crystal, all doubt vanished. Savage Eyes steadied himself and asked what had to be done. Soon after, beneath the hot sun, the united Centaur army thundered across the plains. Hundreds of warriors charged ahead while Shutra rode at their center, his mount somehow keeping up with the centaurs. Checking his magic map, he confirmed they were headed straight for the Greenwind's temple, its distant shape glowing faintly in green. He knew he never would have found it without that map. Then a scout suddenly shouted. Dark shapes were forming ahead. A huge horde of Cassius beasts covered the horizon, their eyes burning like embers. Shutra felt uneasy. The beast should not have known where the temple was. Someone or something had led them there. Savage Eyes grimly said the enemy force was much bigger than expected, and asked for orders. Remembering the spirit's warning, Shutra said he had to reach the temple and draw power from Engel's fragment inside it. Savage Eyes had to hold the line and keep every beast away from the sacred site. Then he turned to Karak and Karma. It was time. Both were ready. Savage Eyes lifted his sword and roared for the tribes to stand firm. The whole army answered as one, and then came the thunder of charging hooves. Archers fired their first volley, dark arrows cutting through the sky and crashing into the horde. The clash came hard and fast, blades, axes, and claws colliding as the centaurs fought with brutal force, dropping beasts left and right. In the middle of it, Shutra and his group pushed through the front line and raced for the temple. Karak yelled that their only job was getting the prince there alive, and Shutra agreed. With a war cry, Karak charged ahead, his huge axe sweeping through shadow wolves in wide, deadly swings. Karma moved beside him, her twin daggers flashing as she cut down attackers with speed and precision. Shutra drove his mount forward, praising them as the temple drew near. Then, without warning, a huge shadow dropped from above. A massive minotaur slammed down in front of him, crushing his mount under its weight. Shutra was thrown hard and hit the ground with a groan. The monster lifted its crude club and stomped toward him with a triumphant roar. Angry at himself for slipping up, Shutra tried to get back up, but before the minotaur could strike, Karak jumped in. His axe smashed against the club, sending out sparks and golden light. Shutra called out in relief, and Karak snapped that this was no time to be lying there. The minotaur attacked again, but Karak didn't budge, meeting every blow with raw strength. The ground shook under their clash, yet Karak refused to give an inch. Even then, Shutra smirked and told him that after all his bragging, he better not lose. He raised his glowing hand and used a support skill. A pillar of golden light burst around Karak and poured power into him. Karak roared as the energy surged through him, his muscles lit with divine strength. Shutra's face turned serious. From now on, they weren't just holding out, they were pushing back. Powered by the light, Karak drove his axe forward and forced the minotaur back. Golden shockwaves spread across the battlefield, marking the start of their counterattack. The minotaur reeled, stunned as Karak's power shot past anything it could handle. Taking the chance, the orc roared and leaped high, bringing his axe down in a huge arc charged with golden energy. The blow slammed into the minotaur and shook the ground. Then it was over. Through the settling dust, Karak, breathing hard, shouted for the prince to keep moving. Trusting his knight, Shutra ran for the temple and charged up its massive stone steps into the glowing sanctuary. Inside, the spirit's voice urged him to hurry. His gauntlet flashed green, sending out a trail of energy that led him deeper through the ancient cracked halls. The light guided him into a huge inner chamber where giant roots covered the floor. At the center stood an ancient tree radiating divine green power. The whole chamber hummed with life as the spirit of the green wind appeared again and reached toward the tree. Inside its trunk, a bright object pulsed, a dragon heart. Shutra froze as he realized it was Engel's fragment, a source of elder dragon power. The spirit explained that peace in the Engel plains lasted only because of Watcher Engel's magic, which flowed from this sacred place. If the temple fell, that balance would break. She asked him to awaken the magic and stop the horde. Outside, Savage Eyes kept rallying his troops, shouting that the temple had to be protected no matter what. Karak cut through another minotaur in a burst of sparks, while Karma held off wave after wave of shadow wolves. Even a nearby tree guardian sensed how overwhelming the enemy was. Green Wind's voice shook as she begged him to protect the plains and her children, offering him the dragon heart. Shutra placed his hand on it and accepted. At once, green energy exploded through him like a living storm. His head snapped back and his vision vanished into white light. Then he found himself standing in a vast void full of stars, facing a colossal serpent, the elder dragon Engel. Its three ancient eyes shone with endless wisdom, and gifts from Anak-Batara and Yasantara appeared before him. As it looked down, its voice rolled through the void with a single command: take it. Back in the real world, the temple burst with green light. A pillar shot into the sky, visible from miles away. The battlefield went silent as both sides stared in shock. Bloody and out of breath, Karak looked toward the temple and knew the prince had done it. Then the earth began to shake. Thorn-covered vines tore from the ground and twisted together. From the surge of magic, a giant wooden foot slammed down, followed by towering figures of bark and stone. The ancient forest guardians had awakened. The new titans charged into battle, their branch-like arms smashing beasts by the dozen. A minotaur's roar was cut short when one guardian slammed it into the ground. The battle changed at once. Now nature itself was fighting beside them. Inside the temple, Green Wind let out a relieved breath and said Angel's magic had finally awakened. She turned to Shutra and thanked him for saving the Watcher Angle Plains. But her relief vanished almost at once. The Dragonheart's power wasn't stopping, it was still pouring straight into the prince. Her eyes widened as she demanded to know why the mana was flowing into him instead of reinforcing the temple. Then the truth hit her with fear. He was absorbing the Elder Dragon's power. Shutra's body convulsed as white light filled his eyes and the raw force ripped through him. She screamed for him to stop, warning that his mortal body would break. But through the pain, a golden light burst from inside him. Notifications rang in his mind. His level had risen. His wounds closed at once, his skin glowing as the divine light healed him. The spirit could only stare in shock at the impossible. The impossible kept happening before her as the golden aura around him flared brighter and brighter. His power kept rising with every level, and deep in his mind, the goddess of conquest appeared. She told him to crush the Dragonheart's will, take its ancient power, and make it submit to him. Shutra tightened his fist, set on claiming that power for himself. No matter the price, he would take it. The goddess declared that even an Elder Dragon's remnant would kneel to his will. Back in the temple, the glowing green Dragonheart sank into his chest and fused with him. At the center of the chamber, the ancient tree pulsed once more, then burst with light. When the glow faded, the room settled into a soft green shine. Bent over and breathing hard from the ordeal, Shutra caught himself. An emerald aura wrapped around him as the change finished. When he stood up, new power showed in his face. The goddess's fading voice gave him a new name, the Knight of Conquest. Then notifications poured in, dragon body, dragon blood, and immunity to every poison. His level had reached 17 and his title had changed to Dragonborn. He understood right away that title meant his sleeping dragon blood had awakened, letting him use real dragon magic. Then it hit him. Zephyr had this same power through his bloodline. Now Shutra had reached his level. The spirit of the Green Wind returned, amazed as she said she could feel Enkel living inside him. That proved he now carried both a dragon spirit and body. And though this power had been sealed for 1,000 years, she felt no regret seeing it awaken through him. Calling him the Watcher's successor, she made one last request: protect the Enkel Plains and her children, the centaurs and satyrs. Shutra smiled and accepted right away. Outside, the fight was still going. The tree guardians smashed through the horde with overwhelming force, but in the middle of it all stood a huge minotaur commander, bigger and more savage than the others. Its aura led the enemy army as it roared orders at the troops attacking the centaurs and guardians. The moment Shutra stepped out of the temple, he locked onto that beast. Knowing it was the leader, he bent down and launched himself from the temple steps with a burst of power. He landed in the middle of the battle and called to Karak, who stared in shock at his return. The commander snarled, crimson eyes blazing, and swung its massive axe at him. Shutra didn't flinch, and answered with a golden punch aimed straight for its chest. But the beast dodged and slammed him away with a brutal backhand, sending him skidding across the dirt. It jumped after him with its axe raised, but Shutra steadied himself, eyes locked in. He swore this time the monster wouldn't survive his power. Then he drove energy into his fist and fired off Fist of Explosion again, hurling a huge wave of golden force at the commander. The blast hit cleanly, but the Minotaur only stumbled a little. Its hide was too tough, and Shutra knew raw power alone wouldn't do it. The beast swung again, forcing him back as dust and sparks flew. Then he smirked. It was time to show the commander something new. Dragon blood. A violent surge of purple power burst from him and wrapped around his body like living fire. A system alert rang out in his mind. His gauntlet, Earthquaker, had unlocked its true form. Lightning raced across it as power rushed through his arm, pouring everything into the weapon. Shutra decided to end this in one hit. The Minotaur charged with its axe raised, but he met it head-on with a massive blast of gold and violet energy. As the two forces crashed together, he shouted to Karak, telling him it was his turn. Using his skill, he summoned the King's Knight, and Karak appeared behind the commander in a flash of light. Before it could react, Karak brought his axe down on the back of its skull with explosive force. The commander roared and staggered from the surprise hit. Shutra's gauntlet flared brighter with purple light as he told the beast to face him. It turned, rage mixing with fear as it felt the crushing energy building in front of it. A fierce grin spread across Shutra's face as he promised this blow would be different. He poured in everything: dragon blood, conquest, and Earthquaker's power, then shot forward like a meteor, gold and violet energy blazing around him. He unleashed Earthquaker's secret art. One overwhelming strike meant to finish the battle. A huge burst of golden light swallowed the bull-headed monster and ripped a crater into the field, sending shockwaves through the air. The ground cracked apart and warriors threw up their arms against the blast. In the middle of the explosion, system messages appeared. His level had gone up and the boss, Drake Ogre Mustafa, was dead. He had also earned a new title, Drake Ogre Slayer. Shutra stood at the edge of the crater, breathing hard as the monster's remains faded into shadow. He muttered that he'd burned through an absurd amount of aura and nearly passed out. It was clear Earthshaker's true techniques needed a higher level of aura control than he had now, which meant Gigantic Piston wasn't even the weapon's final form, and more power was still waiting. Karak shouted that the enemy was retreating. Startled, Shudra looked up as the centaurs charged after them, with fresh strength. War cries rang out over the fleeing monsters, while the commander yelled for none to be spared. The chase rolled across the plains until the battle was over. By night, the battlefield had gone quiet, with only distant torchlight near the centaur shrine. Back at camp, laughter and singing filled the air. The warriors celebrated their victory with raised mugs and loud cheers. In the middle of it all, Shudra slipped away to the ancient tree, drawn by the green moats around it. From the tree's glow, Green Wind appeared with a smile, and teased him for enjoying himself earlier. He said he came to ask a few things, and she agreed, saying she owed him answers for helping her. But first, she asked him to release the dominion he now had over her. Confused, Shudra repeated the word, and she explained that since he had absorbed Ankel's magic, she too, being born from that power, was now bound to him. He finally understood and awkwardly admitted he had no idea how to release her. She stared at him in disbelief and called him a careless master who might make the bond permanent just by not knowing better. He shot back that nobody had ever taught him this stuff. Flustered, he asked her to calm down and explain what her condition actually was. She said she now belonged completely to him, body, magic, and will, and was bound to him as her master. Waving his hands, he said that wasn't what he meant, and asked if she was in pain. She said no, but warned that if she disappeared, the Engel Plains would lose their life and color because she carried its magic. He thought about that and said she could stay there. She didn't have to come with him. Her face fell, and she asked if he was leaving her behind. He quickly said no and asked if she wanted to come. She answered honestly that she did. For a spirit, staying with her master was only natural. He nodded, realizing he'd accidentally made a spirit contract. Then he remembered what she said and asked if they could make something to keep the plains alive while she was gone. Her eyes widened. She said it was possible, but it would take time and a lot of her strength. The great tree seemed to agree. He said that settled it. They'd leave a substitute behind so she could travel with him. She hesitated, warning she'd be weak for a while, but he just brushed it off. A nature spirit companion sounded like a great deal to him. Relieved, she clasped her hands and sweetly called him master. He smiled and said that if that was settled, he had more questions. Looking up at her, he asked when and how Engel had died. Her glow dimmed as she admitted she didn't remember everything, since she was only a fragment reborn as a spirit. But one thing she did know, Engel had been murdered 1,000 years ago. Shatra froze at that word. She went on saying she didn't know who did it, only that it was not another elder dragon. He quietly repeated the word murder, shaken that anyone could kill a being treated like a god. Green Wind drifted closer and gently told him to speak more casually. It felt strange for her master to sound so formal. Rubbing his neck, he agreed, then asked if being Engel's successor meant he could absorb other elder dragons' powers too. She tapped her lips and said that normally no, but with him, maybe. He already held the opposing powers of Watcher Engel and Great Enkidu, which proved his body could contain both, so she believed he might survive the power of other elder dragons too. Stunned, he laughed to himself, calling it a classic protagonist bonus. Then turning serious again, he asked one last thing, what she knew about the strange power inside him. She said her memories were broken, so she didn't know much. Before he could ask anything else, her body suddenly blazed with light. He threw up a hand and shouted in surprise. Her voice deep and filled with a divine weight as she declared that he was a knight of conquest, born with a king's destiny. She said his power was dominion itself, the right to conquer and rule all things beneath the heavens. Standing in her light, Shutra finally began to grasp how terrifying that power was. By morning, sunlight touched the temple as soft footsteps echoed through the stone. Shutra stirred with a groan and pushed himself up, still half asleep. He mumbled that he remembered talking to Green Wind, though it all felt blurry. Then a soft emerald glow floated down, and the spirit appeared before him, calmly asking if her master was finally awake. He breathed out her name, and she explained that a trace of Engel's consciousness had surfaced through her the night before, likely overwhelming him and causing him to pass out. As she spoke, faint visions shimmered through the air. The voice declared that a knight of conquest is born to be a king over all creation. As the words faded, she swore loyalty to him. When it clicked, Shuatra realized this was the king's power, the core of conquest itself. Shocked, he wondered if Engel had known this would happen from the start. Green Wind lowered her head and said that now that he was her master forever, she had to tell him something she hid yesterday. Glowing runes appeared in the air as she revealed a secret at the far northern edge of the Engel Plains, one of Enkel's lost relics. He repeated the words in disbelief. She explained that it was an item filled with an elder dragon's power, the Shield of Life. Over 1,000 years ago, Watcher Enkal gave that shield to the bravest centaur warrior, a hero who led his people to many victories and was never once wounded, but he didn't die in battle. He was betrayed and stabbed in his sleep by a woman sent by people who wanted his power. Since only its chosen owner could bear it, his people buried the shield with him in the frozen north. As time passed, the relic turned into legend and took the name of its dead owner, White Suri. At that name, Shutra froze. He knew it from the Night Saga lore, a mythical shield no player had ever found. So it was real, and it was an elder dragon relic. Green Wind asked if he knew it, and he nodded, then quickly asked where the tomb was. She said she could lead him there after she finished making her replacement in the plains. He asked how long that would take, and she said about 2 days. Shutra agreed. They would leave after that. Getting to the far north would be hard, but doable. he could barely hide his excitement. If they got White Suri, everything ahead would get easier. As he thought it over, he realized a trip north could be explained as a mission to hunt down the last Cassius survivors. The bigger problem was that activating the temple had probably caught the Demon King's attention. He figured an inspection team would arrive in less than a week, so leaving sooner was safer. Then Savage Eyes rushed in to report that someone from the Demon King's castle had already arrived. Suri stopped cold. It was way too soon. A familiar white-haired woman walked into the hall and remarked that he looked like he'd seen a ghost. He recognized her at once, Felicia, and demanded to know why she was here. Before he could say more, she reminded him to hear introductions first and called someone forward. A blue-green woman stepped up and bowed as she introduced herself as Daphne, daughter of Echo and the fifth concubine. Shutra's thoughts raced. He knew her from the game's lore, the Dryad-born druid and one of his half-siblings. She was exactly the kind of ally he needed. Folding her arms, Felicia said Daphne was a talented druid who'd be useful because of the plane's spirit. Daphne smiled and said she was glad to work with him. Shura decided he needed to leave a strong impression. He turned to Felicia and asked why she wasn't in the Giska Mountains studying the thunder-forging anvil. She said she meant to go, but he finished his mission too fast. His success had drawn attention. A job expected to take 2 weeks only took 2 days. Because of that, his name was spreading, and normally someone else would have been sent to question or watch him. When he asked if that was why she came, she said that was part of it. She was also curious about the temple's magic and why Cassius had acted so strangely. Shutra noted that behind Felicia's sharp attitude, she was actually thoughtful. He thanked her. She lightly clapped and asked what he planned to do next. He said he was heading north to check for the remaining Cassius, while privately thinking of White Suri. Savage Eyes stepped up and said he would come too. Shutra hesitated, but the Centaur chief insisted he couldn't send others in his place. Rubbing his head, Shutra gave in. Then Felicia raised a hand and said she was coming too, since studying live Cassius was better than dead ones. She added that more people meant more strength. Inside, Shutra sighed. His excuse to hunt Cassius was turning into a full expedition. Watching the horizon, Karak muttered that this was going to get messy. Days later, they reached the northern mountains. A giant wolf roared, and the party snapped into formation. Karak grinned. His bad feeling had been right all along. From the rocks, shadows rushed out with bared fangs, and Shooter stepped forward as the pack closed in from every side. The elves and centaurs quickly formed up to meet them. One wolf suddenly lunged straight at the prince, who readied himself for the hit. Instead, he slipped aside easily. Confused by how these creatures had shown up so fast, they had wiped out every monster here before, so this shouldn't have happened. Then things got worse when winged stone-skinned monsters like gargoyles swooped down from above. Shooter recognized them as Geists and knew this fight had just become serious. His eyes flashed green as he said the enemy wasn't the only one that could fly. He used his wind blessing, making his body light enough to rise and shoot upward. Green Wind, still tiny like a fairy, stared in shock and asked how he was using her magic. He ignored her and burst toward the Geists. One of them could only stare as the kid flew straight at it. Schocter charged his explosive fist and drove it into the monster's face. The strike sent the Geist flying. Hovering in the air, he glared at the rest and told them to quit bothering him and disappear. Below, Green Wind watched in disbelief and wondered what she was even here for. On the ground, Daphne got separated in the chaos. She looked up in panic as a flying monster dove at her. She screamed, stuck with nowhere to run. Carrick reached her just in time, slammed the creature away, and shouted for her to focus and fight. At the same time, Felicia cast her own magic, saying this was going just as she expected. With a sharp jump, she brought down massive stones that crushed several monsters. When it cleared, the ground was covered with dead beasts. Felicia then pointed out a faint purple aura around the monsters that Schocter hadn't noticed. He asked what it was, and she said it was probably curse magic. It made the creatures stronger while draining their life and dulling their emotions. That meant someone was controlling them from far away. Schocter was thrown off. They had already beaten the last controller, so who was this one? Then Karak pointed to Daphne and said she'd been tense the whole fight. Maybe this was her first real battle. Schocter agreed, realizing this Daphne was much less experienced than the one from the game. Daphne said she could feel the spirit's fear, and the dark energy was getting stronger the farther north they went. Green Wind confirmed it. She felt a dark force ahead too. Savage Eyes suggested they push to the northernmost point and find out more. Schocter admitted he only wanted to grab White Suri, and now things were getting way too complicated. Even so, he agreed they should head for the observation tower at the northern border. That night, the group gathered atop the tower and looked into the distance. From there, they saw a huge mass of purple energy surrounded by hundreds of enemies. Felicia said only a high-level undead like a lich could control a force like that. Then Daphne dropped to her knees under the crushing dark energy. Karak helped her up and asked if she was okay. She shakily said yes. Felicia explained that the energy was direct and brutal, and Daphne's half-spirit nature made it hit her harder than everyone else. Seeing they were outmatched, the prince suggested retreating. Before they could move, Felicia felt something coming and went completely stiff. She warned them that someone was rushing straight at them, and Schocter didn't understand her sudden alarm. He checked his holographic map trying to see who would attack now. Multiple red enemy dots were closing in. Then Karak shouted for him to look up. Several huge fireballs were falling straight toward the tower. Shatra looked up in total panic as the attack dropped toward them. Realizing it was a trap, he yelled for everyone to get out at once. The meteors slammed into the tower, causing a massive explosion that destroyed it in seconds while enemies watched from a distance. Karak cried out as debris hit him, but he still used his body to shield the others. Felicia reacted at once, her face hard with focus. Using wind magic, she slowed everyone's fall and protected them from the blast. Debris kept crashing down, but her quick move kept everyone alive. Once the dust settled, Felicia asked if the prince was all right, and he said yes. Savage Eyes thanked the sixth princess, saying her magic saved them, but she warned him not to thank her yet. The enemy force was huge. Surrounded on all sides, they heard Felicia tell them to hold the line while she opened a gap in the formation. She pulled her magic together, locking in as she prepared a powerful spell. Shatra watched her with equal parts worry and admiration, whispering her name. He pulls out a glowing dagger and says he'll hold them off as long as he can. Then he uses Under the King's Banner, boosting everyone on his side. A burst of power runs through the group, and the sudden strength catches them off guard. Green asks if he really means to fight, and he says yes without wavering. Shatra says they'll have to trust him. As Felicia keeps preparing her spell, he calls out his Earthshaker. A gauntlet forms over his arm, glowing with raw power. He yells for everyone to get ready as golden light spreads over him, and the group rushes in. Together they charge straight at the oncoming horde. With a fierce shout, he leads from the front, refusing to fall back. Powered up by the prince's skill, Karak charges with his axe raised high. Savage Eyes follows with his sword and cuts through skeletons without slowing down. Shatra joins the assault. He drives out an explosion fist, and the shockwave blows apart several enemies at once. But the undead pull themselves back together, and even a floating skull with purple eyes reforms. Ready to attack again, it makes Shatra grit his teeth. He realizes even his hardest hits won't keep them down. If this keeps up, the battle will never end. More skeletons keep rising from the ground in endless waves. He knows they have to find the one controlling them before they get overrun. Then purple bolts suddenly rain down from above. They slam into the group, and cries of pain spread as dark magic tears through them. Karak tries to guard himself, but the blast still hits, and he shouts as the pain burns through him. The purple barrage throws the whole battlefield into chaos. One elf collapses, groaning while the magic clings to him like poison. Out of the wreckage, a tall figure rises, wrapped in dark purple energy. It's a huge skeletal knight in a crown and black armor. Shatra sees him at once and knows he's the one commanding the undead army. Savage Eyes takes the chance and charges the giant knight with a roar. He leaps in and attacks with everything he has. The knight blocks with ease and swats him away in one brutal strike. Seeing that, Karak shouts the knight's name and rushes in to help. He gets crushed just as easily and is sent flying by the monster's blow. Pain and anger twist across his face as he realizes how badly they're outmatched. Using that brief opening, Shatra dashes straight at the giant knight. He tells the monster its path ends here, then jumps in with an explosion fist aimed at its core. But the knight catches the attack with no effort and slams him into the ground like he's nothing. Shatra slowly gets back up, coughing as the gap in power hits him hard. This enemy is on a whole different level. Then Felicia steps forward and tells him to stop and rest. The knight silently watches her, almost interested. Shatra is thrown off by his sister stepping in and can't tell what she's planning. She moves in front of him and says she'll handle the monster now. Staring him down, she calls him Skullface and dares him to come at her. Then she rises into the air as a magic circle appears above. She fires a powerful blast straight into the skeletal knight. It howls in pain, but its armor holds and it charges at her in rage. Felicia stays calm and sends another heavy wind blast. The knight keeps coming, purple aura blazing as it tries to overpower her. Felicia doesn't flinch and answers that fury with her own. Using her blink skill, she teleports above him with a packed sphere of energy and catches him off guard, then drops several energy shots on him one after another. The monster roars as the barrage keeps landing. Shatra can only stare, amazed that his sister is dominating the fight alone. Then he feels someone else nearby. He turns and finds Daphne beside him in a green aura. She asks if he's okay, then uses Dryad's blessing, healing the group and filling them with new strength. Savage Eyes feels his wounds close and his arms steady again. Karak is covered in green light too, stronger and refreshed. Shatra grins, excited to see Daphne finally use her owl blessing. A notice appears, boost level 1. Confused, he then finds blue light wrapping around him while small energy orbs spin nearby. Another notice appears, saying he gained Spirit Blossom level 1, a skill that fills him with spirit power and raises all his stats. He realizes both life and wind spirits are flowing through him, and then Shatra rushes in, hammering the skeletal knight with golden energy strikes. Felicia is breathing hard, clearly worn out, but she keeps pressing the attack with everything left in her. She uses Blink again and forms purple energy blades, hurling them at the knight while telling the stubborn brute to disappear already. She pushes in hard, but the monster blocks with its sword. Even she's shocked her attack didn't finish him. Then Karak, strengthened by the green aura, roars the knight's name and brings his axe down with enough force to make it struggle, even if it stays standing. Floating beside Felicia, Shatra praises her and gets ready to keep fighting. She turns in surprise when she notices her brother hovering next to her, set to land the final blow. He tells her to leave the finish to him as his gauntlet blazes. With a fierce shout, he drives out an explosion fist and lands a crushing hit on the enemy. The skeletal knight starts to break apart under the impact. Karak cheers that they've won, but the prince laughs and corrects him. Fired up, the orc says he'll end it himself and charges with his axe raised. Before he can reach the knight, its body blows up in a violent burst of purple energy, sending deadly blasts at everyone. Shutra screams his friend's name, panic gripping his chest as he tries to figure out what just happened. Stunned, he watches purple light swallow the field as his allies are blasted down around him. Felicia stares at the breaking figure, unable to believe the enemy is still standing. She braces for a counterattack. Far from the battle, Green races through the dark forest, searching for something vital. She suddenly stops after sensing it, then finds a piece of floating land with a glowing weapon stuck in it. The warrior's tome and the white eagle, both radiating terrifying power. Back at the battlefield, the skeleton knight lunges at the fallen prince. Felicia cuts in with magic, glares at the monster, and orders it to fight her instead. Rage in her voice, she readies a huge spell and fires triple explosion. A massive burst of raw power straight at the knight. The skeleton knight teleports away from the blast, appears right behind her, and swings at her. She tries to blink clear, but the hit still lands. The knight follows with a brutal punch that sends her flying. Felicia barely throws up a magic barrier, yet the impact still hurls her back. She grits her teeth, realizing this enemy is tougher than she thought. The knight answers with a purple blast that shatters her barrier and knocks her down again. Then he calls up another wave of undead and sends them across the field. In the middle of it all, Shutra lies unconscious after being hit by the bat of bones. In the darkness, a strange voice calls him master and tells him to rise. He wakes in a calm green space, totally confused. Green appears and tells him he has to awaken Enkel's power inside him now. He asks how he's supposed to use Enkel's power when he doesn't even know how to trigger it. Then a huge green light flares overhead, and he looks up in shock. The forest spirit warns him while holding a glowing artifact. Meanwhile, his unconscious body whispers, "Dragon blood," as if he suddenly understands. Green and blue energy pours down from the sky like a falling comet. While Felicia and the others struggle against the undead, that green power spreads across the battlefield, healing wounds and boosting allies. Felicia looks back and sees her brother rising from the ground, wrapped in bright green light. He stands with effort, confused, as the energy coils around him. Then the white eagle shield appears before him, blazing with power. He asks how this is possible, and Green appears beside him. She says she found the tome and got the shield to accept him as its new master. He thanks her, but she says to save it for later, because something worse is happening. The skeleton knight turns on him and charges with purple energy trailing from its sword. Shutra tries to react, shocked by how insanely fast the monster has become. He wonders how it's moving that quickly. The skeleton knight fires a purple blast, but Shutra blocks it with the shield. Felicia screams his name, terrified by the knight's headless form in the smoke, but the prince rises into the air, green shield firm in his hands. He grips the white eagle and feels huge power flooding through him. Green explains that Enkel's fragment has changed his body into a hybrid and asks if he can feel the added strength in his new form. 1,000 years of Enkel's magic stored in the shield is now pouring through him. He stares in awe and says the power is unbelievable. The skeleton knight glares at him, purple eyes burning with hate. Shaltero calls him bonehead and tells him to keep coming. Completely confident now, he says this time he'll crush him for real. Then he fires a green blast from the shield. His green blast spreads out, wiping out nearby undead and tearing through the whole horde. Felicia can only stare, stunned by how much power her brother is using. The skeleton knight lets out an angry roar and rushes in again with his sword raised, but Shutra meets it with the shield, and it answers at once, glowing even brighter. Then it breaks into green energy blades and fires them at the knight. The blades join into a giant green bird that races forward. The skeleton knight turns to slash it, but Shutra throws out a taunt and throws him off. Using that opening, he drives an explosion fist into the knight's side. The monster screams from the hit, and even when the flames roll over Shutra, he guards himself with the white eagle and keeps pushing ahead. Green light pours off his body as he gets ready to strike back. In one fast move, he fires a green blast that smashes into the knight. The shield flares as that power bursts outward. Several green blades punch through the skeleton knight's armor, and he cries out in pain. Shutra jumps into the air, his gauntlet blazing, as he gathers power for the last blow. Then, without hesitation, he uses giant piston and slams a punch into the knight's chest. The skeleton knight jerks back, teeth grinding as the crushing blow rips through him. Shutra declares that this ends now and moves in for the finishing strike. With a quick flick of his fingers, he pulls the green energy into one burning point, then fires a beam straight through the monster's chest. The skeleton knight starts to fall apart, his whole body breaking down as the energy consumes him. The other undead freeze, shocked to see their leader fall. A message appears before Shutra, telling him he defeated the boss, Skeleton King Valkarova. He gains 2 levels and feels fresh power rush through him. Smiling, he also earns the title Kingslayer Level 1. Felicia quickly reminds him about the Bat of Bones curse and urges everyone to leave. That night, the group rests by the fire and talks. Felicia asks if the shield really is the White Eagle's relic, and Shutra confirms it. Savage Eyes and Karak are amazed the legendary weapon was real. Daphne says the shield is giving off huge life energy and feels like it still hasn't shown its true power. Shutra realizes it is limiting itself so it can match him. Felicia tells him the relic belongs to him now and promises she won't report it to the castle. Savage Eyes steps up next and names him the heir to the great warrior White Eagle. The Centaur chief promises they will answer whenever he calls. Shutra smiles and says he'll be counting on them too. Then he remembers something important. They still had not checked the warrior's tome for loot. Inside, he finds a chest packed with treasure and gold coins. Before he can enjoy it, Green appears and says this still isn't over, because he never praised her. Karak jumps at her sudden appearance, and Shutra apologizes for forgetting. He gently pats the little fairy on the head and sincerely thanks her for helping in the fight. She lets it go, but says proper praise is part of the payment. So he gives in and calls her the best of all of them. Totally amazing. With the battle done and the reward collected, the trouble in the north finally comes to an end. Even so, Shutra still feels uneasy. He wonders if Valkarova was really the source of the purple aura, or if something else was behind it. He also can't figure out how the enemy learned about the hidden sanctuary in the forest. In the end, he knows too many questions are still left unanswered. He tells himself that one day he will find the real source of the purple aura. After they return from the northern border, time passes quickly. Savage Eyes gets his warriors ready to head north and wipe out the remaining Cassius. Shutra joins them, and after 15 days the whole pack is gone. Back at the Demon King's castle, things return to normal. Felicia looks at her brother and says he seems even stronger than before. He grins and says he's in a growth spurt, so getting stronger is only natural. Then he asks how the sanctuary investigation went. Felicia says the results were average, but the elf did find one important clue. She discovered the sanctuary's magic came from Enkel, one of the 6 ancient dragons. Shutra acts surprised and calls it an amazing find. Trying not to look suspicious, Felicia studies him and asks if he already knew, but he quickly denies it. Then Green pops up and says he looks weird trying to fake ignorance. The scene shifts to the Demon King's castle. When Felicia arrives, a group of elf girls runs up to her, calling her name. They greet her warmly and ask if she's doing well and if she's eaten. Karak watches the whole thing and says nothing here has changed, and Shutra agrees. Green asks if it's really okay to leave the plains like that, and Shutra says the only ones who changed were them. Karak then asks if he did something wrong to get so much attention. He points to a group of female elves staring at them with open distrust. Shutra recognizes them as succubi and guesses they belong to Anastasia's faction. Anastasia, the 4th princess, leads one of the castle's 3 major factions. Her group is the largest, and even Felicia and her twin brother Sylvan once belonged to it. Shutra realizes the news from the plains has already reached her. Then he smirks and tells Karak to get used to that kind of attention. The scene then moves to the merit office. At the castle office, the representative announces that Shutra's merit rank is now 10, which means he can enter the treasure vault. That gets him excited right away. Smiling, he asks if they can finally go spend money. So they head to the arsenal, where they're allowed into the first treasure vault. The arsenal manager explains they can buy gear with cash instead of merit points. He tells them to look around and take whatever they want to buy. Shutra tells Karak to choose what he needs, and the orc asks if he's serious. Once Shutra says yes, Karak runs off excited to grab new equipment. He picks chest armor, saying it's tough, protects against elemental attacks, and is light enough not to mess up his beast god fist style. He plans to wear it under his normal clothes. After that, they visit a blacksmith named Katarov to order new greaves. Shutra says he needs special ones because his fighting style depends on footwork. The blacksmith says the design is simple and can be done in 2 days. He then suggests making the greaves with leather and dragon scales, which shocks Shutra. Shutra asks if he's joking since those materials are so rare, but the blacksmith says a shipment arrived that very day under the prince's name, and he plans to use it. Still confused, Shutra asks how something like that showed up without him knowing. The blacksmith says Lord Ishgard personally arranged it. That name catches Shutra off guard. Ishgard is the kingdom's greatest swordsman and blacksmith, an elder of the Sura race, and the legend who trained the Demon King himself. Karak asks why someone like that would help the prince, and Shutra admits he doesn't get it either. In the game, the Sura side never supported him, so this change makes no sense. Suddenly, a man comes running in with urgent news for the 9th prince. Karak asks what happened, and the messenger bows while trying to catch his breath. He says an audience ceremony will be held the next morning, surprising Shutra. It will honor 3 people for what they did in the plains. Shutra wonders who the 3rd person is besides him and Felicia. The messenger then reveals that the 2nd prince, Zephyr, has returned to the castle. Karak stops at once, surprised, while Shutra goes still. The name hits him hard. His eyes glow blue and his body tenses as an old memory rises up. Karak asks if he's okay, but Shutra only lifts his gaze, now sharp and cold. In his mind, he repeats the name, Zephyr. A memory flashes before him, a black armored knight under a blood-red sky, with his own body broken at that man's feet. He remembers all too well that this was the man fated to kill him and ruin everything around him. Just thinking about facing him again sends a chill through him. The scene then shifts to a corridor inside the fortress. Karak walks beside the prince, still worried, and says Shutra has been acting strange since yesterday. Shutra lets out a quiet breath, trying to stop his fingers from shaking. He always knew this meeting would come, but not that it would scare him this much. Trying to lighten the mood, Karak asks about the other prince who was meant to arrive. A servant explains that the second prince will enter directly, instead of waiting. Then a woman comments that Zephyr is special in more ways than one. Felicia walks up and tells her brother that his own accomplishments are nothing small. Shutra quietly tells her not to feel outshined, and she answers with full confidence that they just need to do their best. Soon the grand audience hall is ready, and an attendant announces the ceremony has begun. The Demon King sits on his throne, watching the hall as a herald calls forward the 6th Princess Felicia and the 9th Prince Shutra. They walk down the carpet, and even though he keeps his steps steady, Shutra is tense. He tells himself that if he's already this nervous, what comes next will be even worse. He keeps his eyes forward and ignores the rows of nobles, along with the horned woman staring down at him with cold arrogance. He reminds himself to endure this. It's a wall he was always meant to face. Then the herald announces the next arrival, and the room falls silent. The second prince, Zephyr, steps through the entrance and walks in with calm, steady confidence. Shutra's heart pounds as Zephyr approaches. Zephyr crossed the threshold, and Shutra knew the moment had come. This was Zephyr Ragnaros, the main figure of Night Saga's Demon Realm arc. When Zephyr reached the middle of the hall, an official opened a scroll and started reciting the royal siblings' achievements. The next stretch passed in a blur as all three knelt. To Shutra, Zephyr's accomplishments alone were enough to justify the whole ceremony. Soon, the northern border mission involving Felicia and him was announced, stirring whispers through the hall, but the real point wasn't their achievements. The Demon King leaned forward, called Shutra by name, and declared that he would assign his mission personally. Felicia tensed, and another noble shot over a sharp glance while Zephyr lowered his head without a word. Shutra felt the whole room turn toward him, and knew this had never happened before. He stepped forward and awkwardly asked for pardon, shocked that the Demon King was giving him a mission right in the middle of the ceremony. Later, in front of a rune-lit map, he heard the details. An official pointed to a marked area and said his mission was to explore the Thunderdome fortress in the Dwarven Kingdom. A display showed the digging routes where miners had found a way into the fortress. His orders were simple: secure the passage and investigate inside. The official added that the job had first been assigned to the 27th Exploration Unit under General Kashubal, but Kashubal died during the mission from toxic gas. Shutra was warned to prepare for that and secure the fortress anyway. Under his breath, Shutra could hardly believe it. If Kashubal of Draconian blood couldn't do this, why did they expect him to? He couldn't help wondering why they hadn't just given it to Zephyr, whose lineage fit the job far better. That evening, Felicia walked the streets with Shutra and Karak. She suddenly stopped, narrowed her eyes, and asked if he'd done something to anger their father. Shutra flinched and asked what she meant. Felicia said a mission like this would normally go straight to Zephyr. Karak folded his arms and added that even the general had failed, so the danger had to be huge. Felicia agreed it was far too risky for Shutra. She stepped closer, called his name, and insisted he had to feel the same way. Caught off guard, Shutra scratched his cheek, then admitted she was right. Her worry turned into resolve. She said she was going with him, reaching out as she promised they'd face the Thunderdome fortress together. Felicia acts annoyed, but Karak quickly teases her for jumping in without even hesitating. Shutra sees right through it and smiles warmly, grateful for her loyalty. He gladly accepts her coming along. At the same time, a blue-haired siren stepped up with a sharp smile and asked Prince Shutra for permission to join too. Felicia recognized him at once and said his name was Kotorog. With a little surprise, Shutra politely turned him down, saying the team was already full. Kotorog bowed in understanding, excused himself, and left without making trouble. Afterward, Felicia asked why he refused, pointing out that the male siren was extremely capable. Shutra admits to himself that she's right. He's a very powerful magic user. But as Kotorog leaves, he secretly uses a teleportation spell and disappears. Shutra already knows the truth. Daurav is a fanatically loyal spy working for Princess Anastasia. Elsewhere, Kotorog kneels in a dark room and reports to his master. In another place, Shutra smirks, realizing Anastasia must be seriously worried if she sent her best spy. He silently dares his sister to keep watching from the shadows. Anastasia calmly sips her wine and admits her younger brother is more careful than she expected. Later, in Shutra's room, Felicia asks what he knows about the fortress. He explains that it once belonged to dwarves, a people famous for fighting brutal wars against dragons. Felicia adds that the Dwarven High Kingdom fought dragons to protect its huge treasures. Karak is stunned while she keeps going and explains the kinds of dragons that once threatened the land. Karak innocently asks if she could beat a dragon herself, which instantly makes her flustered. Then he bluntly says she couldn't, and Felicia snaps back that dragons are far beyond normal monsters in power. Karak just laughs and says her history knowledge is impressive. Proudly, she lifts her chin and explains that the fortress is famous among scholars. Then greed lights up her face as she suggests they might get rich. Karak points out she's practically drooling, but Shutra agrees this place really is a jackpot. From his past life, he knows the fortress is a legendary dungeon, insanely dangerous but worth it. The old wars left countless priceless treasures buried inside. More than that, there's one thing in there he has to get, no matter what. It's the legendary Dragon Slayer's sword, a weapon that can kill dragon. If he wants to defeat Prince Zephyr, who carries dragon blood, Shutra knows he needs that sword. At the northern entrance, he readies himself for the mission. His new A-rank greaves made from dragon scales shine in the light. Shutra smiles, clearly happy with his powerful custom armor. His party waits behind him, ready for orders. He pulls up his mask, sharpens his gaze, and signals them to move. They enter the newly found mine and move carefully through the ancient dwarven hall. Carrick notices the fog getting thicker and realizes it's actually toxic gas. Felicia suggests moving slowly, and Shutra agrees that caution is best. Carrick notices the gas has a strange color and wonders if it shouldn't be yellow. Without warning, several people start choking and gasping for air. Carrick and a female attendant collapse to the floor, overcome by the poison. Felicia and Shutra are stunned by how fast it happened. Felicia swears as she realizes the gas has changed composition. She quickly summons a strong wind vortex to make a pocket of clean air, but her magic reacts violently with the strange poison. The clash sets off a huge unstable explosion. The blast rips through the hall, throwing everyone aside. Shutra hits the ground and weakly calls for Felicia. As the dust and poison settle, the whole party lies unconscious across the stone floor. Then three huge shadowy figures step out of the mist. One of the monsters moves forward with heavy, deliberate steps, looming over the helpless group. It lets out a deep roar that shakes the hall. Shutra's eyes snap open. He instantly knows these are the same creatures that killed the general. The white Suri shield appears and shoots itself at the monsters. In a flash of light, it cuts one clean in half. Then it keeps going, slicing through the others with ease. Green Wind remarks that Shutra's acting looked pretty real, but he sharply tells her to be quiet. The shield releases a wave of purifying light, and the monsters scream in pain. One creature lets out a piercing shriek as its body starts to break apart. The holy light finishes it off, erasing its dark form completely. Shutra stands firm in his new armor, shield in hand. Looking over his fallen allies, he realizes just how strong the poison was. A smirk crosses his face, as he remembers his own body is completely immune to poison. Suddenly, the whole fortress starts shaking hard. Huge chunks of stone fall as the ceiling begins to collapse, and Shutra looks up, alarmed at this new disaster. He curses the fortress for having trap after trap. He orders Green Wind to stay and guard the unconscious party. Purple light fills his eyes as he activates his dragon blood power. Wrapped in that aura, he carefully lifts Felicia and the others into his arms. Then he leaps through the collapsing cavern at incredible speed, barely avoiding the falling rubble. Desperate to find an exit, he spots a massive structure ahead and lands before a giant sealed gate, the fortress's true entrance. The white Suri spreads its wings wide, forming a barrier against the falling debris. Green Wind urgently warns him that things are getting worse fast. Shutra then finds Carrick trapped under a huge pile of rubble. Looking down at his unconscious friend, he silently promises to come back for him. Without wasting a second, he carries the other fallen members away, one by one, and sets them somewhere safer. He lands hard, but his dragon scale greaves absorb most of it. After a brief breath, he realizes he saved almost all of them. As he turns to go back for Carrick, his body suddenly freezes, and his eyes go wide in shock. The rubble pinning Carrick explodes outward, and fear hits him instantly. He cries out Carrick's name in pure panic. The white Suri blocks his way and tells him to calm down, but his thoughts start spiraling. The spirit reminds him of the summoning spell he used earlier. He grits his teeth as hope sparks in his chest and the memory comes back clearly. With fresh resolve, he shouts the command to summon his knight. A green portal rips open in the air and Carrick's head appears from the glowing opening. A moment later, his whole body tumbles through and lands safely on the ground. Carrick is still unconscious, but alive. Behind them, the passage fully collapses, sealing them inside the ancient fortress. Carrick is breathing hard, but it doesn't look like he's badly hurt. Shutra sits beside him, flooded with relief. Once his heartbeat starts to calm, he thinks about the strange shadow creatures, knowing they were never supposed to exist in the game. At that moment, Felicia starts to stir and cough weakly as the poison leaves her system. Shutra realizes he can't waste time, he has to detox the others right away. Before he can move, a massive shadowy foot slams down in front of him and blocks his path. He looks up and finds himself completely surrounded by it. He curses his luck as even more creatures crawl out of the darkness. Another wave of monsters roars together and gets ready to strike. Shutra pours power into his gauntlet, his face hard with determination. Then he throws a crushing punch that completely destroys the first creature. He lifts his shield, annoyed that this has become such a huge hassle. The rest roar in fury, not caring that one of them just died. Shutra's eyes flare with anger as he says they're wasting his time. The whole pack lets out a sharp scream and rushes him. Golden light floods his gauntlet as he digs in, then pounds the floor and sends a shockwave through the cavern. As the monsters stumble, he follows with a wide swing. A green arc bursts from his shield and slices through dozens of them. He doesn't budge, standing in the middle of the wreckage like a storm of holy power is pouring out of him. Then he erupts with one last blast and wipes out the rest. When the gold light dies, the cavern goes silent. Felicia slowly opens her eyes, still dazed, and Shutra drops beside her to ask if she's okay. She weakly says his name and looks around, confused by the dead monsters, while he starts healing her. He gives her a small smile and brushes it off like nothing serious happened. Once the others are awake, the group gets ready to push deeper into the fortress. They have two choices, a longer safe path or a short route packed with traps. Felicia asks which one he's taking, but before he can answer, a loud alarm rings through the halls. Shutra's face hardens. An attendant says the alarm means the fortress's main facility is under attack. He instantly realizes another group got into the dungeon first and is already ahead. Without pausing, he tells a shocked Karak to take the trap shortcut. He gives him a steady look and says he'll make it. Then a dragon head carved into the wall lights up and spits fire that Karak barely blocks. A second later, the floor gives way under him, opening over a spike pit. More traps fire off, but the projectiles bounce off Karak's shield. The hall turns into a non-stop death course of swinging maces and hidden traps. By the time Karak gets through, he's soaked in sweat and barely breathing. Shutra happily praises him, while the terrified orc says he almost died. Because of Karak, the party reaches the huge doors to the control room. An attendant notices the gargoyles guarding the entrance are gone. Felicia agrees that's strange, but says they still need to find out what happened. They enter the control room carefully. It's thick with dust and far too quiet. Shutra notices someone slumped against a wall, the armored skeleton of the last dwarven city lord. The attendant then points out something else nearby, a large smooth black sphere sitting in the corner, swallowing light instead of reflecting it. Felicia wonders if it's some dwarven machine that needs to be turned on, but Shutra calls her over after finding a golden key on the skeleton. He picks up the ornate key and inserts it into the sphere. Blue lightning instantly races across it. The sphere powers up with a soft glow, and dozens of hologram screens fill the room. Everyone stares, amazed by the dwarf's tech. Then Karak suddenly cries out, hearing something off in the distance, and Daphne points to one of the screens. It shows a battle somewhere else in the fortress. Shadow monsters fighting a huge army of stone gargoyles. Shutra's face darkens when he realizes those are the real invaders. As he studies the image, a giant shape in the background makes him freeze. The hologram zooms in on a huge dead monster pinned by a glowing golden spear, and Shutra whispers that they've finally found what they came for. It's Ascalon, the legendary dragon slayer spear. Then the screens begin showing the fortress's past, the evil dragon Partisan attacking with his army. After breaking through the defenses, Partisan went all out. Sure, no one could stop him. That confidence got him killed when he left himself open. The fortress's greatest warrior took the chance and drove Ascalon into his chest. With their leader dead, the dragon army went mad, and the dwarves had to abandon the city. The fortress became a giant tomb, trapping the dead dragon and countless dwarves inside. Karak confirms the corpse is Partisan, and the spear really is Ascalon. The screens keep showing the gargoyles battling the shadow monsters. The party quickly figures out the shadows want the spear too. Felicia snorts and says she's not letting them take it. Shutra asks if the gargoyles can be controlled, but Felicia says no. Right then, a giant dwarven golem wakes up, its hammer crackling with lightning. One smash from that weapon wipes out a whole group of shadow creatures. Felicia says the city lord must have passed his authority to the golem before dying. She wants to wait and watch, but Shutra shuts that down. His eyes light up. This chaos is the chance they needed. There are too many unknowns to sit around, so he tells Felicia to stay put and bolts out of the control room. With the map memorized, he runs straight for the battlefield and his goal. Shutra knows if he gets Ascalon first, they win. In his mind, the result is already clear. They're coming out on top. While racing ahead, he checks the minimap and sees he's close. Soon, Partisan's giant corpse comes into view. As he runs past the golem, he briefly admires how useful the minimap is. Then the construct suddenly swings its lightning hammer at him and sends him flying. He lands, recovers fast, and yells that he's not here to fight it. The golem doesn't care and slams the ground again, kicking out another shockwave. Its glowing eye stays locked on Shutra, seeing only an intruder. Then the construct pauses for a moment, almost confused. A streak of green light flashes past it, pulling its focus away. Shutra surfs forward on his shield and jokes that Greenwind's timing was perfect. She snaps at the nickname, and he says it sounds stylish. He drops the banter and dashes for the dragon's corpse. Planting his feet, he reaches for the prize he's been chasing. Up close, the spear's golden light is even brighter. Grinning, he grabs it, thanks the fortress, braces himself against the corpse, and pulls. It doesn't move. He strains again, but it stays stuck. Through clenched teeth, he realizes the spear is insanely heavy. With a roar, he dumps every last stat point into strength. The golem watches as a pillar of golden light bursts around him. Then, with one final pull, the legendary spear comes free, and Shutra stands there holding Ascalon. He swings it once, and the blast instantly wipes out the nearby monsters. Felicia and Karak stare at the screen in shock. Daphne and the others are just as stunned, while a hooded figure watches from the shadows. A system message explains Ascalon's history and power, and Shutra is hit with a rush of victory. He knows he's reached his main goal, until a huge dragon head rises behind him from the dark. The hooded figure lifts a glowing orb and drives it into Partisan's corpse. Purple energy explodes out, bringing the dragon back. Shutra shouts, unable to believe what he's seeing. He spots the hooded figure and wonders who they are. The stranger stays calm, the dark orb still pulsing with power. Shotra braces as the ground under him starts glowing with the same purple light. The undead dragon rises into the air with a horrible roar, then it fires a wave of dark flame, a huge beam of purple energy right at him. He recognizes it at once and breaks into a cold sweat. It's the same death energy from the Engel Plains. The beam rips through the dwarven cavern with terrifying force. Even the remaining shadow monsters are erased by it. The white Suri appears instantly and throws up a holy barrier. Shotra is blasted backward, his mind racing over this new threat. When he looks up, the giant dwarven golem is moving toward the dragon. He can only stare as it gets ready to take on the revived beast. Then the golem drives its lightning hammer into the dragon's side, and the two giants crash into a brutal fight. Shotra can't make sense of it. Why are the fortress guardians fighting each other? A moment later, his party rushes over to him. He tells them someone used dark magic to revive the ancient dragon. Felicia is horrified, and Shotra admits he doesn't know who did it or why, but he's sure the purple death energy is the key. The dragon is unstable and has to be destroyed fast, though he's still not sure how. He says an undead creature like this should have a magic core, and the glowing purple one is probably the target. He gets ready to test that in battle. A bead of sweat runs down his face as he curses under his breath, and he warns everyone to move just before the dragon fires another huge blast of purple energy. The attack shakes the whole fortress and tears through everything in its path. When the dust clears, the dragon looks steadier than before. It absorbed power from the fortress and got even stronger. Tarek questions Shotra's call, and all he can do is apologize. Now he realizes the dragon will keep getting stronger, and despair starts creeping in. Then glowing golden runes begin circling the spear in his hands. Ascalon starts changing, its blade pulling back and reshaping into a huge candle-like form. Felicia, Ju, and Karak can only stare, shocked by the weapon changing shape. The protagonist asks Felicia to buy him a little time. Certain he can finish this, he tells her to trust him. The undead dragon turns to him, picking up on the danger. Felicia steps in with a strong fire spell. It erupts in a huge blast and blinds the dragon for a moment. The beast roars in rage, unable to find him. Ju feels the ancient spear guiding him. One clean hit is all he needs. But before he moves, the dragon recovers and fires off a shockwave that throws him off balance. Felicia and Karak shout and run to him. Ju coughs and swears at himself, realizing he rushed in too fast. Just as the dragon closes in, help comes from nowhere. The giant dwarven golem slams into it and saves MC from dying. From the ground, he looks up in shock. His sight is blurry, but he can still make out the two huge guardians fighting. He has no idea why the golem is helping, only that he just got a second chance. The dwarven golem grips its hammer, drives the dragon back, then swings again, sending a lightning charge blow straight at it. Partisan roars as it gets forced back. The dragon answers with dragon breath, flooding the area with destruction, but the golem keeps hammering away without backing down. Nearby, Green asks if Ju is okay, and Felicia hurries over too. She heals him while tearing into him for being reckless. He says he thought he could end it fast, but only got himself hurt, and admits he has no excuse. Felicia tells him they should fall back. The dragon is way beyond them, especially with him injured. The protagonist insists they can still win, and she snaps at him for being stubborn in this state. He admits he messed up before and explains that the worse things get, the less they can afford to retreat. Then he asks for her help again, promising he will not slip up this time. Felicia is about to answer, but Ju's already moving. He jumps onto his shield and rides it like a surfboard, diving back into the middle of the fight. His plan is to circle the dragon before it notices him, and Green follows the plan right away. At the same time, Partisan smashes the dwarven golem's arm and starts charging another breath attack. The golem takes it head-on and is blown apart instantly. Almost right after that, the dragon is hit again. Felicia ignites her flames and blows them up in another huge blast. Even through the fire, the dragon catches something flying past. Ju loops around it from different angles, striking again and again as he builds speed. He keeps circling, moving faster each pass. Partisan grows more annoyed and starts charging another dragon breath. Green realizes this is the perfect moment. With the dragon focused elsewhere, Ju attacks from another side and activates dragon blood. While its eyes stay on the shield above, MC rushes up from below. He reminds himself not to hurry. He has one shot and it has to be exact. The dragon starts to notice him, and he copies a move he once saw Tiny Spark use. In that tiny opening, a massive burst of force erupts from below and rips through the dragon's body. It screams as the attack shatters it from the inside. Gigantic piston. Felicia freezes in disbelief. When she realizes Ju really pulled it off, Partisan crashes down. The system announces that he defeated the zombie dragon Partisan, and his level goes up. He feels real joy from using the Dragon Slayer spear Ascalon, and he also earns the title Dragon Slayer. Then a strange man speaks up, stunned that Ju actually brought the dragon down. The voice makes him flinch. The mysterious man mutters that he must have misjudged things, since the second prince never showed up. The protagonist realizes this is the one who revived Partisan. The man says it does not matter now, raises a spear wrapped in blue flames, and sends the fire at MC to wipe out whatever is left. Ju is completely blindsided. Blue fire crashes through the fortress like a tidal wave, tearing apart the walls and bringing the whole place down. But he is still standing in the wreckage. Half blinded by dust and debris, he can only force open one eye to look around. When the smoke clears, his sight comes back, but none of this makes sense. The attack is just gone. Then he sees the reason. The mysterious man has been sliced clean in half. The body drops and Ju just stares, unable to process it. A new voice cuts in, saying he made it just in time. The protagonist's eyes widen as he sees who it is. He instantly recognizes the man, the Sword Lord. Smiling, the newcomer greets him as the Ninth Prince, the last shield of Ashura's sanctuary and master of the Demon King Mitra. Sword Lord Ishgard is someone in Night Saga who stands on the level of an elder dragon. He's a terrifying force, yet only a background figure in the story, someone you normally never meet. Even when Zephyr Ragnaros became the Demon King, Ishgard stayed out of sight. When Locke invaded the Demon Realm, he still never appeared. He was one of Night Saga's hidden monsters, covered in mystery so strong that even the Demon King once sought his guidance. Ishgard remarks that the sixth princess has grown a lot. Then, without warning, he lifts her up and says the last time he saw her, she was just a tiny kid. Flustered, she yells at him to put her down. He only laughs and teases her more, saying she's still acting like a child. Ju can barely believe Sword Lord Ishgard is really standing in front of him, while Felicia is just annoyed and embarrassed. Then Ishgard asks the Ninth Prince if he liked his gift, and MC realizes he means the dragon hide. He thanks him sincerely and says it helped him make great gear. While they're talking, Ju misses several monsters closing in behind them. A flash of light suddenly draws his eye, and a violent burst of power follows with a chain of explosions. Carrick asks why everything is blowing up, and he says he has no clue. They need to get back now. The man from earlier starts glowing, then bursts apart himself. When it is over, the place is nothing but wreckage. Luckily, Ishgard put up a barrier around them. He calmly asks if everyone is all right. Ju says they are, thanks to him. Felicia still cannot figure out why the explosion happened, and starts wondering what the enemy really wanted. The protagonist remembers the man mentioning the second prince, and the more he thinks about it, the stranger it seems. Ascalon clearly was not the target. The man never cared about it at all. That makes Ju rethink everything. Then it clicks. His face hardens as the pieces fall into place, and he tells Felicia the real target may have been the second prince. Shocked, she asks why he thinks that. MC explains that the spear user said they had been watching because the second prince never showed. He adds that these enemies only revealed themselves now, even though half a month had passed since General Kashubal failed. To him, it feels like they were waiting for someone the whole time. Felicia's expression turns grim as she gets it. She says General Kashubal was probably killed from the start as bait for the second prince. She also points out that Zephyr usually handled jobs like this, so they likely expected him again. That makes her wonder who would target Zephyr, and why. Ju says whoever planned this was careful enough to erase every trace by blowing themselves up. Ishgard says their theory is pretty interesting, and an irritated Felicia snaps that this is no joke. She stresses how serious it is, but Ishgard calmly says he is serious too. Too tired to keep arguing, she just sighs. Then she asks why he came here at all. Ishgard says the Demon King had taken a strong interest in the Ninth Prince, so he came to see the protagonist for himself. The protagonist is speechless that someone like Ishgard showed up just to look at him. Ishgard goes on to say the Demon King never does anything without a reason. If he acted strangely during the audience ceremony, there was meaning in it. Now that he's met MC in person, Ishgard says he can roughly see what the Demon King was thinking. He feels the mood shift as Ishgard studies him. Then Ishgard asks if he wants to learn from him, stunning both him and Felicia. Ishgard quickly explains he is not asking the protagonist to become his disciple. He says he is not in a position to train one, and besides, MC has already learned the Beast God Fist art. Felicia is shocked and asks when that happened. MC, just as surprised, asks Ishgard how he even knew about it. Ishgard explains that his body holds many kinds of energy at once, including the Beast God Fist art. He cannot sort out every single one, but he can tell they are not clashing. Instead, they exist together and even support each other. He says the best words for the protagonist are mutual coexistence. That is why Ishgard took an interest in the Ninth Prince, and wants to share some of what he knows. Then he asks MC what he thinks. Shutra knew how rare this was. Other than Demon King Matera, Ishgard had never offered to teach someone on his own, so with no reason to turn it down, Shutra accepted. Ishgard looked pleased and went on to explain that he would pass down one aura control method and a few techniques. How far they grew after that would depend on Shutra. Then he put a hand on Shutra's shoulder and golden light burst from him. That glow was the start of the lesson. The golden aura around Shutra belonged to Ishgard. Shutra shut his eyes and focused on it. The feeling was completely unlike when he learned the Beast God Fist art. Ishgard's aura spread through every part of his body. Then the system announced he had gained Ashura Cultivation Technique level 11. More alerts followed: Ashura Cultivation Technique Wind God level 11, Ashura Cultivation Technique Great Mountain level 11, and Ashura Cultivation Technique Lightning level 11. Ishgard said Shutra was amazing. He was learning much faster than expected. Then golden and blue energy suddenly crashed together, erupting in a blinding flash. Shutra vanished inside it, and even Ishgard stood stunned. Felicia and the others could only stare, worried something had happened to Shutra. Ishgard was shaken. He had never thought something like this could happen. Then the blue and gold power slowly fused into one bright core. New system messages appeared. First, the Asura cultivation technique and beast god fist art had synchronized. Next, Shutra's physique level rose. His immunity to 100 poisons level 1 also improved, and the system noted it could become immunity to 1000 poisons at level 3. He also gained harmony level 1, and the S-rank beast god fist art evolved. A huge pillar of golden light shot upward, struck the fortress, and shook the ground. Shutra came out of the glow, floating calmly as the merged energy circled him. His eyes stayed closed, and his body was perfectly steady, like the power had fully accepted him. When he finally opened his eyes, he had harmony level 1, beast god fist art, and the S-rank martial art Asura divine fist. Once the light disappeared, he dropped flat onto the ground and landed on his butt. Karak and Felicia rushed over and asked Ishgard what happened. He said he had only meant to teach Shutra the Asura cultivation technique, but Shutra had merged it with the beast god fist art without even meaning to, creating a brand new technique. He added that in Night Saga, the only S-rank martial art had been the Hero Lock's sword art. Now beast god fist art had become Asura divine fist strike, reaching the same rank as the hero's art. Ishgard admitted Shutra was far beyond what he had expected. He said he would not ask questions, and that Shutra did not need to explain anything. What interested him was Shutra himself. Then he asked if Shutra had already named the technique. Shutra said yes and revealed the name as the Asura divine fist strike. Ishgard said the name was simple, but it fit. He also warned Shutra to keep this hidden whenever he could. He explained that Shutra was already attracting plenty of attention, and there was no need to invite even more suspicion from the royal court. Shutra agreed that staying quiet was the smarter choice. With their main goal done, Shutra said they just needed to pack up and rest. Felicia asked what exactly they were packing. He asked if this was her first time exploring ruins, then said they should harvest the entire dragon before the expedition team arrived. That shocked both siblings. He explained that if they split everything into 3 shares, it would work perfectly. Then he asked what they meant to do with the materials. They said they only planned to send them to the forge at the Demon King's castle. He replied that it was a decent plan, but since the materials were so valuable, he suggested giving them to an acquaintance instead. He guaranteed that person's skill was top class. Then he asked if they knew Amita. Felicia said she didn't, but Shutra lit up and shouted the full name. Amita Ignazia. He explained that Amita Ignazia was the greatest blacksmith in the demon realm, a master of the last flame. Ishgard then realized the 9th prince already knew who that was. Shutra was sure of it, saying that meeting Amita was a real hidden event even in Night Saga. Amita Ignazia was a mystery. Sometimes Amita appeared as a man, other times as a woman. There were even rumors that Amita was a shape-shifting mage, while others said Amita was not one person at all, but a shared name used by a whole group. Meeting Amita was incredibly rare. Shutra had only done it 3 times in 10 full clears. Ishgard was glad he didn't need to explain much. He said he would tell Shutra where Amita had been staying lately, and that made Shutra genuinely excited. Ishgard explained that Amita often changed homes, so Shutra should go as soon as he was ready. He added that Amita avoided people, but if Shutra used Ishgard's name, Amita would at least meet him once. Shutra felt completely satisfied. In no time at all, he had gained an S-rank martial art, and Amita's location too. Later, they went down a staircase. After resting for a while, they searched the treasure vault carefully. Next came the archives, which Felicia refused to skip. The moment Shutra stepped inside, he started coughing from all the dust. Felicia teased him, asking if dust was enough to beat his curiosity. Karak pointed out that the 9th prince had never shown much interest in dwarf culture to begin with. Once they reached the archive room, Felicia excitedly showed Delia a book. She was thrilled the records were still in such good shape, and praised the dwarves for keeping them so carefully. Shutra watched quietly while she enjoyed herself. Delia kept bringing over more books, and Karak fell asleep in the middle of the hall. Shutra looked around, wondering how old the archive really was. Some records were even carved on stone tablets. One tablet slipped and fell. He picked it up. The carving on it showed several people led by a woman, all standing before a group of dragons. The scene felt oddly familiar. He recognized Watcher, Ikael, and Enkidu, and across from them stood the 6 elder dragons. Then he looked more closely at the woman. He knew her at once. She was the same woman who had once told him to conquer, and said everyone would kneel before him. That realization made his chest tighten. She represented conquest. Shutra couldn't understand why she was there. He was confused because the tablet looked more than 1,000 years old. It showed 4 people and 6 dragons gathered together. He kept wondering what kind of link could have brought them all together. Then Green suddenly appeared upside down in front of him. Startling him, she asked why he looked so serious. He asked where she had come from, and she told him to follow her because she had done something worth praising. Shutra stayed by the table and calmly checked the book she gave him. He was startled when he realized what it was. Green proudly showed it off. It was a record about the elder dragons. Each one had a nickname tied to its nature. Enkidu, who held destructive power, was called the Tyrant. Watcher Ikael, kind to everyone, was known as the Gentle Mother. Kaun, wise and thoughtful, carried the title Sage. Violent, fierce, and intense, was called a warrior. Still, despite that savage side, Violent was closer to ice than fire. The records described him as a cold flame, a silent warrior who almost never drew his blade. But when he did, his fury could burn the world to ash. Shutra noticed most of the records were about violent, including old legends and the location of his lair. One detail grabbed his attention. On a map, one place was clearly marked, the Lake of the Sun. He had never expected a fire-attributed elder dragon to hide its lair under a lake. At that moment, he understood why veteran hunters had never found it. Green got impatient and complained that he still hadn't praised her. As he kept studying the map, he noticed something else. The place was close to Amita's current residence, the one Ishgard had mentioned. He remembered Amita was staying near the spider forest. That was also near the lycanthrope region. Shutra had already planned to find Caitlin and Chris on the way, so everything lined up perfectly. He gently patted Green on the forehead and praised her for doing well. That made her obviously happy. Shutra's next steps were set: meet Amita first, then claim the armament of the Elder Dragon Violent. If all went well, the next part of his journey would be a huge gain. They stayed at Thunderdoom Fortress for 4 days. Felicia's energy was unbelievable. She spent almost all her time in the archives and still showed no sign of getting tired, even up to the day before they left. Shutra also spent most of that time there, searching for anything on the Elder Dragons. Sadly, he found nothing on any dragon besides Violent. Still, there was one bit of good news. Karak had gotten stronger. Shutra noticed his promotion in the King's Knights and asked if he felt stronger too. Karak answered with confidence and threw a punch into the air to show it. He also said all that brutal training had finally paid off. Knight Captain Karak had been promoted to barracks commander. The next morning, a new mission plan from Felicia reached the Demon King's castle. Along with it came a report saying there was a strong chance General Kashubal's death had been a trap meant to lure out Zephyr. By the time the report was done, the sun was already high. Shutra was ready to leave, but Felicia stopped him and told him to wait. She wanted to look around a little longer, saying there was still a lot she hadn't seen. Shutra refused, reminding her that the Sword Lord had warned them to find Amita fast before Amita disappeared again. Since they were short on time, he told her to get in the carriage. Once everyone was in, Shutra told Karak to drive, and they set off. As the carriage rolled on, Shutra looked back on all the danger they had survived. Even so, this mission was worth the risk. More than anything, he wanted to see Caitlin react to the Ashura Divine Fist Strike, and he hoped that moment came soon. 3 days later, a new team was assembled to track whoever had targeted Zephyr. Zephyr stepped up to lead it himself and went to the archives room. There, he found the stone tablet Shutra had picked up and quickly recognized the figure of Famine. He also spotted Death and War, but he couldn't identify the woman at the front. It was the same woman Shutra had called Conquest. Far away, deep inside a volcano, a dragon stood before a woman. The dragon told her to begin. She was called the Knight of Conquest, the same warrior from Shutra's earlier dream. Back with Shutra, he fired an arrow, but only a tiny flame appeared in his hand, then suddenly turned back and burned him instead. Karak said he'd never seen training like this before, and worried Shutra would wreck his body if he kept it up. Felicia answered that, somehow, he was perfectly fine. Shutra healed the burn right away. His fire arrow, heal skill, and mana control all improved from it. He was breathing hard, but his face lit up with excitement as he tried again. Karak still thought the training looked crazy, but Felicia said Shutra's magic was clearly getting better, so they should leave him alone for now. They traveled by day and trained at night, heading for the spider forest where Amita was supposed to be. To get there faster, they cut through lycanthrope land, then suddenly got ordered to stop. The road ahead was blocked, and Karak asked what was happening. The guard said it was official business of the lycanthrope royal family, and told them to turn back. Felicia thought it was odd for royal business to be happening in a place this remote. When the guard repeated himself, she snapped, forced her way through, and demanded to speak to whoever was in charge. The guard got mad and asked if she thought she was royalty. Felicia calmly said she was. Confused, he asked her to say it again, and she did. Getting more nervous, the guard asked one more time, and Felicia glared back with a third yes. A little later, the guards were back at camp, being punished, kneeling with their hands in the air. Caitlin was thrilled to see Felicia and Ju and ran over with Chris right behind her. Caitlin asked what they were doing there. Felicia shot back that she should be asking that, then demanded to know why they were blocking the road. Caitlin hesitated, and Chris changed the subject, saying he'd heard he turned the Demon King's castle upside down and asking what he'd been up to. The protagonist said the timing was perfect because he had something to show them. Then he told everyone to step outside. Not long after, a huge blast echoed from the distance. Ju and Caitlin were sparring, and neither was holding back. MC poured all his power into one punch. When their fists met, the clash exploded with massive force. The ground split apart, and nearby trees were wiped out. Caitlin instantly realized Ju's move wasn't part of the Beast God Fist art, and asked what it was. He told her it was the Asura Divine Fist Strike. Felicia explained it, combined Beast God Fist art with the Asura cultivation method the Sword Lord taught him. Chris was stunned, both by the fusion and by the fact the Sword Lord had taught the protagonist at all. When he asked why, Felicia just said the protagonist was a genius. Amazed, Caitlin asked if she could learn it too. MC apologized and said he hadn't made it into a proper teachable style, so he didn't think he could pass it on. Chris said a martial art its own creator couldn't teach was ridiculous. He wondered if that was supposed to be praise. Still, Chris found Ju's growth honestly frightening. If he didn't want to be left behind, he'd have to train even harder. After seeing how strong the protagonist had become, they turned to their own problem. Inside a tent, Chris warned them what he was about to say had to stay secret. Felicia wondered what had him so serious. Chris revealed that a prisoner from the lowest floor of the Grey Tower had escaped. MC knew the Grey Tower held only the worst lycanthrope criminals. If someone broke out from the very bottom, he already had a guess. Chris confirmed it was Gerard, their maternal uncle. Felicia was shocked they even had an uncle. Chris explained Gerard had been locked up 20 years ago, so it made sense she hadn't heard of him. He said Gerard had once been one of the royal family's strongest warriors. If he hadn't gone insane, the throne would have been his instead of their mother's. Obsessed with power, Gerard wasn't satisfied with the beast god fist art and turned to all kinds of forbidden methods. In the end, he lost his mind. It took hundreds of lycanthropes to stop him, and luckily it all happened inside the palace, so the family covered it up. Felicia asked if that meant a monster like that was loose again. Caitlin added that reports said Gerard was heading east. Chris tried to ease their fears, saying Gerard had lost half his aura in his last battle, and east was the opposite way from where they were going. Judy asked how Gerard escaped, and Chris said the investigation wasn't done yet, but it looked like someone from outside had helped him. There had been a side event in Night Saga during Zephyr's route where the player could free Gerard to weaken the lycanthropes, so he wondered if that event had somehow started. That night, a man was being choked. A rough voice told him to talk if he wanted to live. The attacker had already killed the others and demanded to know where the Moonlight Herb was. Joe felt a wave of confusion, with no idea where he was or how he got there. Then Conquest suddenly appeared. He asked what was going on, but instead of answering, she pointed behind him at a black hole forming in the air. When he looked closely, he saw someone trapped inside. He knew at once it was Famine, and Joe jolted awake gasping. His heart raced, and the image of that black aura wouldn't leave his mind. What bothered him most was that the name Famine kept repeating in his head. Before he could make sense of it, Carrick burst into the tent and said something terrible had happened. The protagonist demanded to know what, and Carrick quickly said an enemy had broken into the camp. He described a man with a long scar on his left cheek, giving off strange black energy and killing soldiers with his bare hands. Joe understood right away. It was Gerard. Chris and Caitlin had already seen the wreckage, and MC ran over with Carrick. He was baffled. Gerard was supposed to be heading east, so why had he come back here? Joe demanded the real reason they were in this area. At last, Caitlin admitted it was because of the Moonlight Herb. Chris looked surprised she'd said it so plainly. Caitlin explained their real mission had always been to secure the Moonlight Herb. They only learned Gerard had escaped after that. The herb was a rare medicine that bloomed once every 100 years, one of the lycanthrope's greatest treasures. It was a consumable with a ridiculous effect. It could pull someone back from the edge of death. In Night Saga, you got it by defeating either Chris or Caitlin. Then it all clicked. Gerard came for the herb to recover the aura he'd lost. Suddenly, golden light flashed across the sky. It was Felicia's magic. Another part of the camp had already become a battlefield. Felicia lifted her staff and cast a huge wall of fire. She was clearly exhausted, but kept fighting anyway. Even then, Gerard pushed straight through the flames. Felicia felt sure this was the end, until Jur arrived at the last second and slammed his shield into Gerard with all his strength. He asked Felicia if she was okay. The blow knocked Gerard back. Chris and Caitlin instantly followed, rushing at him together. Gerard recognized them at once as Elaine's children. He steadied himself and raised an arm. Caitlin told him to surrender, but he only sneered and said he'd inherited their mother's will. Caitlin hesitated for a split second, and Gerard's punch sent her flying. Chris panicked and rushed to his sister. At the same time, a wolf soldier tried to attack Gerard from behind. Gerard caught him by the throat without even turning. Then he drained him dry. Thick black mist tore out of the soldier's body, and a chill ran through Joe. The wolf's eyes turned completely black as the dark energy kept pouring out. In that instant, he realized what it was. That black power was Famine. When Gerard finished with the soldier, the body vanished, and Gerard smashed his fist into the ground, breaking it apart and knocking Chris off balance. The black mist surged ahead and hit Chris head-on. Joe couldn't believe it. In Night Saga, Gerard was never this strong. After being locked up that long, his body should have been ruined. Gerard noticed the protagonist freeze and mocked him for it. Then he grabbed him by the throat. MC fought back with everything he had, but Gerard swallowed him in black mist and murmured that Shutra should wither away. Then something moved behind him. It was Chris. He hit Gerard from the back and forced him to let go of Shutra. Shutra cried out as pain ripped through him. Gerard spun around, ready to strike back. Chris cut him off and said Gerard was his to fight. Wrapped in blazing blue energy, Chris slammed into him so hard it drove Gerard into the ground and shook the area. Gerard blocked the attack and mocked him, asking why Chris did not greet his uncle first. Chris shouted for him to shut up. To him, Gerard Moonlight of the royal family died 20 years ago. What stood here now was nothing but a fugitive. Shutra summoned a golden dagger and cast under the king's banner on Chris, catching him by surprise. A huge rush of power filled Chris, and he could hardly believe Shutra's magic was giving him this much strength. Gerard noticed right away that Chris had changed. At the same time, Caitlin Moonlight, also boosted by Under the King's Banner, slipped behind Gerard and landed a heavy punch. Gerard grunted as the hit landed, and Chris attacked again right after. From farther back, Felicia and Shutra could barely follow the fight. It had gotten so fast it was just flashes of light. Felicia admitted she could not see a thing and asked what was going on. Shutra calmly told her Chris and Caitlin Moonlight had the upper hand. Their teamwork was perfect, forcing Gerard to guard with both forearms. For the first time, he admitted they really were Elaine's children. Realizing that, he chose to stop holding back. He released his wolf form, and huge wolf-like hands shot out as he grabbed Caitlin Moonlight by the head. He avoided Chris's punch while dragging her with him. Then he smashed her into the ground. Chris went pale when he saw how badly Caitlin Moonlight was hurt. Fury burst out of him, and he swore he would kill Gerard. Gerard answered with a casual backhand. The hit launched Chris through several trees before he crashed to the ground. Gerard rushed after him the second he landed. The white Surrey flared with bright light as Shutra raised it to block the next blow. He quickly called for Karak, summoning the King's Knights. Gerard reacted at once, turning and stopping Karak's axe before it could hit. At the same moment, Shutra gathered power into his fist. He pulled back golden energy packed tight around his arm, then fired off gigantic piston. Gerard took it head-on and answered with the Beast God Fist's secret art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. The impact sent Shutra flying. The shockwave was so strong, Karak could barely stay upright, panic clear on his face as he looked at the prince. Soon Gerard's aura settled. Sounding impressed, he said he did not expect Shutra to get back up after taking Wild Wolf Fist Strike. Shutra suddenly coughed up blood. Gerard Moonlight stepped closer, killing intent plain in his eyes, but Shutra stopped him and declared that now it was his turn. He unleashed that same technique, the Beast God Fist's secret art. Gerard Moonlight froze in shock as it hit him cleanly. At that moment, Shutra saw a system message telling him he had learned the Beast God Fist's secret art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. Since it was a wolf skill, Shutra decided Gerard Moonlight should feel his own power. Gerard groaned, unable to understand how Shutra had learned Wild Wolf Fist Strike. Shutra pulled his fist back again and followed with Fist of Explosion. The burning heat made Gerard Moonlight growl. Gerard Moonlight struck back at once and blasted Shutra away again. Shutra clicked his tongue, annoyed that he had been aiming to blow Gerard's head off. Gerard Moonlight released black mist that locked straight onto Shutra. Shutra summoned the white Surrey just before the mist exploded. All he could do was stare in disbelief. When the smoke cleared, Gerard Moonlight was gone. Shutra wondered if he had escaped. Then the system said his level had gone up. Shutra let out a breath, knowing at least the danger was over for now. He asked Felicia about Caitlin Moonlight. Felicia's face darkened as she said it was bad. Caitlin's injuries were too severe and magic alone would not save her. Suddenly, Shutra groaned and grabbed his chest. Alarmed, Felicia rushed to him. Even through the pain, Shutra kept thinking about Caitlin Moonlight. Her outside wounds had healed, but inside her body was wrecked. He guessed she had forced out too much aura. Seeing him get worse, Felicia asked what was wrong, but Shutra brushed it off. He said rest would fix him, and told her to focus on Caitlin Moonlight instead. Then Chris Moonlight arrived with a box and told Felicia to use it on both Shutra and Caitlin Moonlight. Felicia asked what it was but froze when she opened it. Inside was a single flower, the Moonlight Herb. Felicia laid Shutra and Caitlin Moonlight side by side and set the box between them. While Chris Moonlight and Karak stood guard, she took out the Moonlight Herb and split it in two, placing one half over each of them. The pieces melted and flowed into their mouths. Caitlin's body began to shine. Felicia frowned in confusion, but that look quickly turned to panic when Shutra started floating. Chris Moonlight had never seen this before, but he remembered the legend of the Moonlight Herb. Long ago, the first Wolf King gathered the scattered lycanthrope clans and made them one nation. One day, a fierce red dragon named Castellan invaded. The battle lasted 7 days and nights, and the Wolf King finally killed it. But the war wiped out his whole herd, and he was dying too. In his final moments, he found a pure white flower and, trusting his instinct, ate it. The flower, filled with moonlight, became his new heart. With that moon-made heart, the Wolf King took the name Moonlight and was said to protect the kingdom for generations. But that miracle happened only once. Later, many lycanthropes ate the same flower, yet none could endure the moonlight like the Wolf King. No one else ever gained a second heart. That was the Moonlight Herb's legend, and now Chris was watching it happen for real. It was happening to Shutra, someone from a completely different race. His chest blazed as a pillar of light shot into the sky. The system said a protagonist setting adjustment had strengthened the enchanted encounter. His protagonist's physique reacted to the Moonlight Herb. He now had 2 hearts, 2 starting points. At last, Shutra opened his eyes to a warm golden glow. Caitlin Moonlight was lying beside him. Embarrassed, he quickly sat up. Still dazed, he looked around and realized he was in a royal bedroom. Then someone knocked. Several soldiers came in with a strong-looking woman. She asked if Shutra had slept well, and called him Shutra Ignis. He recognized her at once. He had seen her many times in the game. Elaine Moonlight, the 4th queen of the lycanthropes and the mother of Chris Moonlight and Caitlin Moonlight. She said her children lived because of him and asked how she could repay that debt. Shutra honestly said it was nothing. He had only done what he thought was right. Elaine told him not to downplay it. What he did deserved real reward. Shutra thanked her. Then she dropped the formal talk and went straight to the real issue. Did he plan to become the Demon King? The question clearly confused Shutra. Elaine quickly understood that he had never even considered becoming the Demon King. Given everything he had been through, that made sense. Still, she warned that his situation had changed and he could no longer ignore that path. From now on, she told him to start thinking carefully about every move and choose what would help him most in the long run. Through Green, Shutra learned he had been out for 4 days. Green added that she had stayed beside him the whole time. Once he understood, Shutra told her to keep explaining what had happened. She said they were staying in a villa used only by the lycanthrope royal family. She also told him he and Caitlin Moonlight had been put in the same bed to boost the healing for both of them. Shutra asked what she meant, and Green asked if he really did not remember taking the Moonlight herb. Stunned, Shutra immediately opened his status window to check it. At the same time, he felt something new inside himself, another layer of power resting on top of his old aura. It felt like a second aura heart had formed in him. Green explained that Chris Moonlight had said the closer he was to Caitlin Moonlight, the stronger his life force would react. She said if he tried holding Caitlin's hand, he would understand. So he did, and power instantly surged through his body, nearly overwhelming him. Green explained that because of the Moonlight herb, the two of them were now linked in a way similar to his bond with her. Later, as they walked the hall, Shutra learned no one knew if Gerard was dead or alive. Chris Moonlight said the chase had cost lives, and they recovered Gerard's lower body and part of his upper body. Even so, Chris Moonlight said he would keep searching until Gerard's death was certain. Shutra agreed that was the safest choice. Chris Moonlight then mentioned hearing that his mother had made Shutra an offer, and Shutra knew he meant becoming the Demon King. Chris Moonlight admitted that although he was strong, he was not on that level at best. He put himself around Sylvan's strength. Even after almost 10 years, he still could not catch the first prince Baikal, and the second prince was such a monster that comparing them felt pointless. Even so, Chris Moonlight believed Shutra could one day catch both of them and surpass them to become the Demon King. Shutra was completely stunned by that. Chris went on, saying Shutra had something he didn't, the power to win over other races. He also had the Sword Lord behind him. If Shutra kept building up achievements, even the imprisoned Gandharvas might be pardoned. That was when Shutra finally understood why he hadn't seen a single Gandharva so far. He started wondering what crime had gotten them locked away. Chris made it clear he didn't need an answer right now. He just wanted Shutra to seriously think about it because that was very different from not considering it at all. By the window, Shutra quietly thought about what it would mean to become the Demon King. At the same time, a carriage moved through the night, carrying Ludwig Moonlight, captain of the Bloodwolf squad, as he asked Elaine if she truly believed the 9th prince could become the Demon King. Elaine answered that the Demon King never did anything for no reason. In her view, he would never step in twice, especially during an audience ceremony, unless it mattered. She believed he had noticed something in the 9th prince that everyone else had missed. After all, they were father and son. Ludwig confessed he still didn't see why this was such a huge deal. Elaine called him naive and explained that to the Demon King, even being killed by his own son and replaced on the throne would be a reason to celebrate. To him, that would prove a stronger Demon King had been born. That was the kind of ruler he was. She admitted it was a dangerous bet, but if the 9th prince really became Demon King, it would be the best future they could hope for. Ludwig finally got it. In the demon world, power came first. Everything followed the will of the strongest, and Elaine admitted that truth bothered her. Even so, part of her was still drawn to it. That night, the wolf soldiers kept searching. In Gerard's state, he couldn't have gone far. Then one of them sensed something. They had found him. A voice spoke to Gerard saying he'd had enough time to think. Then the figure asked if he would accept the offer. Gerard pressed a hand to the ground and black mist burst out. It swept over the wolf soldiers as he ordered them to dry up. They were wiped out instantly. With no way out, Gerard finally accepted. The mysterious figure grinned, baring sharp teeth. It said it was time to start again and reach a different ending this time. A few days later, Caitlin finally woke up. Because of Gerard, Chris returned to the main palace. The next day, Shautra and the others headed for the Spider Forest to find Amita. A guide named Robin led the way. He told them that once they reached the twin bridges ahead, they'd have to get off and continue on foot. He was a boar lycanthrope. Chris had introduced before they left. Shutra asked what the Spider Forest was like and whether Robin had been there before. Robin said he'd visited once about 6 months ago, and it had been quiet, just as expected. He said the place was so peaceful there weren't even any wild beasts or monsters. To Shutra, that kind of calm felt wrong. It had been a long time since he'd seen anything like it. But when they reached the forest, bones were scattered everywhere. Robin asked what had happened. Shutra wasn't shocked. He already knew this place was never going to stay peaceful. He just wondered what kind of mess was waiting for them now. The group spread out and faced the same direction, ready for trouble. Green sensed the forest guardian spirit, but its power was incredibly faint. The other spirits feared the spider forest guardian spirit might vanish soon. Shutra asked Robin if the forest had a guardian spirit. Robin said old tales spoke of one, a giant spider living deep in the center of the forest. Shutra fell silent, thinking. Then, after a moment, he told Kip to warn the lycanthropes about what was going on, and Kip hurried off. At the same time, Green felt something worse. The powerful magic at the forest center had been destroyed. She realized something terrible was about to happen. When night fell, they made camp. Shutra passed on what Green had sensed, saying the guardian spirit's power was fading fast. Then he asked what would happen if it vanished completely. Felicia explained there were two ways a guardian spirit could disappear. Either the spirit itself was destroyed or the source it protected was lost. If that source vanished, the spirit would fade with it. She added that while Green looked tiny, she was actually a fairly high-ranking guardian spirit. Even if her source disappeared, she would weaken, but probably survive. Most guardian spirits weren't so lucky. Once their source was destroyed, they vanished too, especially the artificial ones in dungeons and ruins. So the Spider Forest guardian spirit had weakened because its source was already damaged. Then Felicia cut herself off and looked up, pointing out that the moon's color seemed strange. Before anyone could respond, Caitlin suddenly attacked. Shutra moved at once and pinned her down. He demanded to know what was wrong, shaking her and calling her name until she snapped out of it. Then the other lycanthropes started acting the same way, and this time Karak became their target. Panicking, he yelled at them, asking what was wrong, and begging them to remember who he was. Felicia released a blinding flash of light. That stopped the lycanthropes for the moment. Even she admitted she had no idea what was happening. Daphne stepped in and said the spirit of madness was behind it. She quickly cast a spell, and the purple mist wrapped around the lycanthropes was torn away. One by one, they dropped unconscious. Shutra checked Caitlin and confirmed she was back to normal. Karak demanded an answer, and Daphne said they'd only driven the spirits off for now. It wouldn't last, so they had to find the source fast. Suddenly, a heavy tremor shook the area. Karak asked what that sound was, and Daphne said the barrier had fallen. Something serious was happening nearby. Green added that illusion and reality were starting to mix. The spirit's power was so strong that telling what was real was becoming harder and harder. Shutra cursed under his breath. Then monsters started pouring out of the dark. Shutra immediately told everyone to get ready. For now, they had no choice but to fight. He smashed a charging bear with his fist of explosion. Karak and Delia held back the monsters together. Felicia fired off wide-range magic and hit several enemies at once. The whole fight turned chaotic. There were just too many monsters. Shutra called to Green and told her to get in the air and report what she saw. She complained that her name wasn't GW, but she still listened. Green shot upward, glowing bright as she rose into the sky. At that exact moment, a blue beam burst from below. The clash lit up the night, and in front of that beam stood a huge figure. Green froze. It looked like a giant, and the ground shook beneath them. Shutra could only wonder what kind of disaster this was now. Karak shouted that even more monsters seemed to be coming. Then, out of nowhere, the monsters pulled back. Everyone stared, confused, as the creatures retreated. Relief came a second later, but Shutra felt something else drawing near. He called out, demanding to know who was there. Something small smacked Karak on the head and rolled across the ground. Shutra just stared, unable to believe it. It was a raccoon. The little guy stood up and started talking, sounding offended as he asked whether Shutra couldn't tell how amazing he was. Daphne, Shutra, and Karak all froze at once. The raccoon puffed out his chest and declared that his name was Amita, the artisan who protected the last flame. Shutra was so shocked to see Amita as a raccoon that the raccoon got even more annoyed, snapping back and asking if that was really so strange. Shutra quickly tried to fix it. In Night Saga, Amita's form had always changed, sometimes human, sometimes an animal. The raccoon then pointed at the group and demanded to know who they were. Shutra introduced himself by name, and as the 9th prince, Felicia Doomblade, the 6th princess, followed with calm politeness. With a friendly smile, Felicia explained they had come looking for him on the Sword Lord's advice, and apologized for not recognizing him right away. Then she asked what was going on. The raccoon huffed and crossed his arms again, cheeks red, but said he'd explain. Amita said that a few months ago he'd started staying in the middle of the spider forest to gather materials for his work. He planned to remain another half-year before leaving. Then a group covered in dark purple energy invaded the forest. Shutra was startled by that and immediately asked about it. Amita noticed and asked if he knew them. Shutra said he had fought people like that before, while protecting the guardian spirit of the Angel Plains. After hearing Amita was here, Shutra asked if he was protecting this guardian spirit too. Amita didn't deny it. He admitted he owed the Spider Forest's guardian spirit a few favors. Looking away, he added that the lycanthropes regularly patrolled the area, so he figured if he put up a barrier and waited, they'd deal with it eventually. When Shutra asked about the barrier, Green stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder, saying it would be faster if her master saw it for himself. She then took Shutra above the treetops, where they saw the white giant striking the forest center. Its fist was packed with overwhelming power as the white giant slammed into Amita's barrier and broke it apart. Shutra froze at the sight. He quickly told Amita the barrier was down. Amita folded his arms and said there was still one left. Then he got to the real issue. The ones chasing the last flame had started working together. The green moon and the crazed forest spirits were all they're doing. Daphne asked who these attackers really were. Amita said they used to be guardian spirits, but now they were natural spirits that had lost their minds. He believed they wanted to absorb the last flame to become what they once were again, before they lost their origins and went mad. Worse, they had teamed up with the men covered in dark energy, making them even more dangerous. He added that the guardian spirit of the spider forest had used the ley lines to strengthen the barrier, but that caused the last flame to fuse with them. Now there was no way to move it or escape. Felicia asked what would happen if the last flame was stolen. Amita said he didn't know. It had never happened before. Maybe the world would end. That was the rumor. Anyway, then Amita turned to him and said they had to help him. He was caught off guard by the sudden request, but before he could answer, Carrick stepped in and warned Amita that help like this wasn't free. With a sly laugh, he demanded one piece of gear for each of them. Amita snapped, saying Carrick clearly didn't understand how serious this was. He reminded him this was a once-in-history crisis and the last flame could go out for good. Carrick just cleaned his ear and shrugged, saying maybe it would fade and nothing would happen. Since they'd be risking their lives, maybe they should walk away. That pushed Amita over the edge. Shaking with anger, he finally agreed to the deal. Grumbling, he told them to follow him. Carrick looked pleased, and even Green asked for equipment too. The next day, Ju explained everything to the three lycanthropes who had been unconscious. Caitlin, Moonlight, and Ciro were stunned by what had happened. With things getting worse after Karma was sent away, the protagonist also sent Robin back to base to warn the lycanthropes and ask for reinforcements. Everyone else stayed in the forest to work out a plan. Amita started the meeting. He said the enemy always attacked in two phases. In the first, monsters and beasts driven mad by the spirit of madness slammed themselves into the barrier over and over. Since lycanthropes were naturally fierce, they were especially easy for that spirit to affect, so they needed countermeasures. Hearing that, Sarah and Daphne admitted they could already feel the madness in the air. Amita then went over phase 2. Once the barrier weakened enough, the white giant would appear and smash it. He explained that the giant was a fusion of insane guardian spirits. It was already strong, but when the men wrapped in purple death energy joined in, it became even worse. Amita planned to open one hole in the barrier on purpose and force the first wave through a single point. Everyone would hit that spot with everything they had. If they could wipe out the weakened section before it fully gave way, the white giant wouldn't get its chance. And each morning, if the barrier was still standing, the giant always retreated. During the day, they would repair the damage and do it again the next night. Before he could finish, Caitlin suddenly grabbed Amita and pulled him into her arms. She boldly said that if they lasted 2 days, they would win. The raccoon couldn't even keep talking as Caitlin squished his cheeks like he was a pet. Carrick leaned over and whispered to Ju that Amita didn't look very happy. MC quietly teased that maybe Amita had a weakness for pretty women. Sitting nearby, Felicia asked if the 2-day plan depended on reinforcements. Amita said reinforcements were only backup, not the answer. Forcing a smile while Caitlin kept tugging his cheeks, he revealed that a weapon he made was charging at the center of the last flame. Once it was ready, they could use it to kill the white giant. That night, the group headed for an altar in a ravine. Carrick held the golden axe Amita had made for him and said he couldn't wait to try it. Daphne gave tiaras to Sarah and Caitlin, explaining they would block the spirit of madness. Then the group sealed off the bridge leading from the forest to the ravine. Soon, strange sounds started coming from the trees. Heavy footsteps followed, like an army closing in. A huge wave of monsters burst from the woods and rushed straight at them. Jewel yelled for everyone to take their positions. They couldn't let anything get through. He dropped into a fighting stance and reminded them they only had to hold out for 2 days to win. The monsters kept pouring in and charged the barricade on the bridge. The first one to move raised a staff and unleashed a huge spell. Using the weapon Amita gave her, Felicia called down a storm of lightning on the front line. The opening rush came to a stop, though the attack took a lot out of her. In that moment, she remembered Amita's advice. Once she understood the power in all things, she should try his staff, and it would let her cast far beyond her usual limit. Trusting him, the elemental mage raised the red crystal staff, closed her eyes, and when her spell ended, she called on fire itself. A blazing blast shot from the staff and tore through the bridge ahead, swallowing the monsters trying to cross. The explosion erased them in an instant. Ju praised Felicia, then charged in with Caitlin Moonlight to face the monsters still coming. On his fist was the dragon gauntlet. He poured power into it and rushed forward, shouting that the rest was up to them now. His explosion punch landed first and blew a monster apart. Beside him, Caitlin Moonlight used the beast god fist too, but her side was still dangerous as giant insects dived at her with claws and fangs ready. She wasn't alone. Protected by the tiara Daphne gave her, Sarah transformed into her lycanthrope form and ripped apart anything that came near her princess. Carrick joined in as well, roaring and swinging his axe. When it struck the ground, a blast ripped through the nearby monsters. The axe glowed with power, and even after that hit, it didn't have a scratch. Carrick laughed that Amita's weapon was the real deal. The fight kept going, with him and the others holding the line. During a short pullback, he turned to Daphne and said they were doing better than expected. Hearing him, Amita finally remembered the prince's name was the protagonist. Watching him fight with worn-out gear, Amita thought MC badly needed better equipment. He started to respect him, and quietly decided that if they all lived through this, he'd make him at least one proper item. Together they beat the first wave, and the battlefield went still. As they fell back, Amita warned them the white giant was coming. He told everyone to get inside the barrier. The dome rose around them in a rush of energy. At the same time, the white giant began to rise, and the moon turned green. A bright light flared in the center of the forest, and the white giant formed right in front of the barrier. Seeing it up close, Ju finally understood how huge it really was. The white giant attacked at once, driving its elbow into the barrier. Carrick looked up and admitted it was big enough to crush anyone in one hit. Even so, Amita told him not to worry. The barrier wouldn't break, they just had to wait for the giant to vanish. but the white giant kept pounding at it, throwing even its full body against the barrier. Everyone inside could only watch. Only Ju realized something was off. He said this wasn't like yesterday. Felicia didn't understand, so he explained that the giant hadn't had that blue aura before. Then the blue light gathered in its palm, and it slammed the barrier with a terrifying blow. The whole dome shook, cracks spread fast, and the barrier started breaking under that aura-powered strike. Pieces of energy began falling around his group. Amita stared in shock and muttered if that power could really be death itself, while the barrier rained down around them. Ju quickly called on White Shield Suri and ordered everyone to hide however they could. The protagonist stood right at the front, making him the white giant's first target. Its punch hit him head-on. Even with Suri's shield, he was thrown across the area and crashed into the altar stairs. Seeing MC launched like that, Felicia and Karak shouted his name. MC coughed hard and forced himself back up. As he stood, he saw the white giant gathering that same blue power in its palm again. Then Karak pointed up and said there was a ship in the sky above the white giant. When he looked up at it, he saw one person. Only one person could be flying a ship like that through the sky, the dark elf with the heaven-cutting sword. Felicia's eyes lit up the second she recognized him on deck. It was her brother, the fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. Arms folded, he stared the white giant down with glowing red eyes. Then he gave the order to attack. The huge ship shot forward and smashed into the white giant's back. The monster reeled from the hit. A moment later, more attacks poured down from the ship, and after another crash, the white giant toppled. Chunks of its body broke away. Felicia could only stare up in shock at the destruction her brother caused. Blasts roared through the forest, covering the area in white dust. Then the ship dropped and landed inside the barrier with Ju's group. As the protagonist watched the giant's broken pieces, something strange happened. The fragments melted into slime and rose again, taking shape as new spirit beings. Daphne walked over with the raccoon in her arms and told Ju those were guardian spirits. They had gone mad and fallen into ruin, but that was clearly what they were. Amita said this should have been over, and as the moon's green light faded, the illusion disappeared. But when the moon returned to normal, the spirits fully formed, catching everyone off guard. From Daphne's arms, Amita shouted in confusion, asking what those things were and why the attack wasn't over. MC could feel a dark purple energy pouring off each one. That aura shocked him. They felt even stronger now, like they had saved their real power for this moment. The spirit in front let out a roar and got ready to attack. Felicia instantly told Daphne to take Amita to the forest temple. While Ju called everyone to get ready, the second round had started. Felicia and he rushed in with Karak and Caitlin. One spirit stayed back with its arms crossed, just watching the fight. Ju and Caitlin both noticed it. He warned everyone to be careful. He didn't know what it was, but it looked like the leader. Caitlin moved to go after it first, but the protagonist stopped her. He told her she didn't have to fight it alone, and held out his hand, asking her to finish it with him in one strike. Caitlin smiled at his sudden confidence and joked that he was acting pretty gallant. She took his hand and they moved forward together. Their energy surged, both auras falling into perfect sync. The spirit leader felt the shift in the battlefield at once. With their eyes glowing gold, Jup and Caitlin said together that it was time to end this. They let go and attacked at the same time, both punches slamming into the giant spirit and making its liquid body ripple. They kept pressing, not giving it a second to recover. Then other purple-covered spirits rushed in to protect their leader. Caitlin signaled that she'd handle the leader and told Juppin to take the dark-powered ones. He hesitated, asking if she was sure, but Caitlin faced the leader without fear, and MC followed her plan, taking on the spirit boosted by that shadowy force. A new power woke up inside him. After syncing with Caitlin's aura, she had also gained access to the Divine Fist Azura. Her punches now hit with the force of 2 S-rank skills, and she kept driving the leader back, sure she could beat it herself. But in the middle of the fight, the spirit dodged, reshaped its body, and wrapped around Caitlin's arm to trap her. Its other limb fired back hard, burying her in spirit energy. Ju looked over in alarm, but another spirit jumped him and cut him off. He brought up the Suri shield to block, then hurled it out and shouted for them to get off him and vanish. As he tore through one spirit after another, he suddenly reached level 25. Golden light fell over him, and new bonuses appeared. At level 25, Ju unlocked hidden skills. He got final special movement control level 1, right away. He also awakened Destructive Explosion for Enkidu's Earthquake, and gained full mastery of Watcher's White Suri shield. Even while golden light covered him, and he stood still for a moment, the spirits attacked together. With gauntlet and shield ready, the protagonist looked up and said they were already done for. The White Suri activated, sending out a wave of green power. Absolute dominion spread through the whole area. Even the spirit leader fighting Caitlin was caught inside it. The massive domain swallowed every spirit there, and Ju was stunned by how strong it was. It was his first time using it, but he understood right away what it meant. The whole battlefield was now his territory. He lifted a hand, and the power around the spirits twisted into a violent storm. The leader couldn't escape, and was trapped helplessly inside. Juan held out his hand and declared that they would all die. The leader was driven into the ground as the full force of the tornado crashed down on it. Thinking he'd won, MC let the attack fade. He dropped to his knees completely drained. When he looked up, the spirit leader was still there. It had rebuilt itself. The creature growled and Ju gritted his teeth in disbelief. It had lived through even that. Then its arms split into many sharp blades and came raining down at him. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't listen. A huge explosion erupted, debris blasting into the treetops. The spirit leader looked on. Sure, it had won, but Ju was still alive. Caitlin had taken the hit for him and was still standing. She reached her hand out to him. Caitlin told him to grab it now. There was no time. The protagonist paused for just a moment, struck by her will to keep fighting, then reached out with his gauntleted hand and took hers. The instant they touched, their overflowing aura shot upward like a pillar. As MC felt Caitlin's energy mix with his, he realized his own aura was coming back. The spirit leader didn't wait. It struck again with sharpened arms, but Ju and Caitlin jumped back together and barely dodged. His eyes sharpened. He had enough aura now to fight again. The spirit charged as he poured power into the earthquake gauntlet. This time, the protagonist knew he'd finish it in one hit. Deep red energy pulsed through the gauntlet as he used his final special move. Destructive explosion crashed head-on into the spirit leader, and the shockwave spread across the battlefield. From the point of impact, wild destructive force burst outward. Bolts of energy shot into the sky and consumed the spirit completely. Ju gasped for air after burning so much aura. The leader's body shattered, pieces flying upward. Caitlin ran to his side, impressed by the move, but as soon as she reached him, she saw his body sway. Ju-on collapsed unconscious in front of her, and the others panicked. At that same moment, a spirit servant slipped past Felicia and ran straight for MC's fallen body. Felicia yelled for him to watch out. Before it could land the hit, a blade of light cut it down. A sword strike from above erased it instantly. Felicia's eyes widened when she saw who stepped in. Her brother raised his sword and shouted for his crew to wipe out the rest. The pirates jumped from the ship and charged the remaining spirits. Much later, Ju slowly woke up, drool at the corner of his mouth. Sitting up in a wooden room, he muttered that he'd passed out again. He was almost used to it now. He soon realized he was on the docked ship. When he stepped out of the cabin, Caitlin and Felicia were waiting. Both looked worried and said he should have rested longer, asking why he got up so soon. He said he was fine and immediately asked if Caitlin was okay. After fighting with him, she said she was unharmed. Just then, the captain walked over and announced that the 9th prince was finally awake. Jewel looked at the pirate Felicia called her twin brother, who stepped forward to introduce himself. The white-haired pirate with a black eye patch stroked his chin and smiled, calling himself Sylvan Doomblade, the prince who sails the skies and the man who saved the protagonist last night. MC thanked him, though he looked a little confused by how boldly Sylvan called himself his savior, and asked how he'd gotten there. Felicia explained that when she passed through the lycanthrope village, she sent him word. She only meant to update him, and never thought he'd actually come. Sylvan brushed back his hair and said he couldn't sit still if his dear little sister was in danger. Dropping the act for a moment, Sylvan turned to him and praised him. He said he'd heard plenty about him, but never expected him to be that capable. Plain and simple, he was strong. The compliment caught Joe off guard, leaving him slightly speechless. Sylvan went on saying the protagonist should be proud to be recognized by him. Felicia brushed off the brag and pointed out that the Sword Lord had already acknowledged MC. Sylvan looked genuinely shocked that he was behind on that. He still barely knew Sylvan, but he seemed like a good person. Daphne came over carrying Amita. The raccoon crossed his arms, said he was glad everyone was safe, thanked them for protecting the last flame and the guardian spirit, and reminded them he had promised to make equipment for each of them. They thanked him, but Amita said there was something he had to do first. Drew looked surprised, yet Amita wouldn't explain. He only told the protagonist to come with him. The last flame wanted to meet the 9th prince. A strong blue fire burned in the great pyre as they arrived. At the temple, Amita told everyone to stay sharp and show respect. The last flame was watching them now. This was the same temple they had protected the night before. Inside stood a huge tree, and beside it, a woman in white welcomed them with a gentle smile. She introduced herself as Koprang, the guardian spirit of the spider forest. Johnner was shocked by how young she looked. Green floated over as a firefly, and explained this girl wasn't the true body, just a terminal. From her look, Green guessed the original guardian had also been young. The giant spider of legend was gone, and Koprang had taken its place. He added that she likely missed last night's fight because she was still too young and weak. That made MC wonder if guardian spirits could even have children. Amita walked up to Koprang and said only he and the 9th prince would go farther. He told the others to wait. Tro followed and jokingly called for Little Wind to come too, but Green snapped that his name was Green Wind. He said he wanted Green to meet the guardian spirit. Chances like this didn't happen often. Hearing that, Koprang looked at Green with clear excitement. After a brief pause, the wind spirit agreed. Already ahead, Amita impatiently called for the protagonist, and he hurried after him. They went deeper into the temple. Amita led him to a stone door glowing through the cracks. From Ju's shoulder, he warned him not to mess this up. MC took it lightly, nodded, and pushed the door open. Inside, a blue flame burned quietly atop a great pyre. He stared at it, struck by how calm and powerful it felt. Amita told him to step closer and put his hand into the fire, promising it wasn't normal flame and wouldn't hurt him. Unsure but trusting him, Ju reached out. The instant he touched it, the flame reacted. It burst outward, filling the hall and spinning around him in a storm of blue light. He looked around, confused by what was happening. Then the fire took the shape of a woman. She warmly said she'd been waiting to meet him, reached out her hand and called him the Knight of Conquest. Ju blinked and asked if she was the last flame. The woman touched her chin, studying him, then asked if he really didn't know what a Knight of Conquest was. The protagonist admitted he had no idea. Her smile deepened, curious now, and small flames rose around him, making him tense. But they soon became symbols: a crown for conquest, a sword for war, a scythe for death, and a bowl for famine. The last flame explained that these were the Knights of the End, beings who wished for the world's destruction. But Ju was different. So different she couldn't understand why he had become Conquest Knight. She said the Knights of the Apocalypse were chosen because they already wanted ruin. They didn't become destructive after being chosen. They were picked for that desire in the first place. Usually those knights were deeply shaped by the four beings who chose them, acting under their will to help bring about the end. But Conquest, she said, didn't seem to be controlling him. If anything, it felt like MC had conquered Conquest instead. That made Ju think of the strange woman from his dreams. The last flame then asked what he planned to do, knowing one knight still chased the end of days, and what he truly wanted from this world. For the first time, he seriously thought about it. His old life came to mind. He briefly considered going back, but when he imagined that world, Caitlin appeared in his thoughts, asking him to stay with her. Then Felicia did too, along with the memory of her embrace and her wish for his safety. He also thought of Karak, someone he had come to respect. Then his answer became clear. He wanted to stop the lycanthropes from being enslaved. He wanted to stop the coming slaughter. In his mind, Caitlin took his hand and led him toward the people who now mattered to him. He wanted to change the future where Zephyr would wipe them all out. So he answered simply, he wanted to protect everyone. That seemed to please her. She explained that a Knight of Conquest was born with a king's fate, someone meant to conquer and rule. Then she offered him the simplest way to make his wish real. Her final question was this: would he become the Demon King? The moment he heard it, Ju knew there was only one true path to get what he wanted. He had to change the game's ending and take the throne. So he chose. He said he would become king. A faint smile touched the fire spirit's lips. Flames rose around him, warm instead of painful. She declared that a Knight of Conquest who sought life beyond the end of days was no longer just a knight. He would be the King of Conquest. She stepped closer, catching him off guard, and said she hoped his wish would come true. As the fire wrapped around him, power poured into him. Divine power, incarnation of flame, and at last, a pact with the last flame. Then Ju returned to reality, surrounded by a golden glow. He had leveled up. Still dazed, he heard Amita behind him, wondering what was so special about a guy like him. The raccoon told him to come along. The last flame had ordered Amita to make him a full new set of gear. Later, in a hidden orchard deep in the spider forest, Amita sat on a wooden table, eating an apple, and grumbling about not having enough materials. Pointing north on a map, he said Ju needed to head to Sun Lake. Metal-bodied creatures lived there, and the protagonist was supposed to bring back materials from them. MC asked if the black dragon's hide and bones weren't enough. Amita got annoyed, nearly smacked him with a stick, and snapped that those were only ingredients real equipment needed. All kinds of materials. If he was replacing all of his gear, he'd need a lot, so he ordered him to bring back everything he could. He thought it was odd that the world's best blacksmith had so little on hand. Seeing the doubt on his face, Amita sharply asked if he even wanted the gear. When Ju apologized, the raccoon told him to quit wasting time and go. By late afternoon, Sylvan's ship was in the air again. Karak asked about the monsters of Sun Lake. Sylvan folded his arms and said the best-known one was Kodos, a creature weak to divine power. Its body was pure metal, and that metal was a rare natural waterproofing material. Karak admired how much Sylvan knew, and the pirate proudly laughed it up, reminding them he was the prince who sailed the skies. Felicia joined Caitlin and said this trip worked out well, since she needed to go to Sun Lake anyway. When Caitlin asked why, Felicia revealed the damaged survey map she had taken to the Demon King's castle was of Sun Lake. She had planned to visit sooner or later, so this saved time. Caitlin lit up at the idea of coming along. Meanwhile, Zhao stood with Green, checking the area's minimap from the system. He still had a lot of stat points, but chose a balanced build and saved the rest. He also remembered that reaching level 25 had upgraded the King's Knight ability. When he checked, he found he could now take 3 knights and the summon effect had improved. He could call one every 3 days. That meant he could add another member, which pleased him. Ideally, he wanted Caitlin or Felicia, though he knew that wouldn't be simple. Then Green floated closer and sniffed him. She said he smelled different, and Ju asked what she meant. Green said it wasn't Koprang's scent. Crossing her arms, she asked if it was the last flames. The protagonist shivered at how easily she guessed it. Green declared that a master who smelled like another spirit was gross. Then she took in a huge breath and blasted him in the face with a gust, blowing away the scent and sending his hair everywhere. Karak asked what that was about, and Ju awkwardly brushed it off while fixing his hair. Then Sylvan announced they were almost there. Ahead, under the setting sun, Sun Lake came into view. Sylvan studied the water and felt something was off. Without warning, a giant lake monster attacked the ship even though it was far above the water. A sea serpent roared after missing its strike. Sylvan stared in shock, wondering why a creature from the ocean was here. He quickly warned the crew they couldn't stay there, and had to move now. But someone stopped him. When Sylvan turned, he saw MC locking a spiral spear onto his arm. Calmly, MC said there was no need to run. He would handle the serpent himself. Caitlin felt a rush of worry as he stepped forward, but when he placed his hand on her shoulder and activated their shared aura, the bond steadied her. He climbed onto the ship's hull and promised he'd be back in a moment. Caitlin tried to stop him from doing something so reckless, but he had already jumped toward the lake. As he flew through the air, the serpent opened its jaws wide, ready to swallow him whole. Just a few meters from the monster, Joe awakened his dragon blood, and golden runes lit up the spiral spear. He wanted to test his new power on a real target. Lining himself up with the spear, he used Ascalon's last movement skill and shot forward straight through the sea serpent. With Dragon of Ruin, he ripped the monster apart. Sometime later, Sylvan's ship reached Sun Lake shore, and Caitlin hopped down first, snapping that she wasn't Julo's personal aura battery. He tried to apologize. Caitlin admitted she got why he did it, but next time she wanted a warning before he used her aura. The protagonist gave her an awkward grin and agreed. Then Felicia cut in and told them to focus. She had spotted a pack of cultist monsters ahead, and Sylvan was already reaching for his sword, eager to have some fun. MC stopped him and explained that their outer layer was metal, but the inside wasn't. He told him to aim for the mouth and added they were weak to ice, so freezing attacks worked well. Sylvan nodded but said he had a faster way. As he drew his blade, dark sword aura wrapped around it, and he proudly said he'd just cut straight through them. No matter how tough their shells were, Sylvan claimed they meant nothing to him. Caitlin looked impressed, but Felicia clenched her teeth for a second before putting on a sweet smile. She praised her brother, called him amazing, and said they should leave the whole Cultist hunt to him so she could really see what he could do. Sylvan took the bait at once and shouted that Big Brother had it handled, then ran off alone, declaring he'd beat every last one. Watching him charge ahead, Ju quietly asked Felicia if that was really okay. Arms crossed, she said her brother could handle it, and that she planned to head back to the ship for dinner and rest. Tomorrow would be busy. Karak almost pitied Sylvan, but Sylvan looked like he was having the time of his life, laughing through the night. When morning came, Sylvan laughed again, surrounded by heaps of dead Cultists. While Felicia and the others gathered the iron pieces from the bodies, Sylvan stood there with dark circles under his eyes, still bragging that no horde could beat the Prince of the Skies. He told everyone to collect the drop materials. Felicia confirmed they had everything Amita asked for, so they could move to the next step. She lifted a hand and cast a spell, making an air bubble around each of their heads. When Caitlin asked what it was, Felicia stepped into the water and said it would let them breathe underwater. After tying her hair back, she smiled and told them to follow. If everyone was ready, it was time to explore below the lake. They all dived in and swam toward a deep trench that dropped even farther down. Joda checked the mini-map and guided them as they made their way to an underwater cavern. He signaled the group and kept leading. Soon they found the last cave, and after passing through it, they reached an air pocket where they could breathe normally again. Karak stared around in awe at the hidden space inside the lake. Felicia dismissed the spell and asked Joe how he found the entrance so exactly. He brushed it off, saying he just felt it was the right way. Sylvan quickly tried to take over and ask Felicia for the route, but since the protagonist had guided them well so far, she kept him in front and told Sylvan to watch the rear. Sylvan was stunned that his sister wanted him in back. Laughing, Felicia buttered him up since he was the strongest. He had to protect everyone from behind. Sylvan bought it immediately and moved to the rear, proudly saying he'd take full charge of their safety. Felicia ignored that and walked up beside MC. The cave went on for a long time. As they moved deeper, Joda spotted old swords and skeletons scattered around. He said this place looked even older than Thunderdome Fortress, which had been empty for centuries. Felicia agreed and guessed the lair had been abandoned for at least 1,000 years. Green fluttered above them, and when she noticed something odd, she called him over. She pointed at a wall covered in carved writing, and he stepped closer. He asked what it said, but even Felicia, the archaeologist, didn't recognize the letters. Then the protagonist was suddenly wrapped in golden light. He had learned Ruin Praker Script Level 1. Reading out loud, he picked out pieces of the message. Ruins, nights, 10,000 years, end of days, 6 pillars collapsed, we failed to protect them. He said it all sounded really bad, even if he didn't understand the full meaning. Felicia was shocked that he could read what she couldn't. Right then, the earthquake gauntlet began shining with bright golden light. At the same time, a path deeper in the cave lit up like a beacon at the end of the tunnel. Joda turned toward the glow and started walking. Felicia rushed after him, trying to stop him from moving in blindly, but he kept going like he was in a trance. When he reached the light, he stepped into a huge chamber. In front of him, on an altar, lay a cape, giving off fierce power. Joda knew right away what it was, the equipment of the fierce Cotton. As MC approached the altar, he realized this was where the relic had been hidden. Looking at the blue-flamed figure on the pedestal, he thought it was the equipment of the fierce Kalteen. Sylvan took one look and said it was obviously a top-tier item. He rushed forward, saying whoever grabbed it first should own it. But the moment he reached it, something slammed him back. Grimacing, he clicked his tongue and wondered when a barrier had appeared. Then Joda stepped closer, and the others saw him pass through the barrier without being stopped. Sylvan blurted out in shock as he walked through alone and reached for the cloak. A wild blue windstorm burst around Joe. He looked up confused as the relic wrapped around him. Then the system announced that Night Watch had accepted him as its master. More messages followed, saying his mental power, magic power, and agility each rose by 10. All attribute resistances went up 1 level. And he learned Blink level 3, Flight ability level 1, and the awakening skill Black Wraith. The blast of wind threw the others back and someone shouted, asking why the wind had gone crazy. The protagonist looked at his changed gear and realized it wasn't a cloak at all, it was a muffler. He guessed it had taken the form that fit him best, now that he fought barehanded. Another message confirmed he had obtained the equipment of the fierce, violent Kaltane. The Night Watch, one of the others said Ju had been chosen as master again, just like expected. Caitlyn happily congratulated him, and he thanked her. Not long after, a message came from the Demon King's castle. When MC asked what it said, the report revealed that the prince was summoning every prince and princess to the Demon King's castle within 10 days. He froze. A full mobilization order like that almost never happened, so he knew something huge must have happened at the Demon King's castle. At dawn, the group returned to the Spider Forest Temple. Hamata glared at them and complained about all the noise so early, saying if they were going to visit, they could have come later. They apologized and explained they had to head back to the Demon King's castle right away. Amata snapped, asking what was supposed to happen to the gear he planned to make for them if they were leaving now. Then Karak shamelessly asked if the raccoon did deliveries. Amata angrily told him to quit joking and get out, but someone suggested Amata should just come with them instead. He froze in blank surprise. Karak pointed out that Amita had to protect the last flame anyway, and there was no safer place than the Demon King's castle. Another voice added that hiding somewhere pointless was useless. Coming with them solved everything. Off to the side, Sylvan muttered in shock that Karak was only an orc, yet somehow pretty smart. Then the dried princess holding Amita said it was a good idea and that he should come too. Just then, a calm voice agreed that this was the best choice. Amaicha jerked in surprise and the others turned around confused. Amaicha blurted out that the last flame had just spoken. Stunned, he demanded to know if they were seriously telling him to go with them. Joe grinned and said it looked like Amaicha had changed his mind after all. That made Amaicha explode, demanding to know what the protagonist had done to the last flame and why it was telling him to follow them. The protagonist casually replied that maybe they had simply traded a few words as part of a firm alliance. Then he asked if that meant Amaicha was coming. Amita growled under the pressure, then finally burst out that he was coming, angrily calling MC a little punk. The MC smiled to himself. This had gone easier than expected. Karak laughed and said everything was perfect now, asking if they were finally going to the Demon King's castle. Ju said not yet, they had one more stop first. Turning to Sylvan, he asked if he could take them to the Lycanthrope Palace. Sylvan later said, getting there wouldn't be hard, but grumbled about having to carry everyone on his ship. Felicia answered that splitting up made no sense when they were all heading the same way anyway, and added that traveling together would look better. When asked if he was still uneasy around them, Sylvan snapped that it should be obvious. Felicia then told him that if that was the case, she should at least fix his face and not offend the fourth queen. Sylvan Doomblade just clicked his tongue. Not long after, the airship reached the Lycanthrope Palace. Inside, the fourth queen, Elaine Moonlight, welcomed them. Smiling warmly, she asked if their trip to the Spider Forest had gone well. Ju answered politely that they made it back safely, thanks to her concern. Relieved, Elaine said she had heard about trouble in the Spider Forest and had been worried. Then her eyes shifted to Amita. With playful curiosity, she asked if he was a pet and said he looked cute, especially with that bag on him. Amita instantly got mad. Ju quickly explained that the bag did not hold snacks, it held the last flame. Then he properly introduced Amita as part of their group. Elaine apologized at once, admitting that was rude. Amita grumbled that he would overlook it this one time. She thanked him sweetly, then told the whole group they had done enough for one day and should rest. Everyone accepted her kindness and thanked her. Just as they started to leave, Elaine called out again. She addressed the ninth prince. He turned back and asked what she needed. Elaine told him to stay a moment, then leaned in with a knowing smile and said they needed to talk in private. As they walked through the palace grounds instead of heading straight to the Demon King's castle, Elaine looked at him and said that coming here first already gave her his answer to the question she asked before. She urged him to say it clearly. Once they were alone, Elaine faced him fully and asked if he truly planned to become the Demon King. Ju answered right away that he did. He would become the Demon King. When she asked why, he said there was something he wanted to protect. That made Elaine smile faintly. She said his answer was interesting. Then she told him the lycanthropes would support him. The protagonist was caught off guard, but Elaine explained that she also had something she needed to protect, just like he did. She said that if the next Demon King came from the first prince, second prince, or fourth princess, the lycanthropes would likely lose the place they currently hold. She added that the current Demon King's side and those princes were full of ambition. The Dark Elves were likely facing the same issue, so MC should try to win them over too. They would be a big help. MC said he would keep that in mind. When Elaine asked how he planned to return, he said everyone would ride back together on Sylvan's airship. Elaine looked surprised and repeated, "Airship?" He said he was already drawing attention anyway, so he might as well shake things up for real. Later that night, Elaine looked out under the moon and said the whole matter still felt strange. Ludwig asked why the ninth prince chose an airship when a teleportation circle would have been faster. Elaine told him not to be foolish and to think it through. The ninth prince was already being watched, so what mattered more now? Was it better to waste time lowering his rival's guard, or shift attention to powers beyond those rivals? When Ludwig asked her to make that simpler, Elaine explained that Sylvan Doomblade would never abandon the airship. If Ju used a teleportation circle, Sylvan would return alone, and that would look suspicious. Since Ludwig still did not get it, Elaine finally said, the protagonist wanted everyone at the Demon King's castle to see that a new faction had appeared. The next day, the airship flew through the sky. Elaine watched it go and quietly said her people's fate now rested on the ninth prince, Ju. She prayed he would grow stronger and more steady than he was now. On the trip back, Sylvan Doomblade happily hummed to himself over a plate of grilled fish, saying it was his favorite. He cheerfully thanked them for the meal, but the mood turned sour the moment he noticed Chris Moonlight. Chris looked annoyed too, and soon started complaining to the chef that the fish had way too many bones. Nearby, Felicia let out a tired sigh, wondering what to do with those two. And Karik muttered that he was getting nervous, since every time they headed for the Demon King's castle, some disaster happened right in front of the Demon King. MC immediately told him to shut up before he jinxed it. Tarek fired back that MC himself was basically a walking jinx, so why act bothered now? He argued that maybe this time nothing would happen. Tarek said that would be good too, then awkwardly added he was only saying it because he was worried about the protagonist, so he should not get the wrong idea. The protagonist stared at him, said he really had a way with words, and wondered if he was even an orc. Karik snapped back, if not an orc, then what? An ogre? Jum gave up and said they should drop it, but when the airship reached the Demon King's castle, it caused an instant commotion. People stared in disbelief as the Dark Elf side and Lycanthrope royals arrived together, and many were even more shocked that the ninth prince was leading them. Among the watchers, Lady Chandra called for Katarov. When he answered, she told him to report to Anastasia at once and say the ninth prince had formed a new faction. Back at MC's private residence, Amita exploded, calling him a con artist and demanding to know where this so-called forge was. Jado casually pointed it out and said Amita could set it up however he liked from now on. He even added that if Amita needed anything, he only had to ask and it would be prepared. Hearing that, Amita got a bad feeling like he might never leave this place again. A little later, he brought up how Amita had tried to pass himself off as just a raccoon at the Demon King's castle. Amita defensively said he only wanted to avoid pointless trouble and asked why that mattered. Now, the protagonist said it actually suited him. Before Amita could react, he snapped a collar onto him. Amita stared at it and demanded to know what this was. Grinning, Joe said all pets in the Demon King's castle had to wear one. After a short pause, he added that Amita needed to keep it on at all times, so he would not forget. That finally made Amita explode, screaming at him to knock it off and calling him a little brat. 2 days later, the summons was carried out. As the princes and princesses gathered again at the Demon King's castle, an attendant called them in and announced the audience would begin. In the hall were the 8th princess, Caitlin Moonlight, the 7th prince, Chris Moonlight, and the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, the 5th prince, Sylvan Doomblade, the 4th princess, Anastasia, the 3rd prince, Victor, the 1st prince, Baikal, the 2nd prince, Zephyr, and the 9th prince, Jubal. From the throne, the Demon King said it had been a long time since all of them had gathered like this and added that they had all come a long way. MC tried to stay calm, but admitted to himself that this place still made him nervous. He remembered Karak saying that every trip here ended in chaos, and silently fumed that Karak always had to say the worst things. Before getting to the main topic, the Demon King said there was someone he wanted to bring in. Footsteps echoed through the hall as a cloaked figure entered. Sylvan Doomblade turned in shock and blurted out that it was the Sword Lord. The others looked confused and wondered why he was here. The Sword Lord walked straight to Ju and said it had been nearly a month, then asked if Princey had been well. The hall went still. The protagonist awkwardly said yes, but inside he wondered why this old man was stirring things up on purpose. Sylvan Doomblade was stunned that the Sword Lord greeted Ju first, and realized how important that was. Zephyr thought hearing rumors that MC had formed a faction was one thing, but bringing the Sword Lord to his side was on another level. Galagad asked if the Sword Lord had taken the 9th prince as a student. The Sword Lord calmly replied that he did not use a sword, so he had only taught him a few moves. Reinhardt pushed further and asked whether if Ju did use a sword he would have accepted him. The Sword Lord admitted the question caught him off guard. Someone demanded a proper answer, but the Demon King cut them off and ordered silence. Then the Demon King called for Isabella. She answered that they would begin and raised her staff, creating a huge magic sphere and floating panels across the hall. She explained that in the last 2 months, 5 frontier regions had been attacked by enemies covered in purple death energy, and 3 of those regions had already become desert or wasteland. She said the first attack happened at Angel Plains, where the 6th princess and the 9th prince stopped it. Then she said the latest attack hit the Spider Forest near Lycanthrope territory, where those same 2 defended it again, this time with help from the 5th prince and the 8th princess. She stressed that this case was especially strange, because Spider Forest was not just a frontier region, but a spot deep inside the demon realm. Hearing that, Shatra realizes the Death Knight has been moving a lot more than he thought. Looking over the pattern, he notices all the targets may share one thing in common, and starts to wonder if the enemy is trying to kill the guardian spirits. After putting all the cases together, Isabella says she reached one conclusion. The enemy is preparing another attack, so a mobilization order has been given. She shows the likely next targets and says the princes and princesses will guard those areas, stop more attacks, and help find the enemy base. Since Shatra and Felicia spotted the pattern and already stopped the enemy twice, Isabella gives the first pick to the 9th prince and the 6th princess. She tells Shatra the map lists each region's traits and the commander's already there, then asks which place he wants. Shatra looks it over and thinks the smart choice would usually be a place that's easy to defend. Then he sees General Vandal has been assigned to a very dangerous area. To him it feels like the perfect chance. He decides right away this is how he'll bring Vandal under his command. Lifting his head, he says he'll take Evian. Isabella confirms that the 9th prince has chosen Evian, and Sylvan comments on the choice. Evian isn't that important and it's not an easy place to hold either. Then Isabella asks Felicia to choose her region too. Felicia says she'll go to Evian as well. When someone asks why, she says everyone already knows she's more of an administrator than a fighter. So instead of leading a region herself, she'd rather back up the 9th prince. The Demon King allows it and tells her to do as she likes. Isabella accepts that choice and announces it. The 6th princess has also selected Evian. With that settled, Isabella says the rest of the regions will be assigned by public merit. After the audience, a carriage moves down the forest road. Once the meeting ended and all the choices were made, Shatra let out a long breath. The tension had worn him out. After that, the assignments were finalized. Sylvan headed to Horn near Evian, while Chris went to Kultu. Caitlin picked Evian too, arguing that as a warrior she'd be more useful supporting Shatra and Felicia, who was more of a scholar. That argument was accepted, so in the end Shatra, Felicia, and Caitlin were assigned to Evian. But Shatra couldn't stop thinking about Zephyr. The moment he chose Evian, Zephyr's killing intent was obvious. That made Shatra suspect Zephyr might be after General Vandal too. If so, he needed to act fast. Back at his residence, he checked on Amita's progress. Amita immediately snapped and asked if he was being rushed. Shatra quickly says he was just curious. Amita tells him to quit the nonsense and hand over Earthquaker and White Suri. Since they were already at it, he says he'll tune them as well, explaining that recalibrating them will make them much easier to use. Shatra lights up and asks if he means it. Amita says yes and tells him to hurry before he changes his mind. Shatra quickly agrees and runs off. Not long after, Flora finds him and says she'd been looking for the 9th prince. When Shatra asks why, she tells him a letter arrived from the 1st prince. Shatra is surprised and instantly realizes it's from Baikal. At Chris's estate, they read it together. Baikal wants all the siblings to have a tea party. Caitlin repeats the idea in surprise, and Felicia says it's probably Baikal's way of building closer ties, since that's the kind of thing he values. Caitlin beams and asks if they're all going. Felicia says there's no reason not to. Chris adds that he'd usually skip something like this, but now that he's not alone, he'll follow the group's decision. Caitlin turns to Shatra and asks what he'll do. He hesitates, but before he can answer, she clasps her hands and asks him to come with them. Her bright smile catches him off guard, and he awkwardly agrees. Someone praises the choice, while Shatra quietly thinks this is going to be tiring. Caitlin happily reminds everyone the tea party is in 2 days, and no one can miss it. Later, Shatra goes to the Grand Library to look into the Death Knight, but his public merit is still too low, so he can only use the outer section. As he searches, he grows frustrated and thinks he may need access to the deeper levels to find anything useful. There was barely anything on what he needed. Still, a few clues stick in his head. The Death Knight's reason for killing a guardian spirit, the water called Ankle that was destroyed 1,000 years ago, the fierce love-hate bond death and famine showed toward conquest, and the ruined precursor race. Shatra feels those clues must connect somehow, but he still can't see the answer. As he sighs, Felicia shows up. He asks why she's there, and she says the Grand Library is her favorite place in the castle. She adds that she had something she wanted to ask anyway, then directly wonders if he picked Evian because of General Vandal. Shatra says that since he's met Vandal before, it seemed like the more comfortable choice. Felicia says that's reasonable and also a good chance to get closer to the general. Then Shatra admits there's another reason. There's a place near Evian he wants to visit. When Felicia asks where, he asks if she knows Takker's slave auction house. Felicia goes silent. Shatra explains that Takker is the Demon Realm's entertainment city, basically its pleasure district. Then he reveals that one of the subordinates he valued most in Night Saga is there. Nitra, a succubus escort knight. He thinks he needs to secure her before Zephyr does, just in case something unexpected happens. Felicia stares at him, then dryly says he really is a man after all. Shatra looks confused, and she bluntly says it sounds like there's something he wants to buy there. He instantly protests, saying she's got the wrong idea. Felicia coldly says she's disappointed, while he keeps trying to explain. The next day, Shatra heads to the tea party. As he approaches the estate, he looks around at the huge grounds and thinks it fits the 1st prince perfectly. Then he reflects that it's been a long time since he and Baikal faced each other like this. Before he can think more, Baikal steps forward and warmly greets him. Shatra meets him calmly and says it's good to see him too, calling him by name. With every sibling there, the tea party hosted by the 1st prince Baikal begins. Everyone smiles politely, and keeps their manners in place. Shatra remembers that in Night Saga, tea parties were never just about eating. They were for making connections, trading information, finding and recruiting talent, protecting reputations, and even shaping public opinion. They could be used for almost anything. Most of the talk centers on 4 people: Baikal, Anastasia, Felicia, and Caitlin. Meanwhile, Victor keeps staring at Shatra from across the table like he's waiting for any excuse to start trouble. Shatra thinks dealing with him is exhausting. Watching the room, Shatra reflects that the Demon King never wanted his children hurting each other. There was supposed to be rivalry, care, and restraint between them, not secret power struggles where they truly wanted each other dead. But Zephyr ruined that completely. Shatra remembers the future massacre, the day the Demon King's children failed to unite and all died at Zephyr's hands. Nearby, Baikal grimaces and mutters, frustrated, wondering how things ended up like this. Later, Karak excitedly calls Shatra over and proudly shows off his new shield, asking if it suits him. Amita says it looks a bit rough, but that probably means it's sturdy. Shatra asks if he can try holding it. Once it's in his hands, he admits it feels solid. Right away, system messages pop up. His strength, mentality, and durability each rise by 5, and he also learns the equipment skill, Combine. Staring in shock, Shatra repeats the word. Amita says he figured it out. He explains that the shield has extra parts and a trick that lets it merge with armor as well. Then he tells Karak to lift the shield and say, Cultus. Karak awkwardly repeats it, and the shield suddenly opens up. Hidden parts shoot out and start locking onto his body. Even Karak panics for a second, but when it finishes, everyone is left staring. Shatra can only mutter that it's incredible. Karak shouts that it's amazing, and Amita proudly explains that it now reflects magic and greatly boosts physical defense, making real combat much easier. Then Shatra nervously asks about his own gear. Amita tells him not to worry, because his is done too. Shatra perks up at once. Amita reveals the finished white suri, now changed into something completely different, darker, sharper, and glowing green. The next day, before the faction's tea party starts, Felicia tells Shatra he's the main focus today. She explains this gathering is for introductions and for making it clear who stands with them, so everyone needs to understand that he's the leader of their faction. Shatra says he understands. The meeting turns out just as they hoped. He spends the time speaking directly with the faction members, building ties and making a strong impression on the people who used to follow Felicia and Chris. It lasts a little over 2 hours, but by the end he feels they achieved everything they wanted. At last, the day to leave arrives. Before they depart, Sylvain swings the sword Amita made and loudly declares it's the finest blade, called it the best weapon he'd seen. He thanked Amita and promised to make good use of it. Amita snorted that Sylvain was at least smart enough to know quality when he saw it. Then he asked if they were really leaving for Evian that day. Shatra said yes, and Amita asked for half a day to finish Earthquaker's final tweaks. Shatra agreed right away, then casually added that Amita was coming with them. Amita started to answer like it was normal, then froze and yelled, asking what Shatra had just said. Shatra told him he heard right, and that Last had already approved it. When Amita refused to accept that, Shatra told him to check himself and walked off. Behind him, Amita let out a miserable scream. When the teleportation circle was ready, everyone gathered around it. Chris looked at Shatra and told him to watch over Felicia and Caitlin. Behind him, Sylvain held up a ridiculous sign confessing his love for Felicia. That made the farewell even weirder, but Shatra confidently told them they could trust him. Amita, meanwhile, kept yelling that Last would never do this to him and that something had to be wrong. As the circle lit up, Shatra smiled, thinking it had been a while since he last traveled this way. The pillar of light swallowed them. Amita howled in misery, while Shatra focused on what was ahead. They were headed to Evian, and he wondered how things would play out this time. During the trip, Shatra thought back to what he learned in the Grand Library. From what he found there, the only Elder Dragon who might know the lair's location was Cruel Talia. His access had been limited, but the trip still wasn't a waste. A few books on the Elder Dragons said they started disappearing about 1,000 years ago. One guardian tied to the human world was the only exception, showing up a few times during that span. The rest had vanished completely. Shatra connected that to Enkel's death and Kalteen's dungeon being destroyed, and wondered if some huge battle had happened without ever being recorded, a clash between the 4 horsemen, their chosen ones, and the Elder Dragons. Then another idea hit him. He remembered Arlok, the other main character of Night Saga. Arlok was the hero who crushed the demon army in the human world, entered the demon world, and later killed the Demon King. Shatra suddenly wondered when Arlok first pulled the Holy Sword. That thought ended fast when he was thrown out of the teleportation circle. He groaned, but Karak shouted for him to get up and prepare to fight. Still dizzy, Shatra asked what he meant, and Karak roared that they had landed in an ambush. The platform was already surrounded, and enemies charged from every side. Felicia stepped up at once and unleashed a huge burst of wind that ripped through the attackers and hurled many of them away. Even then, more kept coming. Green warned Shatra there were too many of them. Gritting his teeth, he demanded to know what was going on. The enemy commander shouted that they must not be given even a second to recover, and ordered the attack to keep going. Hearing that voice, Shatra recognized it. He knew he had seen that man before. A second later, he remembered. The commander was Mad Dog Jix. Right away, Shutra realized the one behind this had finally made his move. Grimly, he said it was about time that bastard acted. Without wasting a second, he told Green to clear out the weak ones first. She said she understood. Then Shutra decided to test Amita's upgrades. He lifted the new shield and called for White Suri. The weapon shot out in green light, split apart, and moved like it was alive, smashing through the enemy line and cutting down the front ranks in a flash. One of the people watching gasped, and Amita proudly said a trick like this was easy for him. He added that he named them White Suri and Black Suri, then asked if they weren't amazing. Green eagerly said she could now protect her master twice as well. Shutra admitted it was impressive, though he asked if she could really control both. She confidently said yes and promised to show him. Furious at the sudden shift, Jix bellowed that those little brats were dead and rushed in himself. He swore he would kill Shutra with his own hands. Shutra braced himself and said that would not be easy. White Suri and Black Suri moved to block him, but Jix tore right through them. He snarled that a cheap trick like that would never work, then used Draconian Dragon fighting arts and lunged straight at Shutra. His speed exploded, and before Shutra could fully dodge, Jix landed a heavy hit that sent him flying. Green cried out for her lord as Jix laughed and said it was a perfect strike, but when the dust cleared, Shutra stood back up with a grin and calmly thanked him. Jix just stared. Then green energy flared around Shutra as he said Jix had taught him something useful. At that moment, a message appeared. He had learned dragon fighting arts. Jix was shaken and demanded how Shutra knew dragon fighting arts. Shutra only smiled wider, stepped forward, and casually asked if Jix had anything else he could teach him. Jix froze, staring into Shutra's eyes, feeling that something about him was wrong. Realizing things had turned dangerous, he immediately ordered a retreat. Before falling back, Jix spread poisonous mist across the battlefield. Shutra recognized it at once. It was poison. Jix boasted that the fog was made from the venom of every poisonous insect around Avian, and that even one breath would cause unbearable pain. But the moment Shutra inhaled it, a message said his immunity to 100 poisons had activated. Then another message announced that after resisting a rare strong poison, the skill had evolved into immunity to 1,000 poisons, greatly boosting his resistance. Jix could only stare. Shutra mocked him, saying he'd been very generous, teaching dragon fighting arts and even helping him gain immunity to 1,000 poisons. Then he said he'd end this with one hit. With that, he smashed Jix down in a single heavy blow. The raiders panicked. Someone shouted that their captain was dead, and the rest ran. Shutra recognized it right away as the raid on Evian, a forced event from Night Saga, and thought that if Mad Dog Jix had already been sent out, then General Reinhardt had finally made his move. When Felicia asked why the enemies had suddenly fled, Shutra casually said maybe they finally understood they couldn't win. While the group caught its breath, an elderly man hurried over, praising the royals for taking down Mad Dog Jix so easily. Shutra asked who he was, and the man introduced himself as the guide assigned to the prince and princess. Shutra then asked if he knew the area well. The guide said he did and asked what Shutra wanted to know. Shutra immediately asked how much Jix's bounty was worth. The guide awkwardly said it should be a large amount, though he couldn't help wondering why a prince cared. Shutra said he was more careful with money than he looked. The more he got, the better. To him, Jix's bounty was a great bonus. Elsewhere, General Reinhardt received word that Jix had been defeated. Reinhardt said the 9th prince was even stronger than expected. His subordinate asked if Reinhardt had known Jix would fail. Reinhardt replied that the 6th princess and 8th princess were both with Shutra, so if he had really wanted them dead, he would have sent someone far stronger than Jix. After that, he ordered preparations to return to the northern front the next day. To himself, he admitted his bad feeling had been right all along, and wondered just how strong the 9th prince had become. From the Demon King's castle, Evian was an annoying but necessary place. It sat on the far eastern border of the demon world, and beyond it were barbarian tribes that refused the castle's rule. That was why scum like Mad Dog Jix could run wild there. Even so, they couldn't abandon the region. It was the kind of place they couldn't fully hold, but couldn't let go either. There were 2 ways to reach Evian Fortress, through Takar or straight to Evian. Shutra thought the Takar route was better, so he awkwardly brought up needing supplies and a way to trade the treasure they got from dungeon clearing. Felicia caught on right away and teasingly asked if that was why he wanted to go through Takar. Then she playfully asked if there was some other reason. Flustered, Shutra denied it and said it was nothing weird at all. Felicia laughed and said she was joking, then reminded him the rendezvous point had already been set as Takar anyway. She asked whether the Lycanthrope group would also head there, and Caitlin confirmed they would. Caitlin explained that since this was a military mission, they should bring support troops too, and there was also a large teleportation circle near Takar. Shutra quietly felt relieved. Even so, Caitlin remarked that it had been a while since her last visit and wondered whether the auction house was still the same. By night, they arrived in Takar. Shutra remembered it well, loud, rough, and full of trouble. Torek said it was just like the rumors, a place unlike any other. Felicia warned everyone to stay sharp, since a city that draws all kinds of people is naturally dangerous. After settling into their lodging, Felicia said that until the auction opened, everyone could take some time for themselves. Shutra quickly said he wanted to go look around with Karak. Felicia smiled and told him to enjoy himself. Shutra eagerly grabbed Karak and headed out, and Felicia noted that he seemed unusually excited. After Shutra leaves, Caitlin Moonlight asks what he even came here for. Felicia shrugs and jokes that maybe he really came for women. Caitlin Moonlight goes still, quietly repeating, "Women?" Later, in Takar's slave market, Shutra and Karak end another useless search. One dealer spreads his hands and says there's no slave named Nyatra, making Shutra sigh. Karak asks if Nyatra is really in the city at all. They've already checked every place that mattered. Shutra tells him to hold on. But inside, doubt starts to creep in. In the future, he knew Zephyr wasn't supposed to meet Nyatra for another year, so maybe she really can't be found yet. In the end, he gives up for now and says they should head back. On the way out, Karak brings up the description again and asks if Nyatra is a succubus with pink hair and black horns. When Shutra says yes, Karak asks why, then points ahead. He just saw someone who matches exactly. Shutra stops cold. Up ahead, a woman with pink hair and black horns is walking through the street. He whispers Nyatra's name in disbelief. Then he rushes forward, calling for her to wait, but before he reaches her, she bolts. Shutra runs after her, turns into the alley she entered, and suddenly loses her. He looks around, stunned. She definitely came this way. Right away, he calls Green Wind and orders her to track the woman they just saw. Green Wind says she doesn't get what's going on, but she'll find her. Even so, the trail disappears. Shutra clenches his jaw, wondering where Nyatra went. Then Karak points out something else. The slave trader said that woman wasn't there to be sold. She was there to buy slaves. Shutra stares at him, shocked. He never saw that coming, and it finally hits him. At this point, Nyatra wasn't a slave. Meanwhile, she watches them from above and he feels it. He looks up but sees nothing. Thinking about the future he knew, he can't understand how she ends up becoming a slave just a year later. When they return, Caitlin Moonlight notices right away that something's off. She asks if something happened since Shutra hasn't said a word, and Karak casually says that's just how he is. Caitlin Moonlight gently asks if he's tired and suggests saving the auction house for tomorrow, but Shutra quickly says no. They don't know when they'll get another chance to come here, so they should go now. She tells him not to overdo it and says they can leave early if needed. Before they head out, Amita stops Shutra and tells him to check this out. He shows off the newly adjusted gear and says it's all tuned now, so it should be much easier to use. Shutra smiles and thanks him. From above, Felicia calls for everyone to stop wasting time and get moving. Karak says they're coming. By the time they reach the auction house, it's already packed. Caitlin Moonlight shows up in an outfit Shutra has never seen on her before, and even Karak says so. She cheerfully explains that she couldn't dress like this before because of Chris Moonlight, then asks if it suits her. Karak says the 7th prince seems more strict than he first thought. Caitlin Moonlight scoffs and says Chris Moonlight isn't strict. He's just an old man type of big brother. Shutra barely listens. While they talk, he's stuck on one thought. He has to find Nyatra before they leave Takar. But the future has changed so much that he no longer knows how to track her down. Felicia suddenly leans in and asks what he's thinking so hard about. Startled, he says it's nothing. She says his face gives him away, then notices his clothes and tells him his tie is crooked. Shutra awkwardly steps closer. Before anything else happens, the auctioneer calls for silence. He asks if everyone can hear him, thanks them for waiting, and announces the start of the auction. Today's items are the ones they've all been waiting for. At that moment, Shutra sees her again. His eyes widen when he realizes it's Nyatra. Shaken, he abruptly tells Felicia he needs the bathroom. She protests that the auction just started, but he's already moving. As he runs, his mind races. Why is Nyatra here? Did she come to bid, or is something worse going on? Then he spots a rough-looking man nearby and instantly recognizes him. Shutra freezes, wondering what he's doing in Takar. A violent explosion suddenly rips through the hall. People shout, scream, and scatter in panic. Shutra grits his teeth. These lunatics are insane. Cries for help break out everywhere. The auctioneer begs everyone to stay calm and says he'll check the situation first. But before he can, a huge attacker rushes in, slams into him, and drops him hard. With rage in his eyes, the man snarls that they dared touch their merchandise. Then he declares his group is taking over the whole place. The room explodes into chaos. Guests run in every direction while armed men pour in, block the exits, and start dragging people down. One woman screams as a brute charges after her, but Shutra steps in and drops him. In the middle of it all, he looks at the leader and realizes who it is. Parateis, younger brother of the barbarian king Karuta. Shutra can barely hide his shock. What's someone like Parateis doing here? Elsewhere, Karak, Felicia, and Caitlin Moonlight are still trying to make sense of it. Karak blurts out that everything went crazy in a second. Felicia looks around and notices Shutra isn't there. She clicks her tongue. He had to vanish at the worst time. As another raider tears through the crowd, she tells Karak he'll have to find Shutra himself. Purple magic gathers in her hand as she says she'll hold things together here for now. While the main hall falls apart, Paratus moves into a quieter corridor and stops at a glass case holding a relic. He smiles and says he finally found it. It's the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. But before he can grab it, a voice behind him makes him turn. A masked succubus with pink hair is staring at him. He demands to know who she is, and in the next instant she grabs some artifacts and runs. Paratus snarls that if she wants to get away, She'd better drop what she stole. She tears through the corridors, leaping over rubble and slipping through tight spaces while Paradis crashes after her like a beast. She twists out of reach, but he only sneers, calls her arrogant, and throws wreckage and display pieces at her, roaring that she's not getting away. She weaves through the debris as valuables burst around her. Paradis keeps chasing, mocking her to keep running, and calling her a slippery loach. Then everything changes. Just as Paradis is about to catch her, someone cuts between them and blocks the attack. Shutra glances back at the masked succubus and says they've finally met again. Nyatra. She freezes in shock, and Paradis recoils too, demanding to know who Shutra is. Shutra ignores him, raises White Suri and sends the shield forward. The green weapon splits into several floating pieces that spin around Paradis like living blades. He jerks back as the fragments box him in and slash through the air around him. Furious, he struggles to break out. Without looking away from Paradis, Shutra asks Nyatra if she's okay. She stares at him, confused, and demands to know who he is and how he knows her name. Shutra says that can wait. They need to deal with the musclehead first. Then he summons the king's knights. Green light fills the corridor, and Karak suddenly appears, completely confused, trying to figure out what's happening. Shutra immediately says there's no time to explain. He orders Karak to take Nyatra and leave now. Karak asks about him, and Shutra calmly says he still has unfinished business. Karak looks at him for a moment, then agrees. He throws Nyatra over his shoulder and says he'll go on ahead. Shutra can catch up when he's done. Nyatra kicks and yells at him to let her go, but Karak keeps moving. Shutra watches them leave, relieved that she's finally out of immediate danger. Then he turns back to the relic case and narrows his eyes. It's the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. Right then, Paris breaks free and charges. Shutra barely gets White Suri up in time. The hit explodes through the corridor and blasts him backward, shaking the whole area. Dust and broken glass fly everywhere. Through it all, Paris accuses him of mocking him. Dark power spreads over his body and his muscles swell. Shutra recognizes it at once. Body-strengthening art. The barbarian's body-enhancing martial skill. And this confirms it. Paratus isn't some thug. He's Karuta's younger brother, one of the strongest barbarian warriors and an upper intermediate class general. Paratus tells him to try whatever he wants. He's going to rip his body apart. At the same time, Karak charges through the auction house with Nyatra over his shoulder, apologizing as he runs. He promised the prince. Then raiders fill the hall ahead and cut him off. He mutters a curse and rushes straight at them. Without slowing down, he slams into the front line. More attackers pour in from both sides. Karak growls at the sheer number of them, and in the chaos, Nyatra slips free and makes a run for it. Karak notices a second too late and blurts out in shock. He shouts for her to wait, but the raiders keep piling on and force him to fight. Back in the corridor, Shutra and Paradis clash again. They keep smashing into each other without letup. Their blows crack the floor apart. Ceiling debris falls as every hit carries deadly force. Shutra realizes one mistake against Paradis will get him killed. A heavy strike sends him skidding across the broken floor, and he braces behind White Suri. Catching his breath, he admits Paradis's power is absurd. Still, he strikes back as White Suri flashes green. The attack drives at Paradis, but the barbarian powers through it by brute force. He sneers that Sutra's attack is pathetic and mocks him for challenging him with so little skill. Sutra steadies his breathing and says Paradis is right about one thing. Then a system message appears. Nightwatch uses blink for the first time. Sutra vanishes from Paradis's path and reappears in a streak of blue. He slips around the attack and lands a sharp hit from the side. He admits Paradis is monstrously strong, but says raw power means little if he can keep dodging. If Paradis can't catch him, he can't do anything. Shutra keeps moving, weaving around him. He strikes whenever an opening appears. Every time Paradis turns, Shutra is already gone, and whenever Paradis attacks, Shutra is somewhere else. Another message flashes as Nightwatch uses blink a second time. Paradis snarls in frustration and yells at him to stop fighting like a coward. He roars for Shutra to quit dodging and face him head-on. Shutra coolly says Paradis is even more impatient than he thought. Paradis bellows that he'll end this with one blow. Shutra says the timing is perfect. He's ready too. Red energy starts building in his gauntlet. Heat and pressure surge as he activates Earthshaker Awakening. Then he unleashes a destruction burst. It slams into Paratus and erupts through the hall in a violent red blast. Paratus groans as the shockwave tears through the room and hurls him away. Far away, Felicia feels the impact and instinctively calls Sutra's name. When the dust clears, Sutra checks the result. His experience doesn't increase, so Paratus is still alive. He lets out a breath and reminds himself that killing Paratus was never the main goal. He decides the rest can wait and turns to leave. Moving through the wrecked auction house, he hopes Karak got Nyatra out safely. Then he spots something odd on the map, one more presence nearby besides his own. Before he can react, a blade touches his neck. Nyatra is behind him, coldly warning him not to move. She says he picked up the item that fell earlier and demands it back, the Jewel of Crimson Tears. Hearing that name, Sutra finally understands. He says the whole situation is starting to make sense. A third system message appears as Nightwatch uses blink for the last time. Sutra slips free and appears behind her, saying she must have come to the auction house for that jewel. Then he says something that stops her cold. Because of that jewel, she was captured and enslaved. Nyatra spins around in disbelief and demands to know what nonsense he's talking about. She tells him to stop acting like he knows her. Sutra quietly replies with a single name, her true name, Lapacharya. The effect is instant. Nyatra's eyes go wide with shock. She asks how he could possibly know that name. Sutra explains that a succubus reveals her true name only once, and only to someone she has truly loved. He adds that a true name holds magic, and anyone whose true name is known can't easily resist the one who knows it. More confused than ever, Nyatra asks what he really is. Before he can answer, Karak comes charging back in a panic, shouting for the prince to help because there are too many enemies. Hearing Karak call him prince, Nyatra stiffens. Sutra says introductions can wait, then throws a weapon to Karak and tells him to use it. Karak catches it and barks in surprise. Even with enemies pressing from every side, he grips the weapon, swings, and shouts his thanks to the prince. Nearby, Nyatra watches in growing confusion, unable to figure out why the orc treats Sutra like someone important. Sutra turns back and asks if she said she was after the Jewel of Crimson Tears. Nyatra hesitates, clearly shaken by how much he knows. Sutra tells her they should deal with the danger first and talk after. After a short pause, she agrees and says she'll handle that side. The fight spreads through the ruined hall. Nyatra moves fast and cleanly, dropping raiders who get too close while the noise of collapsing stone and shouting echoes through the night. Not long after, Felicia and Caitlin arrive. Felicia looks around, then spots Sutra, Karak, and the masked succubus together. Sutra calls to her and she immediately asks what happened after that massive blast. He answers that he fought Paradis. Felicia is stunned and asks if he means the barbarian king's younger brother. Then she realizes what that means. The barbarians didn't just hit the auction house, they attacked Takar itself. Sutra says they were definitely after the auction items. Before they can go any further, Felicia notices the pink-haired succubus behind him and asks who she is. Sutra glances back and introduces her as Nyatra, adding that because of complicated circumstances, they'll be traveling together for a while. Felicia repeats succubus in disbelief, caught off guard by how suddenly one has joined them. The moment is cut short when a breathless messenger runs in and shouts that there's trouble. Felicia turns and demands to know what happened. He reports that the barbarian army has crossed the border. The words freeze everyone. Sutra stares in shock while Felicia demands confirmation. The messenger insists it's true and says they've even confirmed the barbarian king is with them. Caitlin and Felicia both react hard to that news, while Sutra's mind starts racing. Felicia immediately asks for the current situation. The messenger says General Vandal is already moving to intercept them, and a request for support should arrive soon. Felicia mutters that their own reinforcements still haven't arrived, leaving them far less prepared than they should be. Sutra finally sees what was bothering him. Looking back at everything Paradis did, he realizes the reckless robbery was never just greed. The barbarians planned to strike Avian and the auction house at the same time, using the chaos to seize the golden helmet. That was the real plan all along. He exhales slowly and admits the situation is far more complicated than he expected. Then an even darker thought hits him. The barbarian king Karatis is no normal enemy. Even in the future of Night Saga, in year 515, Karatis was still a terrifying foe, even for Zephyr. But this is only year 512, 3 full years earlier. Sutra quietly wonders if he can really stand against someone like that already. Later, once the chaos settles a little and everyone else is busy with the larger crisis, Nyatra sits alone in a quiet corner, still tense. One hand stays close to her body, and her eyes keep scanning the courtyard. When Sutra finally arrives, he rubs the back of his head and apologizes for keeping her waiting, saying things took a bad turn. Nyatra says it's fine, but doesn't let it go. Looking straight at him, she asks if he'll answer her now. How does he know her real name? Sutra pauses, then admits the truth is tied up in too many complicated things, hard to explain, and even harder to understand. Nyatra asks what he means, but he only apologizes again and says he'll explain someday. For now, he asks her to wait a little longer. She falls silent, clearly unhappy but willing to listen. Then she changes the question. If he won't explain the name, he should at least explain why he brought her there. Sutra leans forward and answers without hesitation. He has a proposal. He wants to hire her as his subordinate. The answer stuns her. She blinks, repeats the question, and struggles to process it, while Sutra stays calm and assures her payment won't be an issue. He says that since he wants Nyatra as a local escort knight, he'll pay her properly. She refuses at once. Rising from her seat, she apologizes and says she has to decline. Her younger sibling is waiting at home, so she can't accept. For a moment, Sutra simply stares at her. Then, with chilling certainty, he says she's lying. She doesn't have a sibling. The color drains from Nyatra's face as Sutra keeps going. He says her parents died when she was little and she grew up alone. No siblings at all. Then he asks if that isn't the truth. Nyatra starts shaking, hugs herself and asks how he knows so much about her. Her voice trembles as she admits she's getting scared. Sutra softens a bit and tells her to stay by his side. One day, he says he'll tell her everything. Nyatra shuts her eyes for a long moment, then slowly exhales. Finally, she says she understands. She agrees to try and to become his royal escort knight. Sutra brightens right away and asks if she really means it. Nyatra says if she turns him down now, she still won't feel at ease. He seems to know everything about her, where she lives, and how she has lived. Then she asks how he can hire her as a guard when he doesn't even know her background. Shutra says that doesn't bother him because he already knows her well. That only flusters Nyatra more, and she blurts out that she gets it already, so he should stop saying things like that. Satisfied, Shutra says that's good. Then he asks if they should do the formal night appointment now. Nyatra freezes when he suddenly draws his sword. She asks why he's pulling a weapon now and whether this is some kind of magic contract. Shutra tells her not to worry. It's just part of the process, and Karak went through it too. Hearing that, Nyatra kneels. Shora calls her name and declares that he appoints her as his knight. The instant the words leave his mouth, pale blue light bursts out around them. It wraps around Nyatra, rises into the night sky, and shoots up like a pillar. Startled, she looks around and asks what the light is. Far away under the same moon, Zephyr stops and looks toward the rising beam. In silence, he realizes fate has changed. He wonders what that change will lead to, and how much fate can really be bent. Elsewhere, the Demon King raises a glass of red wine and asks Sameda Ignis if she sees it too. He wonders how much their child will change the world. At the same time, messages appear before Shotra's eyes. One after another, King's Knights leveled up. The max members increased from 3 to 5. King's Knights gained the Crest of Conquest level 1. Conquest also leveled up. Shora smiles at the notices and says it's done. Looking at the changed Nyatra, he knows for sure that from now on, she stands on his side. Not long after, Green flies up excitedly and says she wants to become his knight too. Shora stares at her, confused, and asks what she means. Green quickly explains that even though she already belongs to him, her case isn't like Karak's or that succubus's. She wants to become like them. When Shora hesitates and wonders if that's even needed, she starts begging again and again, stubbornly repeating that she wants it. Shora thinks it over and decides it isn't a big issue. Even if he gives Vandal a night spot later, one slot will still remain. In the end, he gives in and says fine. Watching this, Green grins and says that now she has nothing left to worry about. Just then, Felicia opens the door and asks Shora to speak with her for a moment. After hearing Green's odd comment, she asks what she meant. Shora says the timing is perfect, because he wanted to talk too. Then, as casually as ever, he announces that Nyatra will start serving as his escort knight today. At his side, Nyatra lowers her eyes and politely says she looks forward to working with him. Felicia is clearly surprised. She asks what caused such a sudden decision, and admits she didn't expect this at all. Still, after thinking for a moment, she tells Shora it's his choice, and since he made it himself, she trusts him to handle it well. Shora thanks her sincerely. Then Felicia remembers something else. She says she heard the auction items vanish during the chaos and asks him directly if he took them. Shora awkwardly admits it and asks why it matters. Felicia says she knew it, then tells him to show her what he got. When Shora reveals the haul, even she goes silent for a moment. Chests, ornaments, relics, weapons, and other valuables are piled up before them. She stares at it all and asks what in the world this is. Then, half impressed and half annoyed, she says he's got a lot of nerve stealing that much. Shora defends himself by saying it was better than letting Paradis take it. Then Felicia's eyes stop on one item. She realizes this was Paradis's real target. Shora confirms it and says it's the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. Felicia carefully examines it and explains that it's a sacred symbol of the king's authority. Legend says the ancient barbarian king once wore it, so it's basically a crown. In that case, she says it may be useful. Shora looks confused, but Felicia quickly warns him to be careful. No one can find out he stole it. If Vulcanus, the auction hall manager, learns the truth, things will get messy. Shora nods and says he'll remember that. By the next morning, the tension from last night still remains. Shora gathers everyone, and Felicia says they've all heard about the barbarian king's attack by now. For now, before heading to Evian, they need to meet reinforcements at the rally point. Felicia says the Dark Elves are probably already there, and the Lycanthropes should arrive around noon. They'll move with the supplies they bought yesterday, leave the rally point in the afternoon, and return to Evian no matter what. After explaining the plan, she tells everyone to get ready. The others agree at once. Karak says he understands, and another voice tells her not to worry. Following Felicia's orders, the group finishes preparing in Tekar and leaves the city. They soon reach the rally point where a woman formally greets Felicia and says that she welcomes the 6th princess. The woman is Alita Doomblade. Felicia warmly says it's good to see her, calls her Aunt Alita, and asks how she's been. Shutra watches quietly and remembers who Alita is. In Night Saga, she was Felicia's final escort knight. He remembers her always looking stern, so seeing her smile now makes him think it suits her much better. As noon passes, the Lycanthropes finally arrive. With both groups together, the reinforcements total 400. Shutra notes that it isn't many, but with no time to spare, they had to move fast. That short calm ends when an urgent report arrives from the stronghold. The messenger says the enemy has already started attacking several strongholds at once. Felicia is shocked and asks if the attacks have already begun. Alita quickly figures out the situation. The enemy's main force is tying down General Vandal, while special units move to capture the strongholds. If they're not careful, Vandal could end up isolated. Felicia asks which stronghold is closest to the reported attack. Alita says it's the 7th stronghold, but but even if they leave now, it'll still take at least 2 days to reach it. Felicia realizes that's too late and says the stronghold will probably have fallen by then. Shutra says they need to move fast. Felicia turns to him, but before she can ask more, he says they should store the supplies first. Then he opens his inventory. In a flash, crate after crate disappears until all 999 boxes are stored inside it. The officers can only stare. Alita says she's never seen anyone store that many items at once and wonders what kind of magic tool could hold so much. Shutra doesn't dwell on it. Instead, he asks Felicia if she can gather the troops. When she repeats the request in surprise, he says yes. Bring them together in the tightest formation possible. She does as asked, and once the soldiers are assembled, Shutra praises her work. Felicia asks what he's planning and whether he actually has a strategy. Shutra admits it's his first time trying this, and he isn't even sure it'll work. Before she can ask more, wind starts to gather around him. Green appears beside him, wrapped in glowing currents. Shutra tells her they should just try it, and she answers with total confidence that he can count on her. The green light thickens around them, and Green smiles like she's been waiting for this all along. She lowers her gaze beneath the swirl of emerald light and smiles calmly as power gathers in her hands. She tells Shutra to leave it to her. Shutra raises his arm, and the green current surges up, wrapping around the gathered troops. A bright white banner appears in the sky inside the storm of wind. Shutra looks up and declares that they will move under the king's banner. The soldiers are swept into the wind before they understand what's happening. Dark elves, lycanthropes, and allied warriors are lifted from the ground, carried by Green's power as if the air itself has become a road. Some gasp, others brace themselves, and even veteran fighters stare in shock as the green vortex surrounds them. Seeing the spell work, Shutra says it went well. With a small smile, he tells Green to take them all at once. She answers right away, and the whole force shoots across the land in one huge burst. At the same time, at the third stronghold, General Vandal drops to one knee. He's surrounded by bodies in the snow, breathing hard. Still clutching his weapon, he struggles to stay on his feet. He groans, then mutters a curse. A huge shadow walks toward him through the storm. The figure looks down at him without emotion and orders his death. Meanwhile, at the seventh stronghold, the defense is giving way under the barbarian attack. Soldiers clash in the snow as monsters and beastmen pour onto the field. Caligula, the lizard man leading the defense, fights beside his men, cursing the enemy's numbers and wondering when help will get there. Then a green light tears across the sky. The defenders look up as a giant emerald vortex slams into the battlefield, hurling barbarians away and blasting up snow and stone. Caligula can only stare, unable to grasp it. Felicia lets out a breath and says they made it just in time. Dark elves and lycanthropes land around her with weapons ready as Green's magic still roars through the air. Shutra steps up, his golden gauntlet shining, and orders every unit to get ready. His voice cuts across the battlefield as he tells them to hold nothing back and cut the enemy down. The allied forces rush in, dark elves leading with blades and spears. Behind them, the lycanthropes crash through the barbarian ranks with savage speed, tearing the formation apart. Shutra charges in with crushing power, his gauntlet blazing. With a shout, he fires off a giant piston strike that blows the barbarian line apart in one massive hit. The fight ends quickly. Once the elite dark elves and lycanthropes join in, the barbarian tribes lose their nerve. After their commander falls, they break and run. The seventh stronghold is completely saved. But there's no time to celebrate. Other strongholds are still under attack, so Shutra's group heads straight to the next one. They move from fort to fort, smashing through barbarian forces before they can regroup. After more hard fighting, they reclaim both the sixth and fifth strongholds. By the time the fifth stronghold is safe, everyone is worn out. Caitlin says taking back 3 strongholds in just 3 days is incredible and praises Shutra. Felicia agrees but complains she hasn't slept once in those 3 days. He jokes that maybe they should just ignore the rest before they fall, and Felicia quickly says that is not what she meant. As troops from each stronghold join them, their force grows fast. After 3 straight wins, morale shoots through the roof. Shutra says that at this pace, the next stronghold should fall into place too. Carrick warns him the 4th and 3rd strongholds are a different story. The latest report says the 4th has already fallen, and nothing has come from the 3rd in a long time. That silence hits everyone hard. Shutra says the Demon King's castle must know by now, and is probably preparing reinforcements. He also thinks General Vandal can hold on for a while, so they should still have time. Shutra then tells Karak to question the captured barbarians and pull whatever information he can from them. After a moment, Karak agrees. Night comes, but Shutra still can't sleep. Alone in his room, he keeps turning things over, but something still feels off. This crisis is the Barbarian King uprising from the Night Saga's Demon Realm arc. In the original story, the Barbarian King united the tribes with the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. But that helmet is in Shutra's inventory now, so he can't figure out how Karuta gathered them without it. Then a thought hits him. It could be the Night of Death again. Just like the Guardian Spirits in Spider Forest join their side, the servants of the Night of Death may be backing the Barbarian King. He knows it's only a guess, but if he's right, their influence may already be spreading much farther than he thought. Suddenly, golden light bursts through his room. A glowing system window pops up to announce his birthday, and Shutra jolts in surprise. Another message says he has turned 15, and before he can process it, more notices start appearing, one after another. His level goes up, protagonist setting adjustment rises, and battlefield protection rises too. Another message explains that turning 15 has boosted his physical ability. Golden light wraps around him and Shota realizes he's gotten taller. He admits it feels nice, even if it's weird, but before he can enjoy it, Karak rushes in and yells that there's a huge problem. He snaps that this isn't the time to pose, and Shota asks what happened. Karak says General Vandal's main army was defeated. Shota goes still, stunned. Elsewhere, Vandal's battered troops force themselves through the snow. Red-skinned soldiers cough, limp, and lean on their weapons, barely staying upright after escaping. One soldier tells the general they got away, but there are too many wounded and all their supplies are gone. They can't keep moving like this. Vandal hears him out as the barbarians close in behind them. The pursuers shout that they found them and call for everyone to be killed. One of Vandal's men curses them for chasing this far. The soldiers beg Vandal to retreat and promise to hold the line for him. He clicks his tongue and refuses, saying they'll fight to the end even if they die today. Back at the 5th stronghold, the commanders hold an emergency meeting. The 7 strongholds of Evian are split into 3 areas, the 7th, 6th, and 5th in the north, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the south, and the 4th in the center. The 5th stronghold's commander, Lamia Diatima, explains that General Vandal's main force clashed with the barbarian king's army near the 3rd stronghold. After breaking Vandal's forces, the barbarians kept pushing, and have now taken up to the 3rd stronghold. Shutra asks whether anyone has heard from General Vandal since. Lamia says that ever since news of his retreat, they haven't been able to reach him. Caitlin asks why the barbarian king struck the 3rd stronghold first instead of passing through the 1st and 2nd. Lamia says she believes the real target is Takar. When Caitlin asks why, Lamia explains that the barbarians want loot, not land. They can't rule Evian anyway, so the only plan that makes sense is to break through fast, grab what they can, and leave before the Demon King's side can react. Holding territory near Evian would be too risky, she adds, because the Demon King's castle would crush them. Felicia agrees and says that makes Takar the most likely target, since it is the richest land near Evian. She then points out 2 key facts. General Vandal's broken army is still out of contact, and the Barbarian King's force is moving north. Then she turns to Shutra and asks what he thinks. The room goes quiet. Karak stands behind him, looking grim, while Nayatra watches without a word. Felicia and Caitlin wait for his answer, and Shutra lowers his eyes, thinking. Meanwhile, on the rain-soaked battlefield, the barbarians keep pressing the attack. They laugh as they cut enemies down. Then a furious roar rips across the field as a huge red-skinned warrior charges straight through the enemies ahead of him. The barbarians freeze, and one of them shouts that it's Vandal. Another immediately orders everyone to drive him back. General Vandal throws himself into the thick of the fight, swinging with brutal force, while his shield knocks away incoming blows. Surrounded, hurt, and exhausted, he still refuses to go down. With a bitter laugh, he says they hope to climb higher, but this must be the end for them. Even so, he warns the enemy not to celebrate yet, because he won't die alone. He swears to drag as many of them down as he can. At that moment, a green light slices through the storm. A glowing wind spirit streaks across the battlefield and lands near Vandal. The barbarians stare as a violent green tornado erupts among them, tearing through their ranks and throwing bodies through the air. Through the swirling wind, a familiar voice says, "It's been a while. General Vandal." Vandal's eyes go wide. He recognizes the figure in the storm and mutters in disbelief that it's the 9th prince. Shutra appears with blue energy crackling around him and calmly asks if he's late. The barbarians roar, demanding to know who this brat is. Their leader orders everyone to kill them. Shutra's gaze hardens as blue power coils around him and dark smoke spreads over the battlefield. The barbarians panic as the black mist blinds them. One asks what that smoke is, while another screams that he can't see anything. In the darkness, Shutra uses Nightwatch's special ultimate move, Black Wraith. Shadows rush through the smoke like ghosts. The barbarians stagger, unable to tell what's hitting them, crying out in fear as the wraiths rip through their ranks. Some beg for help while others just scream in confusion. The whole battlefield falls into chaos. Vandal and his men watch in shock as the unseen attackers tear apart the barbarian line, with Shutra standing inside the storm of black smoke and blue light, arriving at the last possible moment. Alita raises her weapon and orders the charge. Allied soldiers rush through the snow and smoke, striking the confused barbarians from every side. One of them looks around in shock, unable to understand how the battle suddenly turned. Alita keeps pushing forward and orders them to wipe the enemy out. Her troops surge ahead while the Black Wraiths keep tearing through the barbarian formation. General Vandal watches the battle flip in front of him, then lowers his weapon with a grim smile. He says he understands now. It seems this isn't the day he dies after all. At the end, blue-black wraiths sweep the field and consume the last of the enemy. Shutra stands over the defeated barbarians, still wrapped in the fading trace of Nightwatch's power. Felicia walks over and says the fight is basically over. Shutra thanks her and tells her she did well. She asks how he knew Vandal was here, and he says the barbarian king was aiming for Takrad, so Vandal likely moved the other way. Felicia says that tracks, but Evian is huge, so how did you find Vandal that fast? Shutra just tells her to look up. Confused, Felicia glances skyward and spots Green Wind floating above. Green Wind gives a playful grin. Shutra says he sent Greenwind higher to widen his search range. By sharing Greenwind's position, his minimap grew too, so finding Vandal was only a matter of time. Felicia sighs and says he is talking in riddles again. Shutra tells her not to worry about that. They need to end the battle fast. Meanwhile, at the third stronghold, a barbarian messenger runs to Karuta and reports that contact with the unit chasing Vandal has been lost. He assumes they were beaten and asks if more troops should be sent. Karuta refuses. He says the plan has not changed and orders them to keep moving toward Takur. The next morning, the picture becomes clear. The barbarian king is pushing north without picking more fights. Vandal says that is unexpected, since there were two reasons he should not have gone north. First, their army could hit him from behind. Second, blocked roads could slow him down. Felicia asks if he means the route past the eastern border. Vandal says yes. Something blocks the road there, so no one can cross from Evian without passing through Takur. She wonders if the barbarians were avoiding delays in case the Grand General stepped in. Vandal says that may have mattered before, but not now. With a grim look, he says the barbarians are set on taking Takur, no matter the cost. Shutra stays quiet, knowing how dangerous that is. He says they are no longer thinking about what comes after, only what they need right now. Felicia immediately sees the issue and says that is bad. Only a small force remains between the 5th and 7th strongholds, so the road to Takur is almost open. If nothing changes, Takur will fall. Vandal adds that if they chase the barbarians, the enemy will turn and drag them into a major battle on the plains, where they are strongest. Shudra admits it is a tough spot, and Caitlin agrees. If Takur falls, Evian's defense fails. But if they pursue, they fight at a disadvantage. After thinking it over, Shudra decides the key is control of the battlefield. Whoever takes the initiative wins. The barbarians have 13,000 troops, while the Demon King's army has 8,000. Not counting defenders, this is basically all of Evian's strength. Since the Barbarian King's main force starts far ahead, Shudra pushes his army to move faster and close the distance. By the time the enemy reaches the 5th stronghold, the gap shrinks to half a day's march, but no more. After that, both armies keep the same half-day distance. Because everything is happening in real time, the Barbarian King cannot force the Demon King's army into a fight. Their movement is different too. The Demon King's army is not dragging supplies, so it moves lighter, while the barbarians are slowed by gear and exhaustion. In the end, the Barbarian King's main force is stuck in a bad spot. Even if they keep going north to Takur, the Demon King's army will be right behind them. Takur is also self-governed and has its own troops, so the barbarians could end up trapped between Takur's army and the Demon King's forces. Sharja realizes this is the heart of strategy, back the enemy into a corner. He quietly wonders what Karuta will do now that the Barbarian King has been boxed in. Then a scout rushes in, shouting that the barbarians are moving. Sharja looks up at once and thinks they have finally acted. Checking the map, he wonders if this is Karuta's answer. At Takur, Karuta rides at the front of his army, laughing. He says no matter how hard the enemy thinks, it changes nothing. They will not be able to stop him. He drives his men forward, calling them scum and telling them to run wild. Elsewhere, Shudra stands on a rocky ledge with his allies and soldiers behind him. Karek says it has started, and they made it just in time. Then he notices something odd and asks why only that group is moving. Below, a small barbarian unit advances apart from the main force. Karuta wonders if they really plan to break Takur's walls with so few men. Shudra says the barbarians probably know about the trap already. If they rush in carelessly, they will be caught between Takur's army and the Demon King's army and forced into battle. That is why they sent only a small force first to pin Shudra's army in place. Caitlin asks how so few troops could do that. Shudra only says they should watch. The smaller barbarian unit charges the walls, and Takar's soldiers raise their bows and loose a storm of arrows. But the barbarians keep coming, roaring as they push straight through the barrage with savage force. That small barbarian unit rushes the wall laughing, and at its center the barbarian king grins like the arrows mean nothing. He lifts a strange red polearm, and crimson energy coils around it. With a roar, he slams it down. The blow smashes Takar's wall apart, blasting stone and soldiers away. Shudra, Caitlin, and Felicia stare in shock as the wall bursts from a single strike. Takar's archers freeze, unable to believe what they just saw. The barbarian warrior raises his weapon again and orders his men to kill them all, and they pour through the breach. From the ridge, Shudra's group watches the damage spread. Caitlin asks in disbelief if that man really shattered the wall in one hit. Shudra's face darkens. Something is wrong. Every barbarian is much stronger than normal. Their speed, power, and aura all feel unnatural, and as he checks the map, he wonders what they did. Then he spots it, a huge abnormal presence at the center of the barbarian camp, surrounded by enemy troops. Shudra narrows his eyes, realizing something is hidden in their formation. In the distance, a red flag glows from the middle of the army. Crimson energy pours from it into the nearby warriors. Shudra wonders what that flag is. As the aura spreads, the barbarians' eyes glow and their bodies surge with violent power. One warrior throws his head back and laughs, drunk on the strength. Shudra grits his teeth and understands the flag is boosting them. Right then, Karek shouts that the enemy's main force is moving. The barbarian army surges toward Takar like a wave. Shudra curses, then orders every unit to get ready. They cannot let the barbarians break into Takar. He gives the charge. Kakark leads the allied troops with a roar, weapons swinging as the Demon King's army slams into the barbarian front line. Soldiers, lycanthropes, and dark elves crash into the enemy head-on. The ground trembles from the impact. Shudra darts through the chaos, cutting enemies down while reading the battle. No wonder Vandal's force lost so easily. If the barbarians were strengthened by that crimson aura, their earlier win makes sense. His eyes lock on the glowing red flag. He decides to end this fast by destroying it first. He breaks from the fight and races toward the barbarian camp. But before he gets there, a massive shadow drops in front of him. A heavy strike crashes down and forces him to stop and jump back. A black-armored barbarian, wrapped in crimson energy, rises from the crater with far deadlier pressure than before. Burning with rage, he says he finally found Shudra and calls him a thief. Shudra stiffens and recognizes him at once. Paratus, the barbarian king's younger brother. But this is not the same Paratus from the auction house. The red energy around him is thicker, sharper, and far more violent. Shudra realizes the crimson boost is stronger than he thought. Paratus bares his teeth and demands the golden helmet. His aura flares as he raises his weapon and orders Shudra to hand it over or be torn apart. Dust and rock fly as Paratus slams down, wrapped in crimson power. He charges straight at Shudra and smashes his fist into the ground hard enough to rip the field apart. The shockwave throws Shudra back, but he twists in midair and avoids the direct hit. Paratus keeps coming, red aura raging around him. Shudra slips past the attack and counters in one motion, landing a clean strike on his body. But Paratus barely reacts. Shudra's eyes widen. Why is he so tough? Paratus just grins and says it tickled, then blasts Shudra away with a brutal counter. Shudra flips through the air and steadies himself with green wind. A floating green shield forms under his feet and he lands on it. Grimacing, he says, "This is seriously annoying." Paratus roars, calling him a filthy rat and accusing him of running again, but Shudra vanishes from sight. Paratus looks around in confusion and mutters that Shudra is gone. Then a blue flash appears. Shudra flashed in behind him, coldly asking who called that running. He reminded Paratus how badly he lost before and attacked again. Paratus barely twisted aside as red and blue energy crossed in a blur. Each hit shook the ground while Shudra rode Green Wind's shield through the air, landing and jumping off again before Paratus could catch him. Paratus got caught in the green current for a moment, but instead of freaking out, he just grinned and laughed. Shudra noticed and asked if he was really laughing. Paratus's crimson aura grew darker and heavier. He said that was the past now. Shudra's attacks couldn't even scratch him. He slammed into Shudra's shield, cracking the ground, then snarled for the golden helmet. Shudra let out a breath, calling him seriously stubborn. Then he calmed down. He said if Paratus wanted it that badly, he could take it himself and toss the golden helmet into the air. Paratus froze, his eyes locked on it as he shouted that it was the golden helmet. Greed and anger twisted his face. He called Shudra crazy and warned him he had no idea what he was dealing with. But Shudra was already moving. Blue power burst out as he rushed Paratus, telling him to try and take it if he could. Then unleashed the ultimate move of Asura Divine Fist Strike. Paratus could only stare in shock. The attack hit with a violent crash, sending a shockwave across the battlefield and blasting Paratus back. Shudra blurred again. Night Watch's blink activated. Second use of 3. He vanished from Paratus's sight and reappeared in a better spot. Paratus coughed and stumbled, left open by the sudden blow. Golden energy wrapped around Shudra's fist as he drove it down, activating gigantic piston. The blow crashed down like a pillar, smashing Paratus into the ground and throwing debris everywhere. Nearby barbarians stared in horror and yelled Paratus's name. As the dust cleared, Shudra stood there calmly while the golden helmet still floated untouched above him. He looked down at Paratus and said he was too greedy for someone who couldn't even handle what he'd already been given. The helmet glowed and flew back into Shudra's hand. Lowering it, Shudra coldly told Paratus to quit acting up and stay down. He wasn't a match anymore. Paratus crashed back from the hit, and the nearby barbarians could only stare. One of them shouted his name through the dust. Shudra stood by the crater as the golden helmet floated beside him, then told Paratus he was too greedy for someone who couldn't even handle the power he already got. He lowered his hand and said Paratus should stay down and accept he couldn't win anymore. That insult set Paratus's followers off. Several barbarians rushed Shudra, yelling that he dared mock Lord Paratus. Their weapons came down from behind, but Shudra didn't even turn at first. A blue flash cut across the field. Nightwatch used Blink again, the third time out of 3. Shudra vanished from their sight and slipped through them in an instant, leaving only a streak of blue. Before they could react, he appeared past them and said the weaklings should move. The barbarians were blown aside by his sudden burst. Some staggered, others dropped, while Green Wind's shields flickered around Shudra as he pushed deeper into camp. A few tried to stop him, but the green current knocked their attacks away. Shudra reached the red flag at the center of the barbarian line. Crimson power still poured from it into the whole army. He realized he'd finally made it, but he still couldn't figure out where they got such a flag. Then something answered from inside him. The power of conquest awakened. Golden light burst from Kshatra's hand and rushed into the red flag. Its crimson aura shook, then started to break apart. The flag's power was drawn into Kshatra, and warm golden light filled his vision. For a moment, a mysterious figure appeared in that light, smiling at him. The red flag lost its power, and across the battlefield the barbarians stumbled as their strengthened bodies weakened, and the crimson aura around them vanished. Karik noticed at once, and said the enemies suddenly got weaker. Realizing the crimson aura was gone, he laughed and said the prince must have done something again. Kshatriya looked at his glowing hand, unsettled. He wondered if that crimson aura came from the flag or from the power of war. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Before he could sort it out, a huge presence rose behind him. The barbarian king stepped forward, wrapped in crushing pressure, and asked if Kshatriya was the one who touched the flag. Kshatriya turned and said yes, then asked if that was a problem. The barbarian king narrowed his eyes, said no, and told him to die. Then he attacked at once. The blow smashed apart the ground where Kshatriya had just been. Kshatriya barely dodged, but the shockwave still threw him back. He gritted his teeth as debris flew past. The barbarian king kept coming without pause. Every step shook the field, and every swing could crush stone. Kshatriya dodged, blocked, and gave ground, but the pressure was crushing. This was exactly the kind of destructive power the barbarian king should have. One mistake, and his bones would break. Then the king charged again, faster than someone that size should move. Kshatriya used Greenwind's platform to leap away, then turned into a counterattack. His fist hit hard, but the barbarian king barely reacted. The king's aura swelled again, and he rushed straight through Kshatriya's defense with brute force. Kshatriya was thrown back and slammed down hard. Pain spread through his body as he forced himself up onto one knee. Breathing rough with sweat running down his face, he stared in shock, unable to understand why this fight was still so hard after the red flag was gone. The flag had vanished, yet Karuta was still wrapped in that crushing red aura. Watching closely, Kshatriya wondered why Warren's power was still coming from him. Karuta moved first. A shockwave ripped through the ground as his strike sent stone spikes bursting up. Kshatriya barely avoided it before Karuta rushed him like a beast, closing the gap with insane speed. Calling Kshatriya pathetic, he raised his fist as crimson energy flared around his huge body. Kshatriya landed with clenched teeth, knowing this battle wasn't over. He told himself it ended here and braced as Karuta slammed down again, blowing the battlefield apart with red power. Kshatriya was thrown back through smoke and debris, but he twisted his body in midair and dug a foot into the ground to stop. Groaning, he was frustrated that Karuta could still use that much strength. Karuta stood there with his mace and said, "Kshatriya dodged well, pretty fast actually." A system-like thought identified the weapon as the Skull Crusher, mace. Kshatriya stayed silent, eyes locked on Karuta. Grinning, the barbarian king said he wanted to see how long Kshatriya could keep running. He charged again, red aura slicing forward. The blow dropped like a boulder, and Kshatriya used Night Watch's blink for the final time. A blue arc flashed across the battlefield, and he vanished before the strike landed. Karuta's mace smashed into empty ground, leaving a crater. He growled. Surprised, Kshatriya slipped away again. Kshatriya reappeared farther off in blue light. He clicked his tongue. Annoyed, Karuta wouldn't give him a second to breathe. Karuta saw through the trick and called it filthy. Even with his huge body, he moved shockingly fast, rushing Kshatriya again. Kshatriya saw it clearly. Even that massive frame didn't slow Karuta down. The barbarian king's strike crashed down and Kshatriya blocked with his arms, but the force still shoved him back. Karfuda kept pressing, leaving him no time to recover. He broke through Kshatriya's guard and sent him flying into a wall. Then the king sensed movement behind him. Caitlin suddenly jumped in and drove a fist into Karfuda's side, cutting him off. Her beast god fist art surged with blue energy, and the hit landed hard, making Karfuda stagger for a moment. Kshatriya dropped to one knee, breathing hard as Greenwind appeared beside him and asked if he was okay. He said he was fine for now, that's why he brought plenty of potions. The real problem was Karfuda being stronger than expected. Greenwind agreed and told him to try that move. Kshatriya looked confused and she explained she meant White Suri's ultimate technique. Karfuda roared and swung again. Greenwind's shield shone in Kshatriya's hands as he got ready. Karfuda asked what he thought he was doing, and Kshatriya told himself he had only one shot. He had to meet the attack at the exact right moment. Karfuda charged straight in, mocking him for trying to stop that blow with only a shield. Kshatriya planted himself behind the glowing green shield. Wind gathered around him and his face turned sharp and focused. He remembered the warning about White Suri's ultimate move, use it wrong and he'd be the one in danger. But if he used it right, nothing was stronger. Karfuda's mace came down. At the last possible instant, Kshatriya released the power. The shield flashed bright green, met the blow head-on, and exploded outward. Karfuda's own power rebounded back at him, throwing him away. The technique was absolute domain. Karfuda's eyes widened as the swirling force locked down his whole body. He wondered what that power was. His muscles tightened, but he couldn't move. Breathing hard, Kshatriya admitted it was tough, but he finally landed a real hit. With Karfuda trapped in the domain, Kshatriya rushed in and struck him with a powered-up blow, slamming his fist into the barbarian king's body. Kshatriya's punch knocks the air out of Karfuda. Green wind tightens around the giant, twisting him into the vortex. Kshatriya sees it land and thinks it finally worked. But the relief is brief. His body rejects the strain, and he gasps. Caitlin Moonlight notices right away and calls out in alarm. Kshatriya coughs, realizing his aura is flowing backward. His power is in reflux. Before he can steady himself, Karafuda starts laughing. Standing inside the storm, Karafuda grins and says, "This is fun, really fun." Then he unleashes Conqueror's Haki and starts moving again through absolute domain. He pushes Shutra back with raw strength, and Shutra realizes the technique didn't fully stop him. Karafuda smirks, impressed that Shutra blocked the blow. He asks if Shutra just turned Karafuda's own power back on him. Then he says he wants to see what Shutra does next. Behind him, the allied forces charge again with loud roars. Caitlin Moonlight steps in at once. She tells Shutra to recover and says she'll handle Karafuda herself. Without hesitating, she rushes in. Shutra, still struggling to breathe, drinks a potion and thinks this is seriously exhausting. If even absolute domain failed, then what is he supposed to do? Aura recovery has limits. He needs another way. Something only he can use to get even a little stronger. He tells himself he has to find a way to beat Karafuda. Green Wind appears beside him and anxiously asks if he's really okay. Shutra pauses and stares at her. A thought suddenly hits him. Green Wind came from a fragment of Ankle's soul, the Watcher. Through her, he became a dragoon and gained the dragon genes. But is that really all? Green Wind gets confused and asks why he's just staring at her. Shutra thinks there's no way a dragon heart, an elder dragon's core with godlike power, would amount to only this much. Then the answer becomes clear: dragon blood. Purple energy coils around him as the dragon genes awaken, and Shutra feels a hidden power inside himself. Silently, he calls to her, "Ankle." The moment he says that name, Green Wind's expression changes. She points at him with calm grace, and in an otherworldly voice tells him to conquer her completely. She urges him to dominate, calling him the Knight of Conquest. The Watcher's power answers, and what Shutra couldn't absorb before spreads through his body and soul as a dragoon. Green Wind pours around him in a shining storm. When his eyes open again, they carry a new light. His third aura heart awakens, Dragon Heart. Across the battlefield, Karuta feels the change and looks over in surprise. Green energy rises around Shutra like a living tide, and the air trembles. Shutra stands firm as his cloak whips around him. System messages appear one after another. He has conquered the Watcher's power, formed a Dragon Heart, raised his Dragoon level, improved mana control, and even gained another overall level. Golden light wraps around him as he steps forward. Caitlin Moonlight watches closely, and Shutra thanks her for buying him time, while Karuta stares in shock. Shutra thinks through his power. His original aura heart had already changed, and the Moonlight core he got from the Moonlight Heart existed on its own. Just like Caitlin Moonlight carries two cores, her original one and the Starlight. He now has a third aura heart, the Dragon Heart. That means he can circulate 5 aura hearts. Quietly, he names it the Pentacore. Hearing that, Caitlin Moonlight repeats the word in confusion. Karuta lets out a low laugh, more amused than scared. He asks if Shutra really got stronger just now. Then, wrapped in raging crimson power, he charges again and shouts that war is fun. Shutra raises his fist as golden light gathers around it. When Karuta attacks, Shutra meets him head-on. Their clash tears through the ground between them. Karuta laughs and admits Shutra has definitely grown stronger. Then Shutra quickly changes stance and fires off Beast God. Fist Art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. His movement is cleaner now, his aura smoother, and the hit drives Karuta back. Karuta braces, but Shutra extends a hand and feels his power finally settle into place. He smiles faintly and says this is the feeling he was waiting for. It's finally working. Now it's clear, Karuta is stronger than General Vandal. In pure physical strength, he's above anyone. Shutra has fought, so there's only one real way to win: overwhelm him with non-stop attacks and numbers. Still covered in crimson aura, Karuta laughs and says Shutra's pretty good. Shutra knows that if this drags on, their side loses the advantage, so he decides to go all out from the start. He shouts for everyone to never back down and orders a full charge. The demon army surges ahead. Felicia attacks from one side, while Karak and the others push in with the troops. Warriors and barbarians crash together as the battlefield erupts. Karuta swings his mace with monstrous force, but Shutra keeps darting in and out before the strikes can crush him. Caitlin Moonlight attacks from another angle, blue aura flaring as she slips past Karuta's guard and lands a heavy hit that forces him to twist away. He tries to counter, but Shutra closes in right after. Caitlin Moonlight sees the opening, even as Karuta starts adjusting. Together, they keep pressing him from both sides and never let him find his rhythm. Shutra launches another Beast God Fist Art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike again. His aura surges like a beast's fang and slams into Karuta, sending shockwaves through the ground. Karuta coughs from the blow, then roars in rage. Shutra and Caitlin Moonlight don't give him a second. Caitlin Moonlight rushes in with blue light and hammers Karuta from the side, while Shutra comes from above and behind, striking in perfect sync. Karuta grits his teeth, stunned that 2 weaker foes are driving him back. Furious, he thinks this is absurd. Mere insects are pushing him around. Shutra keeps moving, but he knows the problem: Karuta's body is still too tough. The hits land, but none can finish him. Shutra hardens his focus and calculates the next move, knowing one mistake could end it. Karuta strains under the pressure, but instead of weakening, his eyes burn hotter. His crimson aura swells, and with a furious roar, he charges Shutra again. Shutra braces while Caitlin Moonlight stays ready to back him up. Karuta swings with terrifying force, ripping up the ground. Shooter raises a hand and calls for White Suri. Green wind wraps around him and crashes against Karuta's crimson power, but Karuta forces his way through with brute strength. Shooter has to keep moving. Caitlin Moonlight sees the opening and yells for him to act now. Shooter drops from above, gathering destructive force into his fist. His ultimate move activates Earthquaker's destruction burst. Red and black pressure erupts beneath him as he dives at Karuta with everything focused into one point. The impact blasts across the battlefield. The ground shatters. A huge crater opens under Karuta, and nearby fighters are thrown off their feet. Shooter lands hard, breathing heavily. Sure, the hit did major damage, but Karuta is still standing, smoke rising from his battered body. He laughs wildly. Shooter can hardly believe it. Karuta's body is ridiculous. Even after taking Destruction Burst head-on, he can still move. Karuta charges again, forcing Shooter to dodge as Crimson Aura tears across the field. Shooter realizes it still isn't enough. Before he can reset, Caitlin Moonlight shouts his name and tells him to catch. She throws a huge mace toward him. Shooter catches it and instantly knows what it is. It's Skull Crusher, the Barbarian King's weapon, a divine artifact left by the Heavenly Dragon King. Gripping it, Shooter decides this will be enough. Karuta laughs and charges again, but Shooter declares this war ends here and lifts Skull Crusher to meet him. As Karuta barrels in with blazing crimson aura, Shooter quietly says goodbye to the Barbarian King. They clash. Karuta raises both arms and roars, but Shooter swings Skull Crusher with all his gathered power. The hit lands clean, and Karuta's massive body is blasted head-on, sending wind, dust, and shattered stone across the field. Golden system messages appear around Shooter, announcing repeated level-ups. Strength pours into him from the victory as the remaining warriors stare in stunned silence. Caitlin Moonlight watches with relief. After the strike, Skull Crusher spins through the air. Shooter catches it again and raises it high. The field goes quiet for a moment, then a system message declares the enemy general defeated. The demon soldiers explode in cheers. They shout that the Barbarian King is dead, that the 9th Prince defeated him. The barbarians freeze, unable to believe Karuta has fallen. One mutters that it's impossible. Skull Crusher gleams in Kshatra's hand. He doesn't waste the moment and gives his next order: wipe out the remaining enemies and let none escape. The demon forces surge forward, and the barbarians panic as the tide fully turns. Some try to run, but the demon troops close in from every side. The remaining barbarian army collapses under the sudden assault. At last, the battle with the Barbarian King ends in Kshatra's victory. News of Kshatra's win reaches the Demon King's castle immediately. Soon after, it spreads across the demon realm again. Some celebrate, but others grow uneasy. Several powerful figures sit in silence, disturbed by how fast Kshatra's name is rising. Some can only watch with jealousy as his achievements keep piling up. Far from the Demon King's castle, in a place ordinary news cannot reach, even far from the demon realm, someone feels Kshatra's win, the Death Knight. He stands under the night sky, covered in a cold blue aura, a being who has wanted the world to end for 1,000 years. Lifting his head, he listens as the voice of death calls to him. That same evening, after Karatas falls, the Demon King's camp breaks into celebration after the brutal fight. For once, the mood is light as the demon tribes drink together. From the edge of camp, Kshatra thanks everyone for fighting so hard. With Felicia, Caitlin Moonlight, and the others beside him, he says the mission ended well too. Someone tells the prince he worked hard too, and Caitlin Moonlight gushes that he's amazing for defeating the Barbarian King. Kshatra awkwardly brushes it off, saying he didn't do it alone and couldn't have won without them. Felicia smiles and steps up with a pillow in her hands. She tells him to sleep with it tonight. One use should be enough to help him recover. Confused, Kshatra asks if it's a lucid dream pillow. It's a magic item that lets the user have any dream they want, usable once every 3 days for up to 10 times. Kshatra brightens right away. Felicia says she knew he'd recognize it, and he answers that there's no way he wouldn't. It's too valuable. Then Felicia asks, a little curious, what kind of dream he plans to have. Kshatra pauses, realizing he hasn't chosen yet. There are plenty of good options if he really thinks about it. But then his gaze sharpens. What he wants most now is a rematch with the Barbarian King. Fighting Karatas again would be perfect training for him. Kshatra says he's made up his mind. But before he can explain, the orc panics and tells him to wait. He blurts out that Kshatra better not dream about him because that would be weird, making both Felicia and Kshatra snap back, asking what nonsense he's talking about. Just then, someone asks to come in, and Caitlin Moonlight turns to see General Vandal. Vandal enters and says he has something to tell the 9th Prince. The group welcomes him. Though someone asks if he's alright, Vandal calmly says a wound like this will heal after one good night's sleep, then explains he came to ask a favor. Kshatra asks what kind of favor. Vandal looks him straight in the eye and asks if in 5 days Kshatra will fight him. The request catches Kshatra off guard. He realizes this is the first time Vandal has asked him for a duel. In Night Saga, Zephyr was always the first one to do that. Whether it was bringing in Vandal or welcoming Yakra, Vandal had always been the one approached first. He had never been the one to test if someone was worthy to lead him. But now that same Vandal is the first to challenge Kshatra, and Kshatra can feel his competitive fire. A grin spreads across Kshatra's face as he accepts the duel. Vandal smiles too and the match is set. They'll face each other in 5 days at full strength.